Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's we mo. No, but I got one to go. Yeah, they will get mad. Oh, quit that, I mean, my amiga, boy, a baby mo. koko sunu baby subamia.
Ask the one for your brand yourself when I knew since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna mota hakuna kogabu.
All right. So we're going to interrupt the introductions just to have a quick chat with Mr. Gomez, because I could see the eyes drooping, and that tells us that sleep is about to take him away. Good to see you.
Can you see me while you play the intro music?
Yeah, I can see everybody. I can,
oh, really? I didn't know that.
Only I can see everybody, though.
Oh, okay. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. You didn't stream yesterday, did you?
Yeah, no. I had to go drop my mom off at the airport, and then
mom is in town. Mom is in town.
No. She was. Now she's back. She came for her medicals and whatnot. She comes every year to, just to see.
You should have told us, and me and Ajay would have sent some money for some nice gifts for her.
For chocolates and whatnot. Yes. So yeah, so I did that. That Heathrow run is just it's grueling, and then there was no real news. I had set it up, but I just thought, no, I'm just going to end up fumbling at the mouth. I was tired. I just thought, okay, I'll abandon it. So that was what happened. I had to do the sun beat.
I understand. Well, I just wanted to pop in and say hello. By the time your program starts in earnest, I'm getting ready to sleep because I get to work at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I wanted to just drop in and say, hey, you're doing a good job. We're proud of you. And I'm proud of every participant and contributor, especially Ayo, that supports the platform financially. God bless everybody. That's why I called in. Oh, man.
All right, brilliant. So just the CEO beats, just to rally the troops and say, well done. Apes obey. Yes. You've got to do the apes obey. All right, thank you, Alexander. Let me carry on with the intro. So thank you, Alexander. Always a delight. So that's Alexander Gomez. Back to the intro. So we're coming then with the what are we coming in? Yes, Ipade Dojobu. And there it is right there. Amonishi, we are Monishi. So, Olomajashi, so as we say in Yoruba land. So, good day. So, yes, I was going to explain my absence, but the chief executive officer of the platform has come to, read the riot act that how dare you not report for duties yesterday. It was, like I was saying to Alexander, I had to drive my mom to the airport, and then I came back and I just thought, do I want to take this on? And I thought, no, if you're not going to enjoy it, then there is no point. So it's as simple as that. So now, nobody to take to the airport, so you're lumbered with me again. So good day, good to see you. And how are you all? How are you all? How have you been? So the usual protocol, we say it every day. So, it should be routinous to people who do it should be doing it routinely by now. And people who need canvassing, let me canvass you. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. You should make that as a matter of routine. In fact, you should even before the session starts, you can click on the like button. You know all the reasons. It's part of the engagement, part of the interactions that YouTube look at. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard is your invitation to come and join us on the screen. I saw Chioma sneak in after I left the other day. So now I'm around. I'm keeping a lookout for her. So click on the like button, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. Please continue to ignore that. just as you've always done. So do all those, like, subscribe, and the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So what are we discussing today? So now, okay, let me even share the headline. So now, this headline is quite striking and quite interesting. Hold on, just bear with me 1 microsecond. Hold on. All right. So yes. So this headline is quite striking for so many reasons, and this headline is actually, let me build it up. You see the way Nigeria has been posturing in terms of the goings on in Niger Republic, being hawkish and being militarized and wanting to assert its dominion. Now, a lot of that move is tacitly being backed by the Western powers. We know certainly that France rather backs it for reasons of their own self-interest. So we know that. We also know that the Americans, they're not averse to it. We know that the British are on board, but they don't want to deploy. But they're happy for Nigeria to take the lead on that space. So now Nigeria now being hawkish and being militarized and being dominant within the African space, it now signals to the international community that if Nigeria is armorized to the point that it is a real potent force, at least within that West African sub-region, then they can use the leverage of Nigeria to sort of maintain order in that space. And I think that is a narrative that is evolving now, especially under this Tinubu administration, and especially under the hawkish stance that they've taken in terms of Niger. So that is just a thought that is coming to my head. If you agree, disagree, come, let's back and forth on it. You are the only African leader Biden wants to meet at UNGA. U.S. envoy tells Tinubu. So now, UNGA, of course, United Nations General Assembly. So you all know what that means. But probably not the only African leader he will meet, but certainly the most African lead, the African leader that is most keenly looking forward to meeting. So that is the U.S. envoy saying that. So now all of that wraps around the language and the tonality of Tinubu's reforms, which aligns with free market enterprise, which is what a state like America often promotes, or open up the space and let it play out. And this is what Tinubu is doing. So that aligns with that mindset. But really, that hawkish behavior towards Niger Republic, it has sent a signal throughout the international space, and the response to that. You are the only African leader Biden wants to meet at UNGA. U.S. envoy tells Tinubu. So there it is right there. That's my reading of that. Tell me what yours is. That's my reading of that. Tell me what yours is. Now, everything changes but remains the same. So if you ever want to have a strap line, you know what a strap line is. Ribena is good for everyone. That's sort of like a strap line. So if you ever want to have a strap line for the Nigerian state, it is everything changes but remains the same. Nothing ever really changes within the Nigerian state. As we all know, Nigeria is still losing 400,000 barrels of crude, and not every year, daily. So if you want to dollarize that, I'm not quite sure. If somebody wants to do a quick site on what the going rate of a barrel of crude is, and then multiply that by 400,000. And that is how much the country is hemorrhaging daily. And of course, a lot of you have seen all of that clip that is making the circles about the gold mining in Zamfara, which is also hemorrhaging $9 billion per annum from the Nigerian state. So everything changes but remains the same. Nigeria is still losing 400,000 barrels of crude daily. So that is the National Security Advisor, whatever his name is, the one, the policeman. So that's what he has to say. So we have to believe him. What he has to say So we have to believe him. So now this is a follow-on from the storyline that we were doing just about 2 days ago. It continues to develop and evolve. Nigerian kicks as constitution backs minister despite NYSC certificate scandal. So we are talking about the narrative of Hannatu Musawa, the Minister of Arts and Culture, who has who doubles not only as the Minister of Arts and Culture, but as an ongoing serving youth hawker as well. So quite how she's able to straddle those two parallel spaces all at once is really where the contention is. But and the last conversations we had around that, we spoke about the legalities of it, but apparently it is legal. Nigerians kick as constitution backs minister despite NYSC certificate scandal. So we'll see what the latest development is there. We'll see what the latest development is there. US President Biden invites African leader Tinubu to exclusive UNGA meeting. So somewhat of a repeat of what of a previous headline. So we take one and abandon the other. So we take one and abandon the other. And then we won't land on this, so because we've got a human interest storyline as well. No, I'm not sharing it. Let me share. So now, a lot of you will recall, of course, when what's his name? Wike was preening and peacocking that any cattle that is seen on the streets of Abuja, it was going to be his suya meat for the weekend, and he will invite his friends round. So as soon as he made that pronouncement, the Fulani Herdsmen, of course, wants to assert those who has ownership of that Abuja city. Fulani Herdsmen, their Wike, graze cows meters away from Aso Rock. So not only are they defying him, they are going to the center of power to say, this land, now we get Fulani Herdsmen, their Wike, graze cows meters away from Aso Rock. So there it is. So that's the response of the Fulani Herdsmen to Yemson Wike. So quite what he's then able to do about it, we'll find out. We'll find out shortly. So we find that out shortly, only to then land on a human interest storyline. So we land on a human interest storyline. A lady living in Italy who saved 68 million naira in Nigerian bank returns home to find only 3K. And there it is, right there. So there it is, right there. So there it is, right there. Hold on. So there it is, right there. Imagine for a moment with that person. Imagine for a moment. Imagine for a moment if you were that person. Yeah, so hold on. I'm getting so many beeps coming in. Hold on. All right. So imagine for a moment if you were that person, and then what recourse does that person have as well? So it's a video clip that we are going to be playing on that space. So look out for that. So look out for that. Whoever is sending me messages, just give me one moment. Let me play the music, then I'll come back and respond. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Please let's see the like buttons going up. We want to try and hit 100 likes in the course of this session. So click on like. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. Come join us on the screen if you're a new voice, because we're always canvassing for new voices. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Do all those to the backdrop of the music. I hope somebody has not deleted my K-Guy to do that to the backdrop of the music of the K-Guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Papa, you don't come. Oh. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe akọ àdúrà. So you know, I always tell you that the Yoruba language is nuanced. When I say akọ àdúrà, so people that are secondary to the Yoruba language, they immediately think that it is a show of prayer, akọ àdúrà. But akọ in actual conch Yoruba, it means male. So we have akọ, which is male, and then we have abo, which is female. But then that akọ, which means male, it actually speaks to strength. So when I say akọ àdúrà, that means a powerful prayer, not a masculine prayer, but a powerful prayer. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So, pardon me, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So there it is, right there. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. Let's kick it off from here. I'll speed through the readouts and then hold on. Sorry, Thomas, check your WhatsApp. Thomas, check your WhatsApp. I'll speak through the readouts and then we get straight into it. Yes, Fulani Herdsmen, dear Wike, graze cows meters away from Aso Rock. So there it is. Serve and volley. Serve and volley. A few days after Federal Capital Territory FCT Minister Yemsin Wike warned Fulani herdsmen to stop grazing their cows in the city center, some Fulani herders were on Sunday seen doing just that in the city center. Mr. Wike, and by the way, this is not your random Fulani herdsmen grazing. These are herders sent out by powerful people that want to test the resolve of Wike and that space. So these are people saying, look, this is the North and it belongs to us, whether we put you on one seat or not. And that is really signaling to Tinubu and his man Friday, Wike. A few days after Federal Capital Territory FCT Minister Yemsin Wike warned Fulani herdsmen to stop grazing their cows in the city center, some Fulani herders were on Sunday seen doing just that in the city center. Mr. Wike, on assumption of office as the FCT minister last week, Monday, warned Fulani herdsmen to take their cows out of the city, saying that cow grazing in the city center will not be allowed. We cannot allow cows in the city. It can be outside the city. That is the way it should be done, because the grasses are outside the city. The grasses, and by the way, there's no such word as grasses, by the way. It's grass. Grass is grass. There's no such word as grasses. But then, of course, we've met the person who publishes this. Is one of those guys that wear all these high color shirts. So he already tells you he's borderline gay, probably. Because we met him on Rudolph's Space, and it's just some cards. It's just some. Anyway, let's leave all that. Because the grasses outside the city, because the grasses are outside the city, the grasses are not here. These are grasses we planted to beautify the city. The ones in the area council are the ones that can eat. On Sunday, however, correspondents cited a herd of cattle openly grazing around Goodluck Jonathan Expressway near the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN and Christian Ecumenical Center, Abuja. Photos and videos of cow grazing near the CBN were taken by correspondents on Sunday. So, I think that's enough of that. That tells you all we need to know about that. Actually, let's take it to the end. Located at plot 33, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa Way, Central Business District, Abuja, the CBN is meters away from Aso Rock Presidential Villa. Though Mr. Wike's warning against open grazing in the city center was lauded by many, the return of cows on the streets of Abuja appears Fulani herders will not heed his directive. In the past 8 years, under former President Muhammadu Buhari, Fulani herdsmen engaged their cattle in open grazing within the city center. Though it was condemned, Mr. Buhari's regime did nothing about it, as herders grazed their cow from Jabi district to Asokoro to Maitama, Central District, where the State House is. So there it is. It should be an easy victory for Wike. It should be an easy victory for Wike because, of course, I mean, yes, it should be an easy victory for Wike because, of course, nobody wants to see those cows on the streets. So nobody wants to see those cows on the streets. Let me see. Where do I want to take this next? Where do I want to take this next piece? Yes, let me take it from here. U.S. President Biden invites African leader President Tinubu to exclusive UNGA meeting. In a remarkable diplomatic development, President Joe Biden of the United States has extended a distinguished invitation to President Tinubu, a prominent African leader, for an exclusive meeting on the sidelines of the upcoming United Nations General Assembly in September. The announcement was made by the U.S. Special Envoy Ambassador Molly Fee, who personally delivered the invitation during her recent visit to President Tinubu. Ambassador Molly Fee, renowned for her diplomatic finesse, highlighted the fact that President Tinubu is the sole African leader to be accorded this special meeting with President Biden. This move not only underscores the significance of U.S.-Africa relations, but also acknowledges President Tinubu's unique role and influence on the continent. So you can speculate as to that invitation is to Nigeria rather than to Tinubu, but I don't think that extension was ever accorded to Buhari throughout all of his 8 years of ruination of that country. Pardon me. The UNGA provides a crucial platform for world leaders to engage on crucial global issues, fostering collaboration and partnership to address common challenges. President Tinubu's inclusion in this exclusive meeting demonstrates his pivotal role in shaping Africa's trajectory and its relevance in international dialogues. A statesman of high repute, President Tinubu, I don't know if it's a statesman of high repute, or it was just the former Lagos State governor until a couple of months ago. A statesman of high repute, President Tinubu has a commendable history of leadership. He has played a significant role in driving economic growth, ensuring political stability, and advancing social progress within his nation and throughout Africa. This exclusive meeting further highlights his expertise and insights in tackling matters of global importance, with the anticipation building for the UNGA in September. Experts speculate about the meeting's agenda, likely subjects to be discussed. Likely subjects for discussion encompasses climate change, sustainable development, regional security, and economic cooperation. The outcome of this high-profile encounter could have far-reaching implications, influencing U.S.-Africa relations and the continent standing globally. So the continent standing globally. So I think and by the way, this was the case even before this meeting, but I think this marks the end of whatever noise making, because I think Atiku is also piping up now, saying, isn't it curious that somebody could not produce primary, secondary school, but they are producing university certificates. So they're still in that space, but the conversation has moved on from there. But if there was ever one endorsement that solidifies, it's certainly this one now. So that's the end of that, I think, for Atiku and Peter Obi. So that's the end of that for Atiku and Peter Obi, I think. Let's go on to the next one. All right. Okay. There's so many messages coming in. Hold on the messages for a moment, people. Let's go on to the next one, and let's go on to this one. So this is the narrative of that. Prince Daddy, I'll send it in a moment. It says, no law says a core member can't be minister. Hannatu Musawa. So she leaps to her own defense. Hannatu Musawa, Minister of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, has broken her silence on the controversy of retaining office while serving as a member of the National Youth Service Corps. Although the issue of her NYSC status has been in the news for years, it regained prominence after the Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria raised alarm that one of the ministers of President Tinubu was a serving corps member. Subsequently, Eddie Megwa, Director of Public Relations of the scheme, said Musawa was occupying the ministerial position in breach of NYSC Act. Speaking with correspondent, Mugawa explained that it was against the NYSC Act for any corps member to pick up any government appointment until the one-year service was over. He said Mrs. Musawa was originally mobilized in 2001 for the youth service to Ebonyi State, where she had her orientation program, but later relocated to Kaduna State to continue the program. Mugawa said, or Megwa said it was when she got to Kaduna that she absconded and didn't complete the program, adding that it was the scheme that will look into the issue and take action where necessary. But in a statement on Sunday, the minister gave the reason why she deferred service until 2023. She said she was posted to Akwa Ibom as against Ebonyi, which the NYSC spokesperson mentioned. I would like to state clearly that, contrary to wrong insinuation and false assumptions in a section of the mainstream media and social media where false accusations have been made, there is no breach of any law or constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended regarding my current position as a minister and status as a serving corps member. It must be said that there is no law of Nigeria or any part of our Constitution and the NYSC Act that states that a serving corps member cannot be appointed by the President of Nigeria or any other appointing authority into political positions. Equally, no part of our existing laws and the NYSC Act says that a corps member must finish service before he or she can be appointed into political office. There is no legal or constitutional limitation whatsoever. I have not broken any law of Nigeria. So she has not broken any law of Nigeria. So the details is always in the nuance. Anyway, the details is always in the nuance. So is she able to fully participate in the NYSC program whilst being a minister of state? So that's really where the question is, and how she wriggles out of that is something yet to be seen. So how she wriggles out of that is something yet to be seen. All right, okay, let me give you one more readout and then we come into the room. There's still one clip to play you, one video clip, but we'll play that. I'll leave that to Thomas. Thomas can play that during his session. But let me bring you this. Nigeria still losing 400,000 barrels of crude oil daily. This is Nuhu Ribadu telling us that nothing has changed. The National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, says the country is still losing 400,000 barrels of crude oil daily to local and international fees, despite efforts to end the menace. Ribadu confirmed this when he led a presidential delegation to inspect oil and gas facilities at Owaza in Abia and Odogwa in Eche local government areas of Rivers State on Saturday. He said the activities of oil thieves and pipeline vandals had impacted negatively on the nation's economy and were partly responsible for the rising cost of living in the country. It is unfortunate that few individuals will steal our common resources and in the process cause unbelievable loss to both the nation, community, and the people. Nigeria has the capacity to produce 200 billion barrels of crude daily, but we are currently producing less than 1.6 million barrels due to theft and vandalism of pipelines. So we are talking about 400,000 barrels of crude going to waste with few criminals and economic saboteurs not even getting much out of it, he said. Ribadu said the cost of artisanal refineries collect a small quantity of crude when they broke the pipeline, while larger volumes of oil were spilled on the environment. The value of 400,000 barrels of oil today is $1 billion, and every day we are losing this amount because of this irresponsible behavior. If you multiply $4 million by 365, you will see that it is a lot of money running into billions of dollars. So that's Ribadu then telling us that everything changes but remains the same. Everything changes but remains the same. But certainly, familiar faces joining us. Ajanle Cook, of course, the majestic one. Baba T, the prince. Bishop in the house. Adewale joins us. And we got Thomas as well. So still plenty of room for whoever wants to join. So good to have you, gentlemen. Who wants to kick it off? Let's kick it off with you, Dewale. Dewale, are you ready to go? Adewale?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you ready to go, or do you want me to kick it off?
I'm ready. I was playing PS5.
Yeah, play PS5. Look at that. Are you winning though? Are you playing with others? Are you in one of those online leagues?
I was playing online, but they're whooping me really terrible, really bad.
Oh, is it soccer? What is it?
Yeah, it's soccer. I like to play soccer sometimes, and some of those other games. But I like sport games.
You don't do all those Call of Duties, shoot them
do.
up, whatever.
I
Yeah, all right.
do. I do. I just have in my household we have a limit. There's some games that we don't play, but if it's too violent, we try not to. It's not because we are religious, but it's just that I believe that once you get used to something too long, you never tell. You can
Yes.
mess up with people's psyche. So we're trying to limit, especially for my other kids. But by and large, I like sport games.
All right, brilliant. Let's kick it off. What are you looking at in the news today? What's caught your attention in the news?
It's just the general stuff. I think this might be a stale news, but I heard about the UAE trying to smother the relationship between the two countries with Nigeria and UAE. Also, there's a news circulating in the social media about the
Is
is
it the UAE? Oh yes, I'm going to go and get that actually. Yes, go on, carry on. I'm going to go and get that clip. The gold mining in Zamfara, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That one is. I don't think it's a news story, but it's just that for the fact that we're just getting to know about it now. There's no way the government can say they are not aware of what is going on. Is this Zamfara in Niger State?
No, it's in Zamfara.
It's
Zamfara. When I saw that clip, what struck me was the scale of it. The scale.
Oh yeah.
It
is disheartening. Really, really disheartening. See the multitude. See, in my hometown, just exactly the way they are mining those the gold illegally, the same way they are mining tourmaline in my hometown in Ekiti State. Okay. So I think it's high time government get involved. Federal government can't pretend that they are not aware of all these things going on there, but they need to find a way to curb the individual taking hold of all these. And unfortunately, it is terrible. Nigeria is losing a lot of money, due to this illegal mining, illegal refineries, illegal stuff going on. I understand the political attachment to all this. Sometimes government are a little bit handicapped, but I think it's high time we put a stop to this. Because the country is bleeding. We can't afford. We are broke. We are not solvent. We are broke, really broke. So we need to look.
The money that the country loses to illegality is about 4, maybe not, if not 5 times the monies that is being recorded. We're losing 4 or 5 times our economy too, because they were putting figures. I think it was actually Femi Falana that was telling us that annually about $9 billion goes out in gold illegally.
It really breaks my heart hearing that things are still being done. But the military government it really bastardized and destroyed this country called Nigeria. Why do I say this? The civilian government are going to be finding it really, really difficult to change some things. Why do I say this? I guess the military looked the other way just to keep the peace and ensure that the country, continue to be together. That's why they looked the other way. And the civilian came in, and they also joined in that direction and looked the other way. If they had put their foot down and say, you know what, enough of this illegality and enough of this, illegal exploitation of our resources, maybe by now we'll be we're talking about being in the same level with UAE, but I guess the price we pay for peace or political stability, so to say, because some of these things are not known to the public. How could such illegal mining be in existence in Zamfara? And I think all finger pointed to Yerima. I want to believe so because he has been the one in the Senate.
It's not just Yerima. They fingered a serving senator, a retired general, and a couple of ex-governors, just owning those gold fields.
Yes. To me, I just felt this. Look, first time of Tinubu is going to be tough to put a stop to all this because Putting stop to it will probably hamper his second-term ambition. I understand the political, intricacies that goes into that, but I think that the more it get exposed to the engineers like this, where people are aware of what's going on, the easier it becomes for the incumbent, because at this time they will have no choice than to reactive to it, perhaps trying to do something about it. I mean, it will help them. The more they get exposed. Look at the one that happens in the Niger Delta, where you saw there's illegal tapping of crude oil and all that. Not that the NPC was not aware; they were aware that the indigenes already tapped into the pipeline. But I guess just to keep peace and to make sure that the business is running smoothly. That's why they look.
Let me play this clip. This is what Dewale is talking about.
Sina kimara biyu wa kun ga da ba wannan ne na aka canta kilo
bari in mun koma mu zo da sai
Sagiru dan sagi shege ya san wuri mai kyau kenan
idan uba
kun ga yadda aka hatuwa da gara mai sallasa guntattaki
ba mu ba da kuɗi mu kwaso mu bashi waccan Allah ka
kace Allah ka
a to shi kenan sai in bashi da rayuwa
ya rere kai ra'o ba da ba ta kai da ba ra'o ba ka kai.
So those are gold fields. So when
Yeah.
Falano is telling us that $9 billion, you can see that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was on this show I heard somewhere that private aircraft was, very taking the gold out of the country. Sometimes, in the north, I think they were referring to something like this happening over there. But it is really disheartening that, in this advanced age that we are, we still have all this going on. Yes, the federal is. You see, if the state government is in charge of resources, we would have said, "Oh, this is normal." But when federal government is the one in charge of, the solid minerals and all that, and here we still have it going into the hands of criminals. Unfortunately, Nigeria is going to remain in penury. Can you imagine the quantity of gold being, taken from that, that spot, and will have been.
Dewale, you don't have to imagine it. Let Falano tell you. Listen.
Wow.
I mean, just yesterday, a friend was asking me, how can this government appoint Dele Alake as Minister of Petroleum? I mean, solid mineral. It should be information. I said, do you know the implication? That annually, $9 billion worth of gold is illegally taken out of Nigeria. With according to the former minister, Dr. Oga, through private jets. Oh, yes.
$9 billion.
Yes, $9 billion. Gold alone.
They've been able to put a value to it.
Oh, yes. You can go. I'm not talking of lithium. I'm not talking of other resources. I just handle a case in Ocean State. Under our Minerals Act, if you are mining gold or any mineral, solid mineral, in my farm, in my land, what does the law provide? 100 naira per acre.
So there it is, Dewale, $9 billion annually. I'm not sure what the annual budget of the country even is, but and that's one resource. So that's just gold, because we want to say it's not talking about lithium, it's not talking about precious gem or other things that, just like you are saying, from your local government, 10 times the economy of that country is looted annually.
The same local government data Lake came from, the same local government. Actually, my hometown, we more or less like the same town, and that precious gem is being mined illegally, and this is something close to in the category of diamond. Let's put it that way. And I told you guys the last time that a size of a computer mouse can build you a house, buy you a car. That's how profitable. But you see, it's going into the hand of few individuals because government is now actually. And can you imagine I think the last minister of solid mineral was actually from Ekiti State, former governor of Ekiti State, if I'm not mistaken,
You
Governor
know,
Adebayo.
it was Fayemi then. He left.
There.
Then he
And
left to go and be the governor, but I'm not sure who replaced him.
I'm thinking he's former governor of Ekiti State. I'm not so sure, but that's what my mind is telling me. So, what is the reason why they kept putting these Ekiti people, and yet they are unable to perform, to revitalize that industry? To me, that should have been the next crude oil for us, because I mean, this thing is not going to be stale. It will continue to appreciate in the market and sell, unlike crude oil, the fossil fuel. So I think I'm hoping that Tinubu knows what he's doing by appointing Dele Alaki to oversee this industry.
Yeah, but do you think that is precisely because of this that he appointed Dele Alaki?
Of course, see, he shocked everyone. I mean, on this show and every other television show, people express their displeasure or surprise. Like you always say, you were aghast. When Dele Alaki was appointed.
I'm never going to escape that word.
It's just your signature. I was shocked too. But I want to believe that Tinubu knows what he's doing by appointing him to spearhead in vitalizing that industry, specifically to ensure that government is able to tap into it and make money from it for the benefit of Nigeria. But for the fact that it's been left for a very long time, neglected, that's the word, for a very long time.
Adewale, good evening. How are you?
Good evening, my brother.
Good evening. Don't you think Baba Falana sometimes exaggerate and all this kumbayaism? What's fact? What is the fact of what the Baba is saying? Baba now, you always exaggerate.
But
no, but it wasn't exaggerating. He was quoting from a minister. He said he was even inviting them to Google it as he was speaking here.
But sorry for coming in. Good evening, gentlemen. But even Maokwe asked him, where did they put the figure to it?
A figure to it. God bless you, brother.
We are not contesting the fact that there is a lot of
no. That wasn't what. So that wasn't what Maokwe said. So Maokwe said, "Oh, they have put a figure to it."
That's what we're saying. Now he questioned. I mean, listen to her now. She questioned, how did you come up with the 9 billion stuff? I'm not saying there are not things happening there, but in his statistics manner, I think Falana had brought in a little bit of exaggeration into 39 billion. It could be more.
He mentioned his source. He mentioned his source.
That was not what he said. No, he was just mentioned. That was not a source. That was not a source.
No. Let's hear him again. It's only a minute.
I mean, just yesterday, a friend was asking me, how can this government appoint Dele Alaki as Minister of Petroleum? I mean, solid mineral. It should be information. I said, do you know the implication? That annually, $9 billion worth of gold is illegally taken out of Nigeria. With according to the former minister, Dr. Oga.
There you go.
That is it now.
A reliable source.
Oh, yeah.
That is it now.
$9 billion.
Yes, $9 billion. Gold alone.
They've been able to put a value to it.
Oh yes, you can.
How do you think they're financing? How do you think they're financing all these Boko Harams and all those banditries and all that? How do you think they are paying for the ammunitions and weapons being brought into the country?
So he mentioned the former minister as the source.
Dr. Oga, yes.
Yeah.
Even looking at the multitude of people working in that field mining this gold, according to the report, they were being paid $10,000 weekly. $10,000 naira weekly.
So no, they are being paid 1,000 naira daily. Yes,
is it $1,000? Okay, daily. So if it's not lucrative, they won't be coming there every day. And the people, putting these laborers in that gold mining field will not actually continue to do that. You know how long they've been doing this? Probably not 10 years ago. They've been doing it for ages. And it's not coming to limelight. Well, Falana is right, because everything checked out. Even looking at the gold mine field, you could see how lucrative it is. So sometimes government look the other way around. They look the other way because they're trying to, pay a price for peace or something else. But we can't continue to go toe that line, because if we continue that way, number one, Nigeria is broke. We can't continue because we won't be able to even, feed ourselves. We're talking about building capacity, building infrastructure. Where are we going to get the money? We continue to borrow money like Buhari did. Every seconds we are borrowing money left and right, with the hope that we'll be able to pay back with what? With the crude oil. Are we going to drink our oil? So something has to give. Something has to.
Let me quickly show you this, just to show you the extent of it. This is the former governor of that state. That state we saw the clip from, Zamfara State, the former governor Matawale. So this was the pile of gold and precious gems that he went to show off to Buhari. So you can see it's all stacked up. So that's it all stacked up. That's Buhari inspecting it. So that's Buhari inspecting it.
This
and that's
is just for the optical.
Yeah, this is for the optics. That place is awash with wealth.
For him to have done this, to have invited press.
The wealth of Nigeria is in the north, by the way. It's not in the south.
It's unfortunate that the southeast, what belongs to southeast, south, the Niger Delta. Let me put it that way.
It belongs to the country.
Nigeria, but yes. what would mean, exploring the north belongs to them. It's our time. I think. Look, I know Tinubu might not want to do this now in his first time because he's still trying to gain ground and build a solid foundation. But if he's lucky enough to come back second time, is the first week in that in his administration, I want him to implement the federal system, where the states, everyone will hold on to their resources, or perhaps because we can't continue this way. Unfortunately, we cannot continue. If federal cannot have, be in control of resources,
I don't see why they are mining their own gold and keeping it in Zamfara, exactly. and then the people in the creeks are handing over their oil field. I mean,
can I come in a little bit?
Yeah, of course.
Let's maybe we should let our direction. I mean, just a suggestion. On the direction of there are illegalities going on. How can the government harness these resources for the growth and the betterment of Nigeria at large? This direction of why are they mining the oil in the Niger Delta and they are keeping the gold in Zamfara? Look. Let me tell you, if you look at the poverty level ravaging Zamfara, despite that gold, it is just like less than 1%, and I mean it, 1% of the people in Zamfara that are benefiting from the illegality. Majority of the people there are wallowing in extreme poverty. Go and check the record. So it's
that's a different narrative now. We're not talking about the only way for them not to be in abject poverty is for the government to take charge of that gold.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what I'm saying, that the narrative of it's now a predetermined thing. Like a calculated
Zamfara state has Zamfara state has applied for a license to mine the gold for their state.
Under
Buhari.
Would I finish? Yeah, now there is a law how they can participate. There is a law to Niger Delta State who can apply if they want to own oil wells. So it is in accordance with the law, but at presently it is an illegality that is being exploited by a very tiny a percentage of the people that are just taking advantage, and they are causing more environmental devastation and degradation. It should be a good thing for the government to be able to put it rather than all these artisanal miners, formalize the sector. They were doing something like that. They tried it under OBJ when Obeze Kwesili. I think under Buhari even, there were some. The ones that, one of the companies that came up was the one that the Zamfara governor went to present to Buhari. It belonged to Nigeria. That one, I mean, it belonged. We thought it was the beginning of the... Yes, please.
You see those young sharp mining those that gold. Do you think they are being remunerated enough for their?
No, that's what I'm saying now, that they are in poverty. They are dying. They have been
And probably they are
exposed.
from that town or village,
Majority of
whatever.
them are from that localities. That's what I'm saying.
At least even if the entire country is not going to benefit, let those people
but that's
that
a
are actually
different
from there.
narrative, though. The fact that they are suffering is a different narrative from
No. The narrative I'm just calling attention that look, the problem is like what you said, and it was like a statement, that was statement that look, that the federal government is the wealth of the Niger Delta is for all of us, but the wealth of the Zamfara is for them in Zamfara. I'm saying it is not for them in Zamfara. It is a few criminals that are less than 1%.
I think you don't get one
hold on. Yeah, can you mirror what you are saying to these images you're on the screen? Can you mirror what you are saying to this image on the screen?
What's the image?
Those are the golds and precious gems in Zamfara.
I saw that. That was what was presented
by the state governor to Buhari.
Yeah, it was not a gift personal to Buhari.
No, it wasn't a gift. It was exactly.
So
that's to say that the state itself is participating, but are they participating? What do you mean?
No, you see, when he presented that, it was a federal government project. You are drilling oil. I'm coming. Like you are drilling oil, you tried the first oil, you now went to present. It's an honor for the governor. It was not like it was a personally owned thing. Look, I am with you on the fact that we need to formalize that sector. We need to clean it up so that the generality of people, Nigerians, can benefit. It is not only in that place. There are several other places that illegal mining of solid mineral is going on at a very large scale. And the earlier we put a stop to it, and even if Tinubu is going to succeed,
are they not illegal mining of our crude oil too in the Niger Delta?
Well, we are not talking about Niger Delta.
No, I'm just trying. They said it's legal mining everywhere.
Yeah, there are, but I know where one man just mentioned now, Owaza. And what's the name? The two places are very close in Abia State. That places I operate very well, and I can tell you 100% of what goes on there. And I did say here sometimes ago that I had a privilege of discussing with a federal minister many years ago. Federal senator and a House of Rep member, and I mentioned their names here many years ago, and he told me the kind of powerful forces that are behind illegal bunkering. And how it was difficult for Obasanjo because those people were benefiting from it greatly. So it's not something that started today. It's something that has been there, and they had so much power that it should be difficult to stop. But continuously, we can stop them. It might take some time. It might take some effort. The truth of the matter that a consensus is that, look, these illegalities have held us back for too long. And we are paying a huge price. I'll give it a second.
No, but you are taking the narrative to somewhere else, though.
Where did I take it to?
No, what we're saying is that this Zamfara gold is not being reported to the Commonwealth of Nigeria. It's being held either by power brokers within that space and certainly by the state government as well, because we have no recordings of gold bars being mined in Zamfara and deposited in the Nigerian central bank.
Those ones that were presented to Buhari, where were they deposited?
Well, no, those were for sure. Now I'm not. I don't know where they were.
Because
all right,
look, there was a narrative at all. Yeah. No, okay. If you think so, that's fine.
Bishop, you don't get what one man is talking about.
What's he talking about?
The welfare of the gold is going through the manual, just more people.
That's what I'm saying. No. Listen. No, you are twisting it around now. Sorry. No, you have just twisted. No. You have just twisted it around, and that's not fair. Let me say it again. Why I came in was when he said it like it was an official thing that Zamfara gold is for Zamfara people and Niger Delta oil is for Commonwealth. Like it was a deliberate thing by the federal government. I'm saying that what is going on in Zamfara is an illegality. It is not like the government deliberately is mining. No, it's less than 1% of the people that are benefiting from it. Just like less than 1% of the people in the Niger Delta are the
All
ones
right.
But
that are
All right.
involved. Let
shouldn't
me
be.
land now. Let me land now.
No,
Let me
you've
land
made
now.
it. You've said it
I've
three
not been. No,
times.
no, no. You are coming.
Yeah.
You are cutting me
Okay.
in between this stuff.
Land it.
Just like about 1% of the people in the Niger Delta are the ones involved in the illegal crude oil theft or whatever you want to call it. And so it is not like a commercial. It is a problem that must be faced as it is today. Everything that is going, majority of the things that is going on there is illegal. Look, there are illegal mining of gold in
All right.
Malaysia. I don't know if you know about that one. There are illegal mining of gold in
No,
Malaysia.
we know, and it's the Fulanis doing it as well. But
In
I think you
Malaysia.
are missing the
In Malaysia.
yes, and the Chinese. It's the Fulanis and the Chinese. But I think you are missing the wider point that is being made.
Can I interject one man?
Yes, come in, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, I think I want to agree with you, one man, that I want to agree with your statement that all the Niger Delta is used for common good of Nigeria, while that Samfara gold is kept for some people for some reason. The reason why I'm saying this is that you see that Samfara have not done anything to legally have, or maybe to legally have international mining investors in their state to mine those gold. That of Osun State, Governor Oyetola, Otedola, what is his name, Baba?
Oyetola.
During his
Osun State, sorry,
Osun State. Yeah, no, Osun State. Oyetola of during
Osun, Adeleke. Oh, okay, former governor.
During his
within that short period of time of 4 years, he successfully invited miners from Zimbabwe, to start mining that gold officially for the common good of the country. So, you see, there's nothing stopping Samfara from doing the same thing, but they don't want to do it because some people enjoy looting the resources of the country for their own good, for their own personal, and selfish good, and not for the good of the generality of the country. So if Oyetola was able to, invite investors, experienced investors, miners rather, from Zimbabwe to do this, why can't they do it? So I agree with you, one man, that yes, resources in the
you see, Ajanle Koko, if the figures that Falana is quoting, and he's quoting it from a minister of state, if those figures, $9 billion annually,
that is what they were able to capture.
Yes,
it could be more than that.
It's certainly more than
said
that.
It's a bogus figure, even if
No,
it's not close.
Don't mind Kulata. Kulata doesn't.
Even if it's not bogus, if it's not lucrative, they won't be mining. So,
I mean, if a minister can say that they have
Ajanle Koko, if we are talking about that level of money, even if it's half, let's say $5 billion, that's sufficient enough for the government to put a security cordon around that space and then take ownership of those gold mines and then either license it, but certainly a lot of that gold should be going into the central bank to back up our economy. But they look the other way, and then Matawale will come and present trinkets to Malam Buhari, and he will say, it's so good, and that's it. But in the Niger Delta now, they put guns around there, put gunboats around there, they're killing them all over the place and taking the oil and gifting themselves all blocks. It's just the double standards, isn't it?
Your statement is, you are very, very correct with your position, and I don't see why we cannot call spade a spade. That is what exactly that is happening, one man. They don't want to do it, they don't want to. It's not that they don't have the capacity to do it, but they don't want to do it because some selfish, big people in that part of the country are involved in that looting of that thing. And do you know that they are so blessed that they don't have to dig too deep to even dig out this gold.
I mean, what would it even take to mine
In
gold?
that place, that of Elisha, they have to dig deep, like maybe 800 meters down the earth to reach it. But this one, you don't have to dig deep. There are some situations they said maybe sometimes when it rains, they will see gold. You know,
and the amount of environmental displacement that they've done in that
washing away, you will see gold washing away when it rains heavily.
That
so
is the problem.
What are we talking? And that quality of that gold, and that gold they said is even quality than the gold that Ghana used to make to make money.
They are flying these fish to Dubai, to the gold souks in Dubai.
It's unfortunate, man. The leaders in that country.
Do you think Dele Alake? Do you think Dele Alake will be able to take this on? Well, would it be too big for him?
Well, it depends on the president.
There's the president
any minister can do. It depends on if the president put a weight behind him and said, "Look, this is what I want you to do," and give him all the resources to achieve it. It will do it. It will do it successfully. It will stop it.
And I think that's the reason why he was appointed in the first place anyway. Because Tinubu must have seen the potential in that sector and say, you know what, I need somebody who will be my eyes and ear that will be reporting to me directly so that we can get hold of this and make money. You know, Tinubu is someone that have eye for opportunity where money can come in. So every avenue, everywhere that when the money can come in, you'll be looking for it. You know, I think that's the reason why he put at least Adela Lake to set that industry up and just put it on the pedestal whereby, you know, it becomes a money making machine instead of just going into the hands of just few individuals. But I think that's a good move. But it's just disheartening that, you know, we're now seeing that coming into, you know, seeing that on social media now and all that. It's very, very disheartening. But that's that about that. And speaking about the Undersecretary of African and Foreign Affairs, something like that, you know, visited Tinubu. I think did you talk about that story, Wama?
Yeah, Molly Fee. It says U.S. President Biden invites African leader President Tinubu to exclusive UNGA meeting. So that was the message delivered by the UN envoy, the U.S. envoy Molly V. Or Fee or whatever. That's her, isn't it? So that's the message delivered that Biden especially wants to have a private meeting with Tinubu in the course of that UN meeting.
So the question is, why is Biden interested in seeing Tinubu or talking to Tinubu now? You know, that's the question we should be asking ourselves.
Okay, speculate.
You see, American and their interests, economic and political interests. You know, they're trying to find an ally in Tinubu. This is common among the international community. You have to find a friend. You know, now it seems the Sahel region is out of the equation, so you have to find much more stronger ally, you know, down in the south that can help you, you know, to.
Do you think they are trying to build up Nigeria militarily so that they'll be the power hub in that West African sub-region?
Do you know what we have now?
And also, Adeola is suggesting is also part of the BRICS narrative as well.
I don't think Nigeria will ever forgo the relationship they've had with America and trying to be with this BRICS countries. First and foremost, I don't believe in that BRICS. It's just
it's going to collapse now.
Bunch of countries coming together. Yes, they are trying to, you know, build this coalition so that they can make it look the optics, so that they will look as if, you know, they've tried this before and it never works because some of these countries still revert back to petrodollars and all that. So to me, it's just a propaganda. Look at Russia. I call it Soviet Union. Ever since Putin became prime minister, he's been trying to build that coalition back. Even though if he could not get his old what do you call it, Soviet Union, he's been trying to at least have countries that are allies and all that. Since the United States of America is completely against them and sanctions for every nooks and corner and all that. So and South African president should watch it, because at the end of the day, what if things doesn't work out? So I was on the Twitter spirit where somebody was trying to narrate how the BRICS is going to work, how they will trade in their own currency and all that.
That can never work, by the way, because how can you trade in localized currencies? Let's say, for instance, I'm Nigeria, I'm wanting to trade with you, Zimbabwe. You denominate your currency to as 1,000 to the. They will still have to come to a dollar price in order to harmonize. So unless the BRICS create their own currency, you cannot trade in local currencies now, because there's a chasm between the value of those local currencies internationally. It's just a nonsense.
The biggest thing American export the most after democracy is technology. So tell me that country among the BRICS that is into technological advancement and all that. They don't, apart from Russia though. And China, yeah, to some extent. But for how long can they continue with the with that? So, like you said, your theory checked out, because I believe that we can't trade with local currency, except they're going to adopt one. But that will, how long it takes to.
They will have to create a currency. That's what they'll have to do.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, or trying to trade among each other and any other sympathetic ally that want to, join them. But I don't think any serious country will want to do that, especially those that have had a relationship with, the Western world and all that. What would be the reason why? I know the China, and Russia are actually the arrowhead of this, but if you look at the Africa, South Africa, and Ethiopia, is Ethiopia the biggest economy in Africa? So
it's quite mystifying, some of the countries that they've added onto that list. Apart from Saudi Arabia, which you can see is a power base, both in terms of the space he holds.
Saudi Arabia joining too?
No, Saudi Arabia is joining. Saudi Arabia, Iran, Ethiopia, and then some other set of ridiculous, Egypt. So apart from
Dubai,
UAE as well. Apart from Saudi Arabia, there's no argument. There's no coherent argument.
Sorry. I don't buy the narrative that Africa cannot trade on your local currency. What do you think Asians are trading with? Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Japan, Malaysia.
That's regional. It's not
regional. Every state here, Japan traded in Malaysia, we trade on Japan to Malaysia ringgit. Japan trade in Singapore, we trade on Japanese yen.
Okay. How do they establish the value of the good?
Whatever you want in Japan, the Malaysia pay the price in their ringgit.
But how do they establish the value?
If
you are trading across two currencies, how do you establish the value?
Japanese already has a fixed value on their goods, on their currency. So you come up with your currency that will match up to the price. I don't know why we are taking a rocket science of this.
They establish the value of that currency based on its dollar value. No,
those are the people.
Can you hold on?
Okay.
Not that they're going to trade it in
not that they're going to even bank in.
Hold on, Dewale. Not that they are going to be trading the goods in dollars. No, they'll still trade it in the local currency, but based on the dollar value of it. So the dollar will be the denominator, as it will be with the BRICS narrative as well. So that's what makes it a nonsense.
Yeah, well, fair enough, but if England they're fixing their goods, they don't fix the British pounds on dollar. Their goods value is on British pounds. Then anybody that's coming from Europe buy on the price. This country,
it's on a dollarized. Look, all transactions are based on across national transactions are based on dollarized values.
Okay,
that's the denominator. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So we are saying that it can never be broken. The hegemony can never be broken at all. That's what you are saying, right?
It can be broken, but BRICS have to create a currency. That's what they have to do. Okay. They have to create a currency, and then that will be the conduit. Yeah.
I understand your explanation. Let's wait.
To build to have the dollar being the what do you call it?
Denominator.
Yeah, the common factor is because for a very long time, it takes a lot. And I was saying earlier, among the big shot among the BRICS, China, Russia, and you say Russia, Saudi Arabia, and UAE now joining. What has South Africa got to contribute? What do they export? What does the Ethiopia going to export? What do they export? I think it's go deeper than just forming a economic alliance and all that. I think there's some other political undertone to this. And if you look at those countries coming together, sometimes I just wonder. I mean, people that are saying that Nigeria should join for what? What do we intend to gain? Forgo our former allies and go with that because we want to. We will not, in as much as we are not even, even if we join today, and we have economic relationship with all those countries, what do we intend to buy from them? Apart from China, okay, maybe so occasionally we buy from Russia, technology, weaponry, and all that. Other than that, there's no other things we gain from them. So, what is the point of joining them? Anyway, that's about that. So, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing that Biden is interested in having tete-a-tete with the president. But at least they can talk and see how the two countries can come together and or United States perhaps can help the country, and with the foreign investment will go a long way. And I think with the government, American government, putting words for, it will go a long way.
All right.
By the way, I sent you a screenshot. Did you see that screenshot?
No, I saw it yet. I'll pass it to Thomas. That's more Thomas's sort of something that that's more for Thomas than me.
Inflation is everywhere.
Inflation is everywhere. That's good. The price of every commodity has gone up. Let me see. I'll look for it actually. I'll flash it up, but that's more Thomas's sort of a space than mine. Let's take the conversation to get going.
For those who wondering what we're talking about, I would like if one man can display so that we can see.
Yes, let me see if I can. I'll look for it and I'll bring it up. It's the hint is that the price of everything has gone up, and they say the price of everything has gone up, but the only price of everything going, the only one that bothers Dewale is the one that is yes. The only one that bothers Dewale is this one. No. This is it. This is what Dewale wants us to discuss. It says subsidy removal. One round now goes as low as 500 naira. Commercial sex workers are meant low patronage. So it's Christmas for you now, Dewale. Ọtí àti obìnrin kò sí nǹkan méjì tó rò ní ẹ lọ ọtí àti obìnrin kò pàtà.
Inflation tó káàdì wọn bẹ̀ Dewale.
Every subject has a silver lining. That's the silver lining for Dewale.
But charge more if you go to Nigeria, so just be loaded, okay? It's a good information to pass across one man.
No, they're not saying is the prices have reduced. That's what they're saying. They says, I don't know how much was 1 round. You would know. It says 1 round now goes for as low as 500 naira. Commercial
We know how much they are charging. How much are they charging, Adewale?
How much was the charge before, Adewale?
He has already brought this forward.
Our correspondent from Allen Avenue.
500 naira. So you divide that with 750 Nigeria currency.
Look at that.
You know how much it costs.
But that's amazing, actually. Sex for less than $1. That's what they're saying, for less than $1. My God, it's not that you promote anything, but that's actually quite a thing, you know. So who is even paying?
Something is still cheap in Nigeria, you know.
You see, I feel of paronure, you know. All right, let's see if BT is ready for us, or if it's not, then we'll go to Ajanle Koko. BT. All right, I think BT may be on duty. Let's go to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, this meeting, actually, what's caught your attention in the news cycle? Ajanle Koko, let's start it from there. Ajanle Koko. All right.
One man. Maybe you want to take me on your talking point today.
All right. Let's kick it off then. You are the only African leader Biden wants to meet at UNGA. U.S. envoy tells Tinubu. So I think this is the culmination of all of the both reformist moves that is making in terms of rebalancing the Nigerian economy and the assertion of Nigeria's authority as a superpower within the West African sub-region. So I think all of those things, they seem to chime well with the Western world. And Biden wants to strategize, I think, with Tinubu. So what are you then making then of the exclusive tete-a-tete, as Adewale put it, between Agbado and the handshake from America? Imagine
the fallen hero in America.
Imagine two handshakes they want to meet. Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man Nigeria is that statement indicate that Nigeria is gradually becoming a strategic partner to United States in Africa. There is one country that we know that is a strategic partner to United States in Africa. Number one, that is Egypt. What Egypt represents in relationship with Israel. So as long as Egypt continue to have a friendly relationship with Israel, they will continue to enjoy United States good friendship and good partnership. You may wish to know that Egypt, on yearly basis, maybe United States give them a grant in so many fronts: economic grant, military grant. You know that. You know. Represent several, I mean, maybe going to like $5 billion. So we don't get grant like that because Egypt is a strategic partner to them in Africa. So they give such grant to Egypt. So Nigeria, I think they are looking for more partnership, and they have indicated that in what they are trying to do in Nigeria. With their efforts to build the largest embassy in the world in Nigeria. So that is telling us that United States have, recognized, or they have identified something in us that we don't know yet. Even maybe some official in government doesn't know. They have seen something in that country, something of the future, and they believe as quick as they have a strong relationship with us, a strong and strong infrastructure on the ground, they can easily tap into that good thing that will come our way in the future. So, for a diplomat to tell Tinubu that the president of the United States would like to have, would like to have a meeting with you, special meeting with you, different from other leaders in Africa. It's showing to us that we are gradually stepping to that. We are moving towards becoming their strategic partner in Africa. And that
do you think they are going to arm us militarily? Because for any of this to have any meaning, we have to be strong militarily. And the best way to become, the quickest way, maybe not the best, but certainly the quickest way to become strong militarily is when, if you are armed up by the Americans. So do you think they're going to weaponize us?
Well, for America to weaponize a country, to be a very strong military, to establish a very strong military partnership with the country, you must have something to give for it. It won't come free. It won't come on just, oh, we like you.
To counterweight the growing Russian and Chinese influence, which is cutting deep into Africa.
A lot of things we have to sacrifice our sovereignty for that, because if you want to have a strong military backing by United States for you, then you have to let them have base in your country. And I think that is not good enough for us to allow them to have their military base in Nigeria. And that totally means that we have lost our sovereignty. We are incapable of securing our country, and them only them can secure our country for us. That is not good for us. It shows that we are smart people individually, but as a country we are dumb. So I will not subscribe to them having military base there on the ground that, oh, we want to defeat what do you call it?
No, not necessarily having military base, but selling us just countless weapons, all the necessary weapons we need. Yeah.
Wama, America will not send you any weapon. And you would have asked, how is it going for Ghana that they put base there? America supported Ghana ever since to spite Nigeria. How is it going for them? Now they're already complaining that the base should leave. They said their base is the best part of Ghana. What I mean, best part of Ghana, where their mineral reserve is, and you cannot go there and question them or anything. So in your own country, you can even go to certain areas. America having base in Nigeria is not a good thing for us at all. It's not what we wish for.
No, nobody is saying base. So I was saying weapons. A bit like you know how we struggle to buy the Tucano jets.
Yeah, so America will not give you their weapon without their base, because if you give you their weapon, you end up in Russia.
They sell weapons now. They sell weapons.
Listen, what I mean weapon. You can expect them to put some surface ground to surface missile in Nigeria.
No. That's not
what we're asking for now.
We're saying to arm us up enough for us to be an assertive force within West Africa. So we're not saying they should be putting ballistic missiles and whatnot.
Yeah, that's one part of it.
It's just fighter jets now. What do you need to control Africa?
Okay, same with the fighter jet. It ends up in the hands of Russia. They copy the information, they improve on it and make a better one. So everybody protect their own interests,
No, but they sell these fighter jets all over the world. So
America don't sell fighter jets all over the world. They only sell to the strategic partner. Japan, Saudi Arabia. Very few people they sell to.
Turkey. They sell to Turkey.
Because America controls Turkey. They control Turkey.
The Saudis are The Saudis are in an alliance with the Russians in BRICS.
Now, yeah, they just want to move now. That's a big pool of contention. America does not sell their jets to the very few people they sell to. I think England, Saudis, Turkey, South Korea, Taiwan. Very few, and there's very strictly controlled because if you fall into
no, we know that, but they can sell to Nigeria too, is what I'm saying.
Nigeria corruption. Nigeria is not a stable country to put arms. It will fall off.
Saudi Arabia is a stable country.
Of course.
Hold on. Who are they afraid that the technology will fall in the hands of? They're afraid that it will fall in the hands of the Russians or the Chinese.
Any one of them.
Who are the closest allies of the Saudi side at the moment? That they've even formed together. These Russians and the what are you talking about?
Military warfare is different. It doesn't work like that, man. Geopolitics work one way. Military warfare works in a very different pattern. Nobody's a friend to nobody in that place. So those you have secured in all ramifications, all you deal with. Not other one that's coming with all that glitter is gold. See, the only drone that fell to Iran during the ISIS period, I think Bishop will know, is what Iran cloned today, becoming a drone master that Russia is using to take out most American air defense and tank. Not that giving the Nigerian weapon is the problem, but the problem is if the technology falls to the wrong side. From there, they will know the engineering know-how to make.
It's not a valid argument you are making, Bob Peace.
How do you think?
No, hold on. Their technology is already all over the world, and those technologies are in the hands of people that have close relationships with their biggest allies and rivals. So I don't think Nigeria is the game changer.
Correct. Point of correction. American technology is not all over everywhere in the world. It's only
all right. Make the point and let's move on. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And again, check how did China start making advanced fighter jet? Because they stole American technology through cyber attack. So these are the things you have to understand. You have to put there so many clause on it.
A lot that you don't understand, though. The technology, the sort of weaponry that America is going to sell to Nigeria is not cutting edge anything. These are something that will be a decade or two out of date. It's just sufficient enough to control the West African sub-region. So I'm not sure.
Okay. Let's put weapon aside. What I would like for them to talk about that will gladden my heart is to talk about how to improve Nigeria economy, manufacturing, sell us technology to build know how to build ourselves. Look, Japan just have
but all of that is in the conversation now. Those are the reforms that
we don't know the answer yet. But let's speak about the conversation we had just last week. America, so why they have a meeting with Japan President, Prime Minister, and Taiwan, and what was on table was it was 3 words. I forgot the last one. It was technology, infrastructure, and something else. Why can't they say that in Nigeria? Rather, they're talking about grants and aids and all that. That's never debate us.
Don't worry. They are not. The conversation has not taken place yet, and if you look at what Tinubu has been talking about. Tinubu and also Kashim Shettima, if you listen to his speech at the summit that they held in Russia and also in New York, all they are talking about is strategic partnering, working in collaboration to expand the Nigerian economy, which wraps around the language of investment and technology. So nobody is talking about grants. I think you are talking from the past.
Mohammed, it's not past. The vice president just left 3 months ago when he came to Africa. What was he talking about?
Who?
He was talking the camera when he came to Ghana and all that. What was he talking about? Was it not LGBT and grants? Did he say anything something meaningful to African leaders? So I'm not judging them on what I have not heard, but I'm judging them on their past, what we'll be seeing every day. So I don't think there's going to be anything new again. Because they take African leaders as something they can always work on to get their own interest. So, but I won't be surprised.
I don't think they do that. That's why I'm saying you may be talking from the past. If you go to the summit in France, and if you look at the interaction between President Ruto of Kenya and Macron, that he frontally confronted him that the money arrangements globally with the IMF and the World Bank being controlled by the West and all of the terms of relationship is not one that can sustain. He talked about creating a new global order, that the monetary system is more expansive to include other participants. So that's the language. And then if you look at what is happening in Niger, with them are wanting to take ownership of the uranium, chasing. So I don't think those carryovers from the past will carry to the future. That's just not.
Okay, I agree with you, but how is it going for Ghana? America control Ghana as recent. The economy is in shit. It's shambles. So let's see.
All right. All right. All right. Back to Ajani Koko.
Yeah. So Nigeria leadership should position themselves well, position the country well, so that United States and other advanced world can see us as a strategic partner in Africa, and they can move closer to us and use that opportunity to bring investment into Nigeria in so many areas of life, militarily, economically, and some other front. We should be able, our leaders should be positioning better. Look, this statement made by this woman or by this diplomat, can we really even believe this statement? I think I don't really believe that statement, because if you really want to treat somebody special, then you will have to invite that person. I mean, if you really want to treat a country special, then you have to invite the leadership of that country to your country on a personal, unofficial visit to your country, to United States, where the whole world, the media around the world will focus on that invitation of Nigerian leader to White House. And after meeting behind the closed door, then they can make official statement, to the press to tell us what they want to work together on, and the direction they want to take the relationship between the two countries. But if it is not happening like that, if you're saying, oh, you are the most important leader, you want to meet in a UN meeting, I think that's it. Just
Adanle, let me interject briefly. Why do we always have to look at the negative things? I mean, if he had said they are invited, just listen to me. If she had gone and invited other country leaders, maybe he has said this to the Ghanaian leader or South African leader or the Kenyan leader. Oh, we'll be saying they snub Nigeria. Oh, Nigeria is not relevant. Nigeria is not. We will not be looking at all this. Why do you always go this route? Look, listen. They know the reason. I mean, I'm not celebrating it. I don't see it as a big deal until after, when I see the outcome of it. But hey, if they said, I'm not even still believing. Maybe for now, that is the only first person they have extended invitation to, on the side of the UNGA to meet with the president. Maybe there will be others. But for whatever is what, we don't just belittle it that it's enough, even if it's not for anything. The fact that if he was not invited, they have invited South Africa, would have said, oh, Nigeria have been snubbed again, Nigeria have been ignored again. I'm sure we'll have been having that conversation. Now that he's been invited, let's wait for the outcome. Don't let us belittle it. For whatever is what, sometimes we just have to, even when we are on here, monkey no fire, mama like him. It is not Tinubu we are talking about here. It is Nigeria. For me, I find it a little bit strange that everything that has to do with Nigeria, we just want to denigrate it at all time. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Can people push the like buttons up, by the way? But certainly, I think it's a plus for Nigeria, Adanle Koko. And I think it's more an acknowledgement of Tinubu than Nigeria. So actually, who do you think they are extending to? Is it to Tinubu or to Nigeria?
one man has said this statement is not a statement worthy to be celebrated. And it's not to be celebrated because the president, we know the way they treat African leaders. They gather them together in one table and they talk to them, in group. They just talk because they regard them as nothing. These are countries that are not, except South Africa, these are countries that are not technologically advanced, scientifically advanced. They are not financially, they can't stand on their own financially. They are weak economy. So they just treat them like backward people. So if he's going to meet our president in United Nations, what a big deal. It's not a big deal because it's going to meet some other leaders there too. So to show to us that you really recognize our country and the effort that the current leadership are taking to turn things around for that country. If they really appreciate what Tinubu is doing and what Nigeria is doing, they need to invite our president to White House on official visit to United States, where our president we go alongside with top businessmen to engage with American investors and to see how they can woo them to Nigeria to invest in Nigeria economy. If they're not doing that, it's all garbage. You just want to meet with them and drink tea and just talk and they just leave. In United Nations, meeting them in United Nations headquarters does not constitute any meaningful engagement with us. It's just normal.
And you will still see him anyway when he's in the United Nations meeting. What's different?
What's the big deal? He's going to miss other African leaders too.
Excuse me. There's a whole lot. Hold on. There's a whole lot of difference. There is a whole lot. When you are meeting at the UNGA and people request for meeting on the side, bilateral meetings on the side of the UNGA, there's a big difference. A guest in the White House is a different thing, but request for a meeting on the side of the UNGA is not the same thing as the UNGA meeting. So if you are saying there's no difference, I completely disagree with you. Now, it might not be a big thing. Give me a second. I'm not saying it's a big thing that I want to carry on my head and be celebrating, but I'm not going to run it down. Absolutely. It might be a little win here and there. Maybe when they get there and they engage, it's going to pave way for some further discussions and conversations. We've had people that have come to UNGA, maybe out of 40, 50 other head of states or 100 that are there. The United States president requests to meet 2 or 3, maybe in Africa, 2. In Asia, maybe 1, maybe in other places, and we are just running it down. I'm not saying it's a big win like that to be celebrated.
It is a big win, no,
but it is a win. No, that's what I'm saying. It is a win.
Hold on, Bishop. Don't downplay it. It is a big win.
No, I'm not downplaying it. I'm not downplaying it. Please, I'm not.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it is a big win because they've narrowed down to Nigeria as the main African country that they want to have a conversation with. So that is to say that their key strategic partner in Africa is Nigeria, and they want to discuss their African positions with Tinubu. That's a big deal. A big deal.
Oh man.
Yes. You know what my mother always says, my mother always says, if you don't say I am, nobody will say you are. So say I am, so they can say you are.
Well, look, it is, for the optics it's good, it shows that, I mean, United States is showing recognition, of people in charge of Nigerian state now. But it's good, but it's not going to achieve much. I hope the president will use that opportunity to give an invitation letter to him, the President of the United States, to invite him to Nigeria, or the other way around, whichever way. Because now Tinubu is in a very, very, it is managing an economy that is completely down, an economy that cannot be managed by ourselves. It looks like it cannot be managed by ourselves, except by the assistance by the Western world, because we are in a serious financial debt. We have, the Western world debt around our neck. It's like a chain. They can twist it and they can knock us out. So what is the way out? We don't have the money. The inflation is killing the economy. The currency value is collapsing every day. So what is the way out now and for the future? So it is a good thing that we're going to meet him, but the president of Nigeria now should be able to position Nigeria well, so that this meeting can achieve a better deal for Nigeria, not what do you call it? Not bread and butter and tea meeting, just as the way that we know they've been doing. So it is no more bread and butter. It is the time for hard work. So Nigeria have the potential, but how well are we tapping into that potential? And corruption that we see that is ravaging that country, particularly that being perpetrated by the government official, is so bad that, even foreign investors and they are scared of doing business with Nigeria. And government of Nigeria are not showing any effort that they are fighting corruption. They are not showing it. It's just what you saw, the one you read, that Nuru Badu said we are still losing 400,000 barrels of oil to theft.
Yeah, but I don't know the carryovers from the previous regime. I think we are seeing activities that they are trying to tame that area. All these illegal refineries always being blown up. Countless, just every other week, we're seeing ships being fighter bombed. So they're trying to address it. Surely.
Look, how many people have they brought on trial
in 2 months? In 2 months.
Are they telling us they don't know them? How many people
have they brought in 2 months? Settle down, Pansat. Are you on day release, Pansat? Where's your nurse? Tell your nurse to give us a wave. Are you on day release? Look at this guy. Where's your nurse?
You said you can interject. Let me interject for a minute.
But
you don't interject for a minute. You go on an epistle whenever you interject.
No. I promise you this time. I go for a minute or two.
You will interject.
Let Ajale Koko land then.
One man. How many people have they brought on trial? How many people have they shown on TV as people that are responsible for this looting? Look, you can't be blowing up this thing every day and you don't catch people to say these are the thieves that are looting our resources. These are the economic saboteur of our country.
Ajan Lekoko, let me ask you a question. Why has Tinubu not found the cure to cancer? It's been there for 2 months. Why has he not found the cure to cancer? Why?
What do you mean?
That shows his level, the level of his incompetence now. It's been there for 2 whole months. He's not found the cure to cancer.
No. What
Yeah.
Look, one man. Hold on. Let me say this. They are on the ground. And even the idea of blowing up this crude is just nonsensical. I don't like it. Is it an effort to cover up, how do I say it? To cover up some evidence? Why? This is our crude that have been looted. Why are you blowing it up? Why can't we take it back? Why can't we recover it and take them to storage? Why blowing up ship? Ship already loaded. Why blowing it up? I mean, look, common sense will tell us that something not right is going on. People that knows, particularly people from the foreign land, investors that look at the way they're bombing. Where are the people? Who are the people responsible? Why are they not punishing them? Why waste? It's a waste of resources, waste of effort. Why must you blow up the looted barrel of oil? Why not recover them and take them to our storage for shipment?
Hold on, Bishop.
I don't get the rationale.
I think Pansat wanted to interject.
I don't get the rationale behind this bombing and burning of these looted resources. I don't get the rationale behind it. I don't get it. It shows that they are doing it to cover up some how do I say it? To cover up some things so that we can't get the fact right. We say, oh, they bombed that place. How can you blow a product that is still useful for us? Why must it be blown up? That's a question to that. One man, let me yield for Pansat.
Pansat, no, you don't hate to interject. You interject everybody, but I was watching I was watching Mike's session back just yesterday, and I saw some little kid called UFC slapping you around. So I think we found the clip. I mean, if you misbehave, I'll go and look for him and tell him to come and give you a bit. He was slapping you. I couldn't stop laughing. He gave you a thorough beating. I think we have not found the So let's hear from you.
That's true. But anyway, like I said, I hate to interject. I agree with him, but just before he started making that obvious point, I mean, it's obvious. I don't even see anybody arguing the contrary, right? But one man, you said it's a big deal. You were telling Bishop that it's a big deal that Tinubu has been recognized by the United States as their go-to place for strategic stuff in Africa, and that's true. But for who? For Tinubu, yes, it's a win in the sense that his only thing he's looking for is legitimacy. So,
you are still there? Are you still there?
No, I'm saying he would do it.
Yeah, you are still.
They could tell him they could say get on your knees and he would do it because
you know that this platform has moved on from the Peter Obi space. You notice that we don't do a lot of Peter Obi anymore. We've moved on from that space.
You have, and I applaud that, by the way. That's not a joke.
So don't take us back there. Don't take us to the legitimacy and whatnot.
You cannot. That's not what I'm doing. I never did that even when you were doing it. But in a discussion, a serious discussion such as this, there's no limits. There's nothing off the table. Everything's on the table. Because in advanced countries, that national security, our national security is at risk because you have somebody like Tinubu, illegitimate.
No, we don't want to go there. We're talking about a different topic. I've told you already. We don't want to do Peter Obi, please now.
Hold on, let me land. You are the only one mentioning Peter Obi. I didn't mention.
Is that not the undertone?
No, just hear me out. I'm gonna be here for 1 minute, right? I've come here to do something else. But I'm saying to you that yes, for him, for what he's looking for, America working with him is a big win for him, but it's really horrible for Africa. It's horrible for our country. It puts out, see, these countries, United States, one big one, France, United Kingdom, they've mastered how to deal with countries' interests and take it away and put it on their own side. And that's what they're doing here, right? When they've got him and he's gonna go fighting in Niger or doing all kinds of things, that is why. If you had a legitimate person who is absolutely
all right,
right?
all right. Thank you, Pastor.
So,
No. You're not going to. Don't degenerate the conversation.
Okay,
I'm not going to allow you to degenerate it. Yeah.
Okay, let me say something before I go, which is in the line of the kind of discussion you like to have. This is for Thomas.
No, we're trying to elevate the conversations here. By the way, Pansat. So we are not going to be allowing anymore for it to be taken down to the lowest denominator. We have moved away from the Peter Obi nonsense and your mandate and your legitimacy. We're talking about governance. Hold on. We're talking about governance and Nigeria's strategic positioning and Tinubu's performance or lack thereof. So we're not doing Peter Obi anymore. It's so passe. It's gone.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. You've said that twice now. Like I said, I'm done with that topic. I've made my point.
All right, carry on.
I did not mention Peter Obi in my conversation, and I seldom do. But in leaving, I want to admonish Thomas. I saw where he's soliciting for super chats, and it's embarrassing to see him make errors. But in this case, I don't know if it's typographical error or intuitive error made typographically. So, Thomas, when you say, every time, this is a rule of thumb in grammar, right? When you say, where is the super, then you have to go super chat.
No, it was caught between two. No. You are not the grammarian here. I am. It was caught between two thoughts, and that is what is reflecting. So where's the super chart, or where are the super charts? So he was caught between two thoughts, and that's what reflects there. Thomas is an engineer, if you may not know, but you know that.
So it was an intuitive. It was not an intuitive error intuitively. Is that
no? It was caught between two thoughts, as reflects on there. Anybody that knows language knows that.
Very well. Okay, carry on.
Oh, all right. Back to your agenda. Oh, all right. Did you not say you were going to cook for us with your Instagram bot, babe?
That was
what happened to that?
You didn't have a show. I looked for you. I did a nice cookout, but you were nowhere to be found.
No, I was just explaining. I had to drive my mom to the airport, Oh,
okay. You have a good excuse, but don't put it on me. It's you. You were
all right. All right. Next time you purchase another girl on Instagram, please do let us know.
In action. But we do it next weekend.
All right, brilliant. Well, where you are out and about. Where are you off to? Are you just enjoying the sunshine? Oh, it's gone. All right, back to your Janle Coco.
Okay, so I hope that President Tinubu can make good use of this meeting and propose a lot of things to him for common good of Nigeria. It is time for Nigeria to put forward to United States and the Western world and stand on their ground, a new relationship that will center on partnership and not master and servant relationship that we've been playing along all this while. It is time to put an end to it. We cannot continue like that and think we can develop. We will never develop if we continue on this style of relationship that we'll be playing with the West. It is time to be partnership and let us, continue to enjoy this partnership together and not master and servant, because you have seen what BRICS has constituted. BRICS is telling us that they cannot continue to allow the dominance of the West on all fronts that drive this world, on all fronts, economical, military, everything. They don't want it. They think there should be balancing, and they are grouping together, to check this dominance and bring rebalancing in economic activity of the world. So Nigeria as well, that remains at the middle. Nigeria remains at the middle, not joining the BRICS, not doing this. Nigeria should be able to use its non-alliance status to negotiate for the best with the West. Otherwise, it is time to join the BRICS as well. There's nothing stop us from joining the BRICS because our partnership with the West, what much have we really gained if we really want to put it down and, take a look at how much have we gained? How much have we gained, technologically, scientifically, and in other fronts that, they can make us better. How much have we gained? So it is time for Tinubu to show leadership and to propose to them new way of relationship for both of us to carry along, and in a partnership status and not master and servant relationship, which will put an end to that. That's my take on that.
All right, Daniel Coco, let me play you this clip and then invite your response to it. It's only 50 seconds.
I could see our chief host, the landlord of Abuja, stake at it. I want to ride on your metro line. If I ask for free land, don't give me. But deliver the metro line for the good and the greatest number of Nigerians.
Making of that. That's yeah.
What is he saying there? I didn't catch it well.
It was essentially giving Wike targets to achieve, and he is telling him that welcome and settle in, but immediately and very quickly create a mass transit metro line within Abuja that I would like to ride on in the first course of this administration. So is setting deliverables for Wike, and is setting it as high as the metro line.
That is good. I like what Tinubu has done to come out publicly to give a marching order to Wike, marching order to achieve what they think that will make Abuja a modern city. A modern city, a city that we can all be proud of. So this action is showing me that Tinubu is going to support, give all the resources to Wike to achieve, what he's telling him to achieve. And Wike have been a man that, an action man, have indicated on the first day in office that, look, he's not going to tolerate nonsense. He wants Abuja master plan to be effected, and he said he will do everything to achieve it. He mentioned about this metro land. Wike said it, that can you imagine we have a city like this, doesn't have no metro? Wike said it that day, that whatever he can do, that, I mean, he said that we should have metro line in Abuja. Wike said it. And we could talk about people that are hawking and doing all sort of have garages, this motor park everywhere. He said he will not tolerate it. And any land that, that have been pending for years that is not used, he said they will recover the land. He said a lot of things that he want to achieve. So, but Tinubu now coming out to say he would like to see metro line in Abuja is showing that it's area of interest. He wants infrastructure to be built in Abuja to make Abuja a modern city, a city that can rival with any cities around the world. So I think that is what I like. I like what he has done. It is good. It's good for him as the head, as the president of Nigeria. It's good for Wike as well, because Wike will use this. Don't be surprised if tomorrow you see Wike will come out and say, "Look, Mr. President, this the way Wike talk." So it's good for Wike too. And
I'm almost getting excited at the possibilities of because one thing that everybody concedes is that Wike is a builder and a doer and an achiever, and equally a lot of people give some of those attributions to Tinubu as well. So what they can transform Abuja into and how quickly is something that we have to monitor.
Look, one man, you see, to build, once the fund is available, it is easy to build. It can take some time, but once fund is committed into it and contractors are there working, it's a matter of time, and we are blessed with good weather. It's not like here that you see summer season, and sometimes
4 months is out to the snow.
4 months. I mean, no, we are blessed with good weather all year, except during the rainy season that we can plan. It's just the commitment of resources into it. We can look. When I remember a statement made by Bill Clinton when it came to Nigeria. I think the first time he came to Nigeria was in 1999 when he came to visit, when he came for the inauguration of Obasanjo. I think he was making a speech. In his speech, it was, he acknowledged the beautiful state of Abuja. He said, "I'm happy to be here in this beautiful city of Abuja." And that to tell us that he saw something that make him, he saw the beauty that, of how that city look like. So we can make that place better. If I believe Wike is said it, whatever and the president is backing him, let's wait. In the next 2-3 years, Abuja will transform into, we are going to see a very new good infrastructure springing up here and there in Abuja. So I hope the president will commit fund into it, and Wike can go ahead, because Wike said he's not going to be sit in the office, FTC, this thing. He said he will be on the field to monitor what they are doing.
They were putting up posters all over Abuja. Welcome, Wike. He told them to take it all down. All those Cinco fancy sort of. He told them to take it all down.
Yes, I mean, I like what Tinubu did by, making this statement. It's showing that he wants to see Abuja transform into a modern city that we have all those infrastructure, that can make that city a modern city that can be compared with any other city in the world. We cannot allow government should act responsibly. This is the job for them to do. They should do it. They should not just, it shouldn't be, look, corruption kills. If corruption doesn't build, it is time for them to just stop it. And I hope Tinubu and Wike Tinubu can support Wike to get to work immediately and start building Abuja and make it look in the original way it is designed to look. We all want to see our country look good. We want to see things work in our country. We travel to many places around the world, and you just get there. You don't even need to ask people for anything. You don't need to ask them for anything. You just go on your phone and just take, and you will get your direction, and you can get a train from one place to the other. Nigeria should be like that, and particularly the seat of power.
Especially Abuja and Lagos. Abuja and Lagos should be a beacon in that country.
For what? Why must we look so backward and like every other places you go in some other places?
When you land at Muritala Mohammed International Airport, it's like traveling back in time. You come from Heathrow and then you land at Muritala. It's like you've traveled back in time.
Don't say it. It just
the heat, even the toilet. Do you have to pay for tissue paper in the toilet? Unbelievable sort of. Oh God!
It's not. It's not good. I don't know what is wrong with this. Corruption is bad. So I like what Tinubu have done, coming out to make this statement. Wike, I think he will be very happy, and I think Wike will do something. It's not just. It doesn't say for infrastructure that Wike built in that city, the way you transform Port Harcourt and Rivers State, it might not be enough for some people, but at least in Port Harcourt, every people that have been there recently said, man, it's like they are in a different place. It's not like the old Port Harcourt that they used to know. So he has done his best. Look at recently, the new governor that took over from him, based on the template that Wike left, they just awarded the contract, about 190 billion contract of road of maybe, is it not almost 100 kilometers? I can't remember, but it's almost 100 kilometers that cut across about 6 local governments. 6 local governments. Imagine that stretch of road, dualized road that we cut across 6 local governments, and they already paid 150 billion out of 190 billion, and they awarded it to Julius Berger. Wike said, I want the best quality job that can stand the test of time, that can last long.
I think they've paid a lot of the money up front as well.
Yeah, he said he paid them 150. How can you get 150 out of 190 and you will kick to work? You will kick to work immediately. Because the fourth, that even 150 already settled everything for them. He's taking care of everything. That 40, I think, is just a profit by the side for Julius Berger. When they have been paid, why wouldn't they work? And not a situation of paying them in piecemeal, every year budget, you paying nonsense, and as you do it every year, the prices of material and other things are going up, and they will keep inflating that contract figure up and up and up. So it's Wike. I believe he will do a good job if the president give him that strong backing to achieve result. Obasanjo did the same to Buhari. Rufai that we celebrate today, that he did well as FTC governor. What did they call it? FTC governor. It was because
Minister.
FTC minister, rather. It was because Obasanjo was strongly behind him. Obasanjo gave him all the go-ahead. Do whatever you want to do to change the face of this city and make it look in such a way that it should look according to the plan of that is already put on the ground for the city.
Ajande Koko, do you think they should change that appellation from a minister to a mayor? Because it's a tiny little city, and a mayor seems more the appropriate appellation than a minister. Do you think it should just be the and it has more cachet, it has more resonance, has more ceremony than just a minister? Do you think the person that oversights Abuja should actually be called a mayor?
I don't think so. I think it should be left as minister, because when you say mayor, it's now below ministerial status. So you don't want to bring Abuja down below like that because it's going to work in. I don't think what they are doing now as a minister is for federal government to continue their funding of Abuja and building Abuja, because Abuja is not yet built to where it's supposed to be. It's a work in progress. So federal government own Abuja, and federal government is trying to continue to build Abuja. So if you bring it to mayor is of the same level with local government chairman.
No.
He's the local government, our mayor here. The local government chairman we call mayor in America. So, so you don't want to bring it because federal government own that. Federal government own that city, and they want to continue to build it. I think that is why they have their minister, in charge that will oversee the building of that city. So I won't subscribe it to go down to mayor, but remain as minister and work effectively and build that city to international standard. That's my take there. Look at Bishop is trying to come in. Who's trying to say something?
Yeah, Bishop. Yeah, come in. And then I was coming to you anyway, Bishop, but come in. Yeah.
Okay, I was just going to say that mayor is just for a city. Abuja is not a one city location. There are several cities in Abuja. Mayor is even lower than the local government chairman, because the mayor is just in charge of one city.
London has a mayor.
London is just one city.
London is bigger than Abuja.
Well, it might be bigger, but it's still one city. Abuja has several metropolis. We have
London has several. So London has several metropolis. It has several boroughs.
Boroughs. Well, I don't know how it is here, but a mayor is for a city. Anyhow, I just felt as
Abuja is a city. Abuja is a city.
No, Abuja is not one city. Abuja is not one city. Gwangwadana is not part of Abuja. Karimi is not. So, but don't just go there. I just want to say I should chip in that one. Abuja is not one city.
No. All those people, all those places that you are saying, they are boroughs within the wider Abuja metropolis.
Okay. And also on the wiki,
just like Brixton or Hendon, okay, or Bexley or
on
whatever.
On the wiki space, it's okay. We appreciate the little that Wike had contributed.
Hold on, Bishop. Let Ajande Koko round off, and then I'll come to you.
No, I thought he did already.
Yeah. No. Ajande Koko, have you landed?
No, I was going to interject on what he said. That was the two interjections I had. Except you want to speak me short.
No, I don't want to cut you short, but I wanted to come to you anyway.
So, I think for the reason that the federal government want to continue the building of Abuja, they've not completed the building. They are still following their lay down plan. They are still, carrying out that job. That is still work in progress. So they have not. Maybe in the future, maybe that's going to happen. Maybe they're going to surrender it to maybe governorship or mayor, like you're saying. I don't know. But for now, the federal government is still committed to building that thing. So that's why they have FTC minister that can carry that job out for the federal government. So that's my take on that one. So
all right, brilliant.
thank you.
So all right, so to you, Bishop, come in.
Yes, as I was saying, I was going to make a quick submission or interjection on the weekly. I really support that Tinubu should give him all the necessary support. I am happy about that, to inject some, semblance of good governance into and development into Abuja. But using rivers and the road that was just awarded to Julius Baja and the upward payment of 150 out of 190 billion, it's like we are using two roads in Nigeria. I'm sure the same thing would not have been said if Lagos State had approved the fourth mainland bridge and paid over 75% of the total amount without bidding process, single-handedly just choose a contractor. The State of Assembly did not have an input. And I said this here some times ago, that what Wike did in Rivers will not be able to do in Abuja. I'm coming.
To say that, the State Assembly doesn't have input. Who approved that?
I know, I'm telling you, all the contracts that Wike...
You want to say there's no allocation?
You can go and do your research. It is what Wike...
Officially, there must be an approval. There must be an appropriated fund. There must be appropriated fund for this by the state.
Oh my God!
With the approval of the assembly, they can't just be spending money like that now. I understand what you are saying, but they will have done it in accordance to the law, even though it is a rubber stamp assembly, but they will have done it in accordance to the law that the assembly must approve.
Which law in Rivers State? Law of procurement that says you can pay a contractor 75% or 80%. Wike used to boast that he paid Julius Baja 100% before. Which law supports that? Nobody is challenging.
No. Which law does not? Which law does not? Which law forbids it?
There is a law that forbids it. There's a law that the Procurement Act, how you pay the mobilization, it's the statutory law. People that are on the space can confirm that. When you award, the process of awarding after a competitive bidding in national bidding, I'm coming now.
Don't quote law. When will come running in.
Let him come now. The law prescribes the payment, so you cannot. There is a mobilization. Let him come.
It was according to section 144 of the 144.
Anyhow, let's just to put it there. That look, the kind of what do you call it now? Total control that Wike has. It might not be able to, but I'll be happy if Tinubu gives in some little bit of leverage so that we can get things done. Because sometimes the bureaucracy and some of these laws, kind of stifle progress. Things that we can achieve in 1 month, they are still grappling with it in 6 months, in 1 year, in some instances. But we can use some extra judicial power to achieve some of the things he achieved. Most of the contracts, it is just at the whims and caprices of Wike. I want it at the Julius Baja, no competitive bidding. And that law, the law does not support that. But let's just leave that on the side. Let me say good evening afresh to every listener. I'm sure you're enjoying your weekend. Please click on the like button.
I'm not sure you can say the law does not support that, because the final approval of any contract is still at the behest of the state governor. So so ultimately he gets that final decision, which then tells you in some instances he might even get I
really am trying to avoid us going that rabbit hole so that we not waste time on that.
No, but
the
you
law,
cannot say something that is
the law subjects the governor to a procedure. It's just like say the president wakes up tomorrow and I was a contract. Just like that. Without, Buhari was able to do that because he created some other avenue of funding. Like if it has to be strictly by legislation and appropriation, second Niger bill wouldn't have gone. I mean, Fashola himself said that the body he created by law was infrastructural development, whatever. I can't remember the acronym now. That Fashola was referencing was what helped them to be able to achieve. What I'm saying is that if some other governors had done what Wike did in Rivers State, we'll be crying, we'll be due process was not followed, this was not done, this was not done.
No, but you cannot say that due process was not done because you do not know that due process was not done. If he has a preferred contractor, they can still go through the ceremony of a process only to land where he wants to land.
Okay. I have heard you, but I'm telling you, there were no bidding, competitive bidding for 90% of those contracts that Wike awarded to achieve what he wanted to achieve. But let's leave that.
On what authority are you saying now?
On what authority are you saying to the contrary?
But due process is the authority that I'm citing.
Which due process are you quoting? Which due process are you quoting?
The process that mandates that this is the sequence for awarding contracts. So what I am saying to you is that process would have been gone through ceremoniously, but not fastidiously, but nevertheless gone through anyway, because it's the requirement of law.
Okay. Maybe we just move on. But I know it was not.
No, you don't know now. You cannot say you know when you don't
I know.
Yes, and I'm saying on what authority do you know?
And at least, like I said here severally, Rivers State is my state. Port Harcourt is my city. I've lived there. I have friends.
Yes, in 1802. You lived there in 1802.
Well, whatever you say. I have friends that work with government in the civil service, in whatever, the ministry and the rest. So I won't say more than that. If you have your other contrary evidence to the fact that these things were subjected to the assembly and the rest, bring it. I am telling you, but let's leave it. The important is that some level of things were achieved. Some people did still go that way and they ended up not, there's nothing to show for the amount of money and the rest. So if you say that it went through and we had project that Wike himself boast that he paid Julius Roger 100% before, I mean, beforehand, that is in advance to execute a project, and you are saying it's lawful. I'm asking which law of procurement in Nigeria supports that. But I just want us to move away from that. My source is that I have people that are working in the civil service in Rivers State, and it is what Wike wants to do that he does. It is not subject to discussion in the assembly.
No, it's subject to the approval of the assembly because that is the requirement of law.
Okay, I've heard you.
Yeah, so if you are saying the assembly is a rubber stamp, that's a different narrative. But you cannot, like Ajanto was just saying, there's appropriation laws, there's processes for releasing funds, and all of this, which goes through the state houses. So if they're a rubber stamp, then they're a rubber stamp, but nevertheless, the process still gone through. But let me take you to this place. Fulani Herdsmen, they are Wike, graze cows meters away from Aso Rock. So that was Wike preening and peacocking, calling a press conference just as soon as it was announced and telling us that any cow seen on the streets of Abuja will be turned into suya. So now the Fulani Herdsmen, no doubt sponsored Fulani Herdsmen in this instance, they roll out to graze right at the shores of Aso Rock Villa. So what are you making of this? We all knew that our corruption will fight back.
I think everything takes time now. If people have their cows in their vicinity, it's not just going to happen overnight. We had that situation for years. So if it's going to implement, it's just this man just resumed how many days? Yeah, it's part of the policy, he said. If their cows were there before, because people have cows around that place, they should go there, you should know the place. Even around Sasoko Road, there are some opposite where what's the name? The DSS quarters, where as you are entering, if you are coming from the other, what's the name of this axis, approaching so there are people in the back of that place. They have cows. They are not going to carry it on their head, and they are not ranting them. It's not like they built house for them. They used to graze them on the other side of the express, which is the so, and it's very close to the house rock. That's the truth. So it's not something that's just going to happen overnight. I believe there are processes that's going to implement. I will give them time to. So I don't want to think that they just dared him or it's a fight back. It could be, but I don't want to go that route yet. I think when he brings his plan, like I said, Wike will not be able to rule Abuja like he used to do. There, he will be subjected to a lot of people who challenge a lot of things. So if there are laws and they made law, he will need the support of the legislature, the National Assembly, in this case, the National Assembly that makes law for Abuja. He will need the support of the executive. He will need the support of all the area council. There are 6 local governments, will you call them area council in Abuja, and all of them. They will need the support of the Abuja, what do you call it now, Federal Capital Authority. So it's not something that can just happen overnight. I believe he will be able to achieve it. I really want him to achieve that, but I don't see this picture that surfaced, it was yesterday or there, about 2 days ago, as an affront or challenging the authority of Wike. I don't think so.
Do you see it as an opportunity though? Do you see it as an opportunity, especially grazing right at the forecourt of their sort of villa? Do you see it as an opportunity for Wike to assert that policy to round up all of those cattle and turn them into suya?
He will not be able to do that. Your words alone does not translate to law. You go and check what are the laws on ground. What did they do? You know,
the law forbids it now. The law forbids it.
Where?
In Abuja.
Well, you are. I'm sure if it's with the law and there are people, and it will give them warning. And I'm sure the law will not say the day you see them, you kill them. Maybe you impose a fine or something. But I'm sure there are ways. Yeah, I will be very happy if they can finally, make it a thing that at least in certain areas in Abuja there will be no count. But I don't see it as a major issue. I don't see it as a big thing. I don't see. Sometimes some disruptions come. I mean, even when nature brings its own, what do we say? And flood, yeah, it causes some little bit of discomfort here and there, and that's what it is. I don't see it as a major thing. But if you're able to walk around it and stop it, if it's really becoming a menace, I'm in support of that. But that's not where to dissipate, to waste energy now. That's not the kind of thing we're talking about. There are other things, major things. In fact, do you know that squatters constitute more nuisance? Squatters and people that are just trooping into Abuja every day, Okada riders. I'm sorry, I'm not disrespecting anybody. They constitute more nuisance to Abuja than even cows that we're talking about. There are more people that should be sent out of that place because they have no business there. They cannot sustain their living there, and that's why we have ghetto shanties and slums springing up every corner in Abuja every day. Cows are even better than the way some people live there, and all you need to do is just to see what I'm talking about. So for me, there are bigger challenges than just talking about cows. So but I really wish he succeeds in that area and stop the menace of open cattle grazing in Abuja.
Imagine if Joe Biden comes and his motorcade, and then some rascally Fulani youth, he just rolls a bunch of cattle in front of that. Imagine that.
Nobody will know that our way of life is cattle rearing. So,
and it's not our way of life, or it's their way of life. They don't rear cattle in you are laughing. It's not how it is.
You are joking. You are joking. I used to rear cattle in Ibadan. I have cattle, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 5, not 10.
You roll them on you roll them on the streets like
well, maybe now that I know better, I won't do it now. But yes, I used to. I have a Fulani. I have 2 northerners that were helping me to guide my cows. I mean, that was very early in the 1990s. I brought them from the north when I was returning. I have almost about 30 heads of cows then, back then. Unfortunately, disaster struck. I took them to one village in Ibadan to try to calm them. And one sad incident happened that they were poisoned somewhere in Lalukmo. If you know where Lalukmo is. So, but they used to pursue them about to graze them for me. In the morning, they will go, somebody will collect them, they will go on my wobble, they will eat, then they bring them back in the evening. They know where they will enter their house. So
They will eat. They will eat. So you've been rolling them to ravage other people's farms.
No, not farm, not farm. They will eat Igbo now. Look, we are not farming. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, I said something to somebody today. I traveled. I went to Iowa. I was coming from Nebraska. I drove through Nebraska to Wisconsin to Illinois, Ohio. See, I saw Iowa. I traveled almost about 600 miles in Iowa. I did not see a single parcel of land that was not being farmed. I really went into the interior, really interior. Man, there are farms. There are farms, corn, into hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles, not acres now. Hundreds and hundreds. I'm sure the farm of the corn farm in Iowa alone is more than the whole corn we are farming in Nigeria. And I can say that because of what I saw. So, of course, there is nowhere. But they still have cattle, they have animal. You need to go to Wisconsin and see their animal farm. But, they have where they selected. So, but in Nigeria, we don't even farm up to 20%, especially in the south. How many farms do you see? So, Igbo look what you so Igbo no man because you've been on Dako. I mean, sorry for saying it or speaking vernacular. I used to have a farm and I know how bad it would be if somebody now drives their animal to go and graze in my farm. Unfortunately, as development keeps increasing, people taking up land, there were no more enough land to graze those animals. And I think we should move away from open grazing. I have been an advocate of that, even though I used to have some animals before that where we used to graze around, but I really will not do that. I mean, I'll be damned if I think of that now. So that I've done it before, but that does not mean that I was willingly destroying people's farms. No, far from it.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to another space. This is a follow-on from conversations that we were having previously. No law says a core member can't be a minister. So this is Hanatu Musawa responding to all of the criticisms that she's getting in the media space. So now, what are you making of that? Because the NYSC are saying she has flouted the NYSC Act, but she paused. Hold on. She paused for a moment to respond. That is to tell you then that she has spoken to legal spaces, and she's now responding that no law broken. But if the law was broken or not, she's straddling two spaces. How does she manage that, Bishop?
2 days ago, I wanted to interject when you were having this. Unfortunately, I couldn't have a say on it. I'm saddened by the turn of events. I'm disappointed, I'm embarrassed, I'm ashamed that Tinubu is falling into this. And I put it squarely at the doorstep of the ineffective Bajabia Miller, who's supposed to be a gatekeeper. All these things, these pork pies get it too much. I mean, we shouldn't even be dissipating energy on this. That lady should not be there. I don't have anything against her. I liked her when she was, and the fact that I want women. But the truth of the matter is that we should be able to tidy up some loose ends without necessarily getting into this unnecessary argument. I'm ashamed. I think she should just be voted out and look for somebody else to put there. We shouldn't be going round and round and round. Look, if there are standard, let's maintain the standard. I don't care who source is God. They can find some other things for her, or later when she finishes her service here, whatever, and she's clear. This controversy has getting to one controversy too many. So I'm not in support of whatever she's saying to defend herself. I'm not in support of the president appointing her in the first instance, people that vetted her. So I will not be defending whatever she said. I'm saying they should throw her out like a piece of trash.
Bishop, she's arguing that her ministerial appointment is a continuation of her national service.
Even if it is.
A ministerial position is a call to serve the nation as equally a youth service thing. So is that not even a higher calling that she's answering to, being a minister?
Well, you see, I have somebody said something 2 days ago, and that was why I stopped making attempt. I had some guys that when we finished, when they wanted to go, after when they were just about being mobilized, their academy military something came up, and they went for the military service. They joined the army, and you cannot ask somebody that has gone to the army. It's also a national service and should be taken. And we remember we had this controversy sometimes ago by that was that white beard minister from Oyo State that time, from your that minister of communication then. Was it communication from Oyo State? What's his name?
Oh, all right, carry on.
Okay. When he hello, are you still there?
We are here, carry on.
Okay. When he Adebayo Shitu, he did not serve, because just when he was going to serve, he won an election to the House of Assembly, and he went to serve as a member of the State House of Assembly, if I'm not mistaken, or Federal House. But he won an election, and so when the case came up that he did not serve, he was able to present it, and the court said yes, that serving in the state or the National Assembly was still a national service to the fatherland. So it was taken in lieu of going to enroll as a NYSC. But you see, that's a very different scenario. What we have here is somebody that absconded, which is a punishable act in its own, that she should have been punished by extra, extended service. You were mobilized, and you abandoned, you absconded, the one that you guys were calling a war, and we used to call it a war, away without, absent without leave. So it's we cannot be glorifying that. So what I'm saying, that we shouldn't even be getting into that controversy at all. She flattered the law, now trying to decorate it and make it look like, if she had, let's assume that she was supposed to be mobilizing for NYSC this year, and the president found her, for example, that girl that was chosen from University of Ibadan, if she finished now and she proceeded to serve in that committee that the president, is still a service to the fatherland. But not that you abandoned 10 or 20 years ago. Now, because it's an obstacle, you now wanted to come. No, that's a makeup. And that's what I'm disappointed. I'm finding Tinubu that I supported wholeheartedly. I supported Tinubu wholeheartedly, and I contributed money, yes, good money, to the campaign funding. So I don't want that, and I'm not going to defend that. I'm going to make so whatever she's saying, that she has not flattered any law. There are different kinds of laws, and how do they say that? Morally, is it even right? Are we justifying that thing that she's done? I would not, and that's why I'm against it. I'm asked about it. So for me, I think she just be discharged.
Yeah, that seems a bit extreme for something so minor.
One more, can I interject on that?
Yeah, come in, Prince.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Musawa for sure, but at this point in time, I like Tinubu or his administration to do the right thing, not flouting the law. So I guess my question would be, if anybody knows how much she has left to serve for the NYSC. And is it a requirement that if you graduate from Nigerian university, that you must serve to work in a private corporation or entity?
I don't understand that question, please.
The answer to the latter question is no. You are not required to serve in a private entity. In fact, most oftentimes you are deployed to a government institution.
Well, you can serve anywhere. The important thing is that you have been mobilized by the NYSC itself, which is operating under an act, that have been amended. So if NYSC mobilize you and they post you to a place, maybe you did not have a finding. They post. Private organizations do make requests. I mean, sometimes it is even in the orientation camp that banks will come and interview people for placement. I mean, I saw that. I did serve too. So it's not a rule that it must be in a government establishment alone. No, you can serve anywhere. You can serve anywhere. The important thing is that you have been mobilized.
But do you have to serve? Do is it a must that you must serve that
Yes.
after graduation?
Yes, it's a must.
If
And
you
When
what
you
is
are
graduate
not
under,
serving, you can be
what
exempted.
is the crime? What is the
hold
crime
on.
or the
If you
punishment?
if you graduate under the age of 30, then you must serve. Yes.
You must serve. If you are over 30, you must be given an exemption certificate. Now, okay, for so, or if you are sick due to ill health, due to whatever medical condition, you can be exempted. So it's either you serve or you are exempted. It's a national, that's why it's called national duty. It is
Right.
mandatory for every graduate, except
Right.
if you don't go to university.
So what? Okay, if you don't go to university, so what is the punishment for not serving?
When there is an opportunity like this, we have had so many some governors or member of House of Representatives or senators. I mean, yes, senators that were thrown off because they could not verify the fact that they served. We have had that before. Adeosun was thrown off, even despite the fact that Adeosun did not study in Nigeria. She applied for an exemption, and there was some little bit of hanky-panky there. So there is a law here that mandates that you must serve. It's a national call.
Yeah, I understand. Unlike the military, I guess maybe in the U.S., for example, if they have you on the list that you must serve as a reserve or whatever, when the time comes and when they give a time to serve, they come get you or you face the punishment for not doing so. I don't think NYSC is the same thing. So if you graduate, if you don't serve, who cares? If you go work in your father's company or start your own company, who's going to go after you?
Because of our system for now. But when the day that you will now need the government, maybe by an appointment or you now need something, that's where now we don't have the what it takes to be able to subject everybody to that kind of punishment. That okay, but there are so many federal government agencies that if you graduate and you, like for example, even if you want to apply to share, I'm just using as an example, or major banks, not government agencies alone or government parastatal, they will demand for your NYSC discharge certificate. If you don't have it, they won't even touch your application, except it is your father that is the owner of share or the owner of Zenith Bank or whatever bank you are going to. So it's part of the requirement. The law has made it part of the requirement. But if you don't need anything, you don't need employment, you just finish, you are sitting in your father's house or your husband's house, nobody would, how many people do we want to be punished, to be pursuing? But the national service is enacted, it's a law.
And you must be it was what 2 years program, right?
No,
2
1
years.
year. No,
Oh, 1 year.
1 year.
Okay, so what is the big deal? How long does she have left?
We don't know
6
when.
months.
I don't know when she started.
3 months.
I don't know when I did not even know she was serving until this saga came up. But honestly speaking, they will have just let her finish it. There are so many unnecessary controversies we can avoid.
I think on that part, I agree with you. Just let her finish serving and give her the position again, and don't have to circumvent the law to make a big deal out of it.
Exactly. That's why I'm ashamed that Bajabi Amila is absolutely not doing anything. Too many folks power. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Anyhow, that's my position on that.
Is the simple way around this not just for her to ask to be redeployed to that ministry? So if they redeploy her to the ministry and then she can serve her core thing as a minister, that's just the simplest solution, isn't it?
That's making mockery of the whole thing. That's throwing it on our faces, and I'll be very insulted if anybody should condescend to doing that. They deploy it to go and do it as NYSC. I mean, are we kidding? No, sorry. I want to move on.
All right, brilliant. Move on then to this space. You are the only African leader Biden wants to meet at UNGA. U.S. envoy tells Tinubu. So you were interjecting on that space. So now let's have your thoughts now.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I'm not celebrating it. I don't know. That statement is not necessary. Invite him, let's go. When the time comes and is now. But saying you are the only one, I don't know why is that that one has to come in. Having said that, I know there is a lot that we can benefit, we can gain from bilateral, direct, we've maintained relationship. So something must have prompted that. Maybe because of the observer position that Nigeria took in this upcoming BRICS, whatever. I'll use the word now advisedly. The BRICS gang up against the West, America, and some of the Western allies. Maybe because the position of Nigeria to show they want to woo Nigeria. What are they bringing to the table to woo Nigeria? Am I celebrating that? Oh, you are the only one? No, I'm not. I'm not letting it get into my head. but I'm not downplaying it as well. The fact that America is a superpower, nobody can take that away from them economically, militarily, and the fact that there are so many in the relationship between Nigeria and America, Nigeria will benefit more under whatever circumstances. It's a bigger partner, it's a bigger friend. It's better we have them as an ally better than a foe. So whatever is coming out of that table, we are benefiting more because they have more to give, and we need a lot. We need a lot. So that's why I see it as a welcome development.
And to Pansa's argument that this essentially is the subjugation of Nigeria to
that's
make them
absolutely.
For Nigeria to grow, for any country to grow, it has to have some sort of strategic alliance with a Western country.
Definitely.
Yes.
I don't subscribe to that Passat argument. I mean, that's okay. Let me. But I don't subscribe to that, and I don't subscribe to the fact that it's a continue of the subjugation of Nigeria. Really, there's nothing we're subjugating here. The fact that our democracy is beginning to mature interests America, and whether we want to believe it or not, we have our challenges. But democracy in Nigeria seems to be working at most other African countries because we have evolved a democratic, a model of democracy that accepts change. Everybody knows that. Look, when election comes now, one party is going in, whether they rig or not, but that circle is continuing. It's unbroken. Many African countries don't have that now. Not even Egypt, not even Morocco, not even the superpowers. Of course, South Africa with their challenges here and there. So we are really growing. Yeah, is the process as fast as we want it to be? I will always say no, but we are making little progress. We are moving the needle. Gradually, good things takes time to mature. So America is seeing that, and they want to strategically partner with Nigeria. We have really benefited under Trump until now, and we are expecting some military hardwares again. And we're able to let America know that, look, hey, we want to relate with you, but our relationship with you does not stop our relationship with others, whether it is China or Russia. So we have acquired military equipment from Pakistan, from what do you call it now? Turkey, from China, from Russia, and so it doesn't stop us. So we got Tucanos, we got the combat helicopters, the attack helicopters from US, and we are expecting some in the next couple of weeks. So I mean, we are not hurting anyone. So if America wants to take their relationship with us to a notch higher than what it used to be, bring it to the table. Let's discuss it. So an opportunity for the president of Federal Republic of Nigeria to sit with the president of America today and say, okay, what are you bringing? This is what we want. Okay, this is our desire. And he's going to bring something back from that meeting. I am very positive that something positive. So whatever it is, it's still a gain. Little gain here and there in the way they can advance. So for me, I see it. I will not rubbish that. I think I'm not blowing over my head to say, kumbaya or hure, but it is a positive development. It's a welcome development.
Bishop, Nigeria is developing some sort of diplomatic ideology philosophy, which they are calling strategic autonomy. So strategic autonomy is a hybrid of non-alignment. So Nigeria is developing that diplomatic ideology, which they are calling strategic autonomy, which is to say that they are not going to frontally align exclusively to any ideological thrust, but they will maintain a sort of strategic friendship with every nation. And that was their response to the BRICS space. So what are you making then of that new terminology, strategic autonomy? Yeah.
I thought about it briefly a few days ago when I first had it, and there is nothing different for me from non-aligned. That we are not going to be too frontal when it comes to, we are not going to go in between two nations. When they have their issues, we will maintain our neutrality, and we will deal with every nation as, the man or the relationship we bring onto the table. So
hello, have we lost you or have you lost me? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. I guess we lost him.
Oh, all right. I think we lost Bishop. So we lost Bishop. Let's come to you then, War Peace. Let's come to you then, War Peace, and pick it up from and then after you will come to
Go to the next person. I'm busy.
Oh, all right. Let's go to Prince then. Prince. Hopefully you are ready. Prince Daddy.
How did you? Oh, okay.
We lost you. You went silent for good.
I'm still hearing you. I don't know. I mean, I was my blank.
All right, carry on.
Okay. I don't know how I was hearing you when you were asking everybody, and I was talking anyhow. So that for me, I think it's just. Can you say something so that I know that you are still hearing me?
We can hear you now.
Okay.
We can hear you now. Carry on.
Okay, because I'm sitting in one position. So for me, I think it's just a nomenclature change. Even though I want us to be more, I want us to put some more. What do I call it now? Some more effort into our diplomatic, our foreign affairs, international relations, and diplomatic. What's the word I'm using for now? I want us to put in more into it so that we can benefit more. So whatever we are bringing to the table, if we are putting 2 penny, we should be able to benefit 2 penny, if not more, at the very minimum. So
Bishop, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but we lost you again. All right.
the problem. Maybe I should go out and come back. I'm hearing you very clearly.
Oh, we can hear
100%.
you now. We can hear you now. Carry on.
Okay. So for me, I think we should just put in some more. I don't know how much Toga has, but I've had him speak. I think he speaks intelligently enough. But I think we should have a think tank in that area that will fine tune our international relations, both with bigger and smaller and equal nations, so that we know what we are getting, and we don't need any enemy. We can relate with Russia, we can relate with China, we can relate with America as equals. So for me, it's a good thing. It's a way to go.
All right. A brief thought on this, and then we go on to Prince Daddy. Nigeria is still losing 400,000 barrels of crude daily. So the National Security Advisor is the one alarming to the space. $4 million a day is the figure.
Before I say that, woman, permit me. I don't know if
we've lost you again. Bishop? Hello? Bishop?
I'm hearing you very clearly. I'm hearing you very clearly.
You're back now. Carry on.
I don't know what's happening, and my network is full. I'm sitting somewhere, and I'm in New York, for that matter. So I was just going to ask that. I don't know if you guys discussed this unemployment data that just came out by MBS at any point that I missed. I don't know if you did. Because
we did not discuss it, but we flashed it up.
Okay.
I can bring it up if you want to talk about
it. Okay. If you don't mind. So on this Ribadu space, I'm like I said before, I don't want to be like I'm being fixated on them. It's one appointment that I'm not really too. A lot of people were excited about it, but I am not, and I will tell you why. Ribadu told us in 2012 that all it needs is 1 month to stop off fuel subsidy, whatever, scam, and the rest. Oil theft. Do the work. You are a national security advisor. You should not even be seen. It's not a publicity something that you should be going about and say, do the work. Call your team. What we want to put a stop to this. Stop telling us that we lose 400,000 barrels or 400 million barrels per day. Stop. Do the work. I'm tired of this. Everybody wants a space on the media space. A place on the media space. Do the work. You have been given a position. You have been given a responsibility. Do the work. Let your work speak. What are you just telling us 400,000? We've been hearing 400,000 barrels per day like forever. Are you just telling us a new thing? You are going to Awaza to go and do what?
But Bishop, there's nothing wrong in us informing us of the challenges that they are still facing.
He has not said said any challenge. What the challenges is what?
Yeah, that one he said they are still looting. That with all the
we have known that like forever. Baba Jani Koko.
But I don't think there's anything wrong in informing us.
I am saying instead of him telling us,
that will even help the press. That shows that he is not a liar. He's not deceitful. He's telling the president the truth, and he's informing the country of, the state of affairs in that sector.
Okay,
So
if that's the way you
I
see
think
it.
it should be commended.
No, I'm not.
You see some other people in the past will lie. Oh, we don't have problem in that. But he's telling us this is the problem that we have.
We have had these 400,000 barrels like forever. We know. I mean, your view. I understand your view. My view is that look, do the work. We know this information. There is nothing is said now that is new that have not been repeated over and over and over and over again. So you have been assigned to go and block this thing, telling us the problem is there. In the first instance, that was why you asked. It's just like telling us that no, we know the security challenges we are facing. Oil theft is one of the security challenges. So call the Navy, call everybody, sit them, give them a matching order, put this thing, bring this thing under control.
Is it not establishing a baseline? Because he's telling us that that is still the case. So then when he reports in the future, then he can then report the improvements that he has made from that baseline.
This man told us 12 years ago that they should just give him 1 month. He will put a stop to that thing. Now you have 2 months. I'm not saying do it overnight. I'm not saying put a stop to it. But going there to start telling us that we are losing 400 barrels, for me, maybe I have a different opinion. I don't think that's what we want now. I think all we need is get to work, get your hand dirty, and bring the culprit to book. Problem. Don't tell us about the problem. Not anymore. That's me. That's my thinking.
Hello. All right. All right. You wanted to speak on the unemployment figure. Nigeria Statistics Agency revises labor data, says unemployment 4.1% in Q1 2023.
Well, I mean, it generated a lot of controversies. From professionals, from people, and I'm shocked. Number one, we know this before because there was a time a few years ago when I read the unemployment data in Nigeria and how it was gathered. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't really make sense. I mean, there are different categories of people. I mean, we know that farming employs the largest number of people in Nigeria. And how can you not be recognizing farmers as being employed? It doesn't make sense. You don't recognize some artisanals as being employed. Okada riders are not captured. You say people that work between age of 19 and 64. How about people that are more than 64? You say people that don't work up to. I have a friend many years ago in Nigeria. She was an architect, but she used to supervise projects. She has a lot of projects. If you go to some project sites, she was charging as much as 25,000 naira. Then, that's about 10 years ago. 25,000 in some project site per hour. In some days, you can go to 4-5 project sites, 3-4. Sometimes she spends 10 hours, to project site. So if that person works only 19 hours in a week, you are saying that she's not employed because she doesn't work up to 20 hours. We have amala sellers in Nigeria, in Ibadan. I don't know other places in Ibadan that employ as much as 10 persons. Alamala, and you are saying they are not employed. So I know. Then when the new standard came up and everybody was using it, the only reason...
Who was saying that those people are not employed? People that are part-time in?
The data of MBS before that put at 33% did not capture those people as been working. That you are not doing up to 20%, up to 20 hours in a week, you are considered as unemployed by the previous data that gave us those 33, 45, 70% unemployment. So the new methodology that many countries have adopted. The question I used to have is that why did it take us that long to adopt that new methodology? That methodology did not start today. It started in 2013, and majority of other countries have adopted it. Why did it take us that long? And we're putting the narrative out there like we are the worst place. Oh, I'm not taking away the fact that we have challenges and we can do better. Honestly, everybody wants us to do better. But the fact that we keep expanding the negative You know, people kind of are very more comfortable. They are happy. They are excited when the news does not favor Nigeria. That's painting us in bad light. We've seen some other countries. We know that the challenges is not just about Nigeria. You know. So when they brought this up, while I was actually particularly interested in discussing that, because some people have come up with all manner of. So when one of the funny things is that when MBS came up with multidimensional poverty, unfortunately, we lost focus because everybody just saw it as a Buhari thing. And what they wanted to do with that multidimensional, to say that every layer, local government, state government, you know, have roles to play. But we lost that focus. But the important is that nobody questioned that. Everybody believed it. That MBS said that, oh, it is MBS. Now, the same MBS have now revised, not that they say unemployment has reduced, but they have revised the methodology and came up. And the same people that were celebrating 133 million are now saying, no, everything that MBS is corrupt, MBS is this, MBS that. They are not believing it. I listened to a few interviews before I stopped when people were talking about it. And I said, what exactly do we want? So that we just don't say, oh, Nigeria is burning, oh, Nigeria is the world. When people came up with that, the poverty capital of the world, I had to wonder, what do you mean by poverty capital of the world? So,
and Bishop,
yes,
what
yes.
are you trying to defend here?
What am I
Even
defending? What am I defending?
Oh, hold on. Let Ajan Lekoko put a position. Ajan Lekoko.
Hey, I'm listening. I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
Even the boss is just saying that the methodology they use and the 4% they are saying does not necessarily means that we don't have unemployment.
I'm not hearing you. If you are hearing me,
we can't hear you, Ajan Lekoko.
I don't know, but
Ajan Lekoko, repeat what you just said.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can. So put it to him again. Yeah.
You are gone again. You are not hearing again.
National statistics. You cannot. Okay, let me leave it. You can continue. I will come back later. I think
you are clearer now. You are clearer now. So yes,
it's clearer now.
Yeah.
Is it? Am I clear now? Okay.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that even the boss of National Statistic of what do they call it? Even said that the methodology they use does not necessarily mean that it does not necessarily represent the fact that a lot of Nigeria are out there that are not employed. So I don't think we should.
No. You are quoting him wrongly. No, you are quoting him upside down. That's not what he said.
No. Hold on, Bishop. The methodology they use now is based on the fact that anybody working for 1 hour, engaging in one thing or the other, 1 hour and above. Unlike before, that you have to engage, you have to work for 20 hours before you are captured. But now, from 1 hour. So if that person works 1 hour a week, is regarded as employed in that methodology used. So he said that, yes, this new methodology, this is the result they found. However, it doesn't mean that Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians are not unemployed than what their figure said. That is what he said.
Okay. Can I answer you? Can I respond?
The man has balanced it one way or the other. And this methodology used cannot truly represent the unemployment figure in our country. It is deceitful. It is just an experiment. This was just an experiment.
Listen, let me interject here. Let me interject here. You have disparaged. You have disparaged
you will continue. You have the floor. Let me land. It is good that I mean, what this methodology represents is that it captures everybody working 1 hour, working 20 hours, working 50 hours. Fine. But it will not necessarily and conclusively tell us people that are truly unemployed. We cannot really identify the real problem here as regard to our unemployment rate in our country, and as such, we won't be able to solve the problem. So what's the purpose of gallivanting, celebrating this thing? There shouldn't be any celebration on this. It's not the true picture of the situation of unemployment.
I have a problem. I have a problem with your line of argument, Adani Koko. When they gave us 133
Because
million,
you
you did
believe
not
this
question.
now.
Hold on. You
Believe this.
hold on.
Believe this now,
You
but you don't
believed.
believe
You
poverty
believe.
rate that they came up with,
Hold on.
right?
No. You hold on. You did not believe this, but you believe the 133 million poverty rate. Didn't you? You were always quoting it every opportunity. 133 million, 133 million, even when you did not take time to understand what was actually, and I've tried to say it here a couple of times. You did not read that report. I put it to you again. You did not read it then, you have not read it now, but you are always quick to quote 133 million, which is wrong, which is deceitful. Now I'm saying, are there people in my family that, if I have 100 people in my family, maybe 80 of them are looking for a job, or 90 are looking for a job, but does not mean that they are not working now. Everybody is looking for a better opportunity, a better job. So because they are underemployed, they are not fully engaged, does not mean they are not employed. Underemployment is different from unemployment. So they have not said, we did not create that methodology. Nigeria did not. The methodology is International Labour Organization. Say, okay, the way it used to be before, but it is different now, because there are even people that just do 2 hours work in a week, and they earn more than some people that does 60 hours work because of their nature of the nature of their work, whether it is in consultancy. And I'm not celebrating it. I'm just bringing the fact out, especially people that are always quick, like yourself, to believe that 133 million were living in poverty because MBS says so. But now that MBS is
So
saying,
you don't
you are
believe
saying,
133 million,
hold on,
but
now
you
let me
believe
finish.
you don't
Because you
believe
did not,
133 million that they said,
no,
but you
you
believe
did
this.
not, you did not.
What's the
I am
contradiction
saying it,
there?
I am saying again now that go and read that report. I asked you then, did you read it? Everybody is just jumping on the 133 multidimensional. It spells out which area, and it was just to be able to distribute, say, look, every arm of government, every level of government plays a role in people. Primary school, what's the problem of federal government with primary school? Yes, no, primary health care. What's the business of federal government with primary health care? But unfortunately, we lost the substance, because what we were looking for, majority of the people were just looking for blame game. So they were just throwing the figure up there without necessarily looking at the what made up that figure of the multidimensional poverty. Now, the issue of labor, there's a lot of work to still be done. I have people in my family. I have people that if you give them, they are looking for better job. I have somebody in bank that is still looking for better job. I have a son in a banking system that said that they are doing their this part-time contract, something that they are doing in the bank that he's working. He's looking for, he's underemployed. He believes he's not being paid enough. But I will not consider him as unemployed. They are two different things. That people are doing something. It might not be what they want to do. A graduate that is riding an Okada is not unemployed. A graduate girl that is helping her mama to stay in the shop is not
right.
unemployed. Are you listening to me? Let me land.
No,
So
no,
I'm just
I was actually going to play this clip, pardon me, from the chief statistician of the country, who probably knows more than the rest of us. So let's listen to him.
Right. Thank you once again. The newly redesigned and expanded Nigerian Labor Force Survey is the best that we can have for the country as at now. Before, the working age population, where the issue of labor market statistics start, is pegged at 15 to 64 years, or is defined as 15 to 64 years. With this new methodology, we have revised it in line with the ILO standard that other countries of West Africa, Africa as a whole, and indeed the whole world are using. It is 15 years and above. After that, in line with the standard, again, the number of hours that a person needs to work before he or she is determined or is classified as being in employment or not, has been also benchmarked at 1 hour a week. When we say 1 hour a week, it does not mean that we have pegged the number of hours that a person must work in 1 week to 1 hour. What it means is that those people that have been working before, that we have been taking out of the people that are producing goods and services that we capture in our national account, are left out. But now, with this new methodology, we have been able to bring them into the basket. For instance, before, if you work between 1 hour to 19 hours in a week, you are regarded as unemployed. With the structure of our economy as at present, in Nigeria, is it okay for us to say that somebody that work between 1 to 19 hours in 1 week, don't look at the 1 hour because it's just a benchmark. We are not saying you must only work for 1 hour. After 1 hour, you go back to your house and sleep. Even if you have opportunity to work for more hours, that is not what we are saying. So if you worked 1 hour to 19 hours before, we are saying that you are unemployed. Is that the correct situation on ground? There are a lot of people that work 5 hours, 6 hours in a week, and they are satisfied with that number of hours because of earning and other factors that surround the kind of work that they do. And they are not asking for more hours of work except that one that they are putting.
All right, Mr. General, I think
force them that no, you must work more hours.
I think
that's getting enough money from that.
I think that's where the question actually starts from. For instance, you say now from you classify working age to be about 14, 15 years. And then someone will ask you, when we look at the Nigerian environment in reality, should we say that children of 14, 15 years are workers and earning, and we can now classify them as being employed? And then you also talked about between 1 hour to 4 hours, and you said there are people who work like 5 hours and are satisfied with it. I mean, it raises a lot of questions. I mean, when you look at the reality of our economy, people who do such works, for instance, you employ a gardener, he comes to your house and works for just a couple of hours, and we count that as employment. We all know that that man cannot take care of his family comfortably. That's the fact. So, you know, when you now calculate this as employment, a lot of people have a problem with it. And we've had many conversations with economists right here saying that it is questionable and it does not capture the real state of our employment or unemployment in Nigeria.
All right. I think when we talk about employment, people tend to look at employment in formal sector or employment in wage or salary office. employment is when you are engaged in an activity that fetch you wages or salary, or that fetches you profit. So employment is not only when you work in an office or in a company. And in the structure of our economy is highly informal economy. And that is why we see that 95%, about 95% of people that are working in Nigeria are working in informal sector. So if you concentrate only on those that are working 40 hours that are maybe government workers or a standard company worker, and they are just about 13% of the total workforce, total working age population in the country. So if you want to concentrate on that, and you have self-employed people that work in the informal sector that are like 90%, you want to leave those ones outside and concentrate.
All right. I think we get the gist of his drift. And what he's saying essentially is that working 1 hour a day constitutes employment, and they are recalibrating that anybody working from the employment age is from 15 and above. So there's no upper cap. It's just a baseline entry point. So, I mean, is that somewhat skewing the numbers? Is that abracadabra statistics to tell us that somebody that works for 1 hour a day constitutes being gainfully employed? And I think we have to add the word gainfully as well. Is that employment, Ajanle Koko?
One man, this is a real abracadabra, and it's not, this methodology should not be adopted. And the reason why it should not be adopted is because it will be telling us, showing a wrong picture of what we really have on the ground in our country with regard to unemployment rate. It's not going to give the true picture to the authority for them to know how to tackle unemployment rate. So it's totally skewed, one man. And look, one thing that is good in it has its good side, it has the bad side. The good side that at least it can capture, is able to capture those that are unemployed. I mean, yes, it is able to capture people that are making below what can be regarded as
a living wage.
Living wage. It can tell us, I mean, up to the age of 70. You understand? It can tell us everything that, okay, for this level, this is what we have. For this so level, this is what we have. For so level, this is what we have. It is good. But as a problem solving, I mean, to indicate on how to solve the problem, no. It can. It's not the way out. We cannot adopt it as a way of solving problem or telling the true picture of what we really have as unemployment rate in Nigeria. This figure is telling us that our unemployment rate is better than that of Great Britain. It's better than most of the country in Europe. It is one of the best in the world. Can you believe that, one man? So, and this is a country that in terms of manufacturing, we are almost zero. I mean, companies are closing down every day in Nigeria. People are losing jobs.
Companies are not closing down every day in Nigeria. Stop. Companies are not closing down every day in Nigeria.
Supporter. Okay.
No, I'm not a supporter. Let me just end my thought. Let me just end my thought.
I will let you go. Let me finish it. This particularly now with this what do you call this, petroleum subsidy removal that has almost killed productivity in Nigeria. So what are you talking about? It's almost killed productivity in Nigeria. This removal of petroleum subsidy. Yeah, the productivity at its lowest ebb now at the moment in Nigeria. And then you want to tell us that, our unemployment rate is better than that of Great Britain, better than most countries in Europe. It's almost on the same level with that of United States. Come on, man. This is not a. This cannot. It's not a good.
Okay. You
It's
said
not good
it.
to show the true picture. That's
Yeah.
my take.
No, number one. Woman. They did not say gainfully employed. You inserted that word by yourself. Both employment, underemployed. At least they did not say gainfully employed, so you inserted that. Now, number two.
Employment that is not gainful, then it's not employment.
No. There's a different. Half bread is better than none. It's not gainfully employed. You can still be underemployed. Why did they create that word underemployed as part of the parameters? Now you are saying the methodology, that methodology I'm talking to Adrian Lekoko now is not the creation of Nigeria, it's the international. Except we are saying our NBS is not competent enough to apply it. And I will agree with you. But at the same time, I will say they are not competent enough to apply the methodology they used in determining multidimensional poverty. So we cannot fake one and swallow it like hook and sinker. But now we are saying that the methodology we have adopted is not right, it's not good, because you want to see it that way. I want to see it from an objective prism, that there are challenges in Nigeria that we can tackle. The devil is in the details. Even though it is bleak, it is bad, it is not as bad as being painted. They have come up with a methodology that people want to, like I just said a few minutes ago, I have people in my family that more than 80% of them will rather want to do something else. I have a graduate that opened a sewing shop. She's sewing, but whether she has masters from the University of Ibadan, but she's sewing now, and like play, she has about 5 or 6 people, some as workers, some as apprentices. Now, we had a system before that categorizes both herself and her apprentices as unemployed, but the system had not been revised. Now we have people that are consultants, that even though they are students or they still do some consultancy job, maybe for 3 hours or 4 hours in a week, and it might not be enough to sustain them. We are not saying they are fully or gainfully, and that's why I want to be very careful with that word gainfully. But the allegation that 33% or 43% of Nigerians are not employed, this is what it means. That 43% of our people sleeps and wake up from morning to night without going out to earn a penny, whether from formal engagement or informal engagement, whether from trading, whether from that they are not doing anything, they are not earning an income at all, that they are 4.3 out of every 10 persons or 3.3 out of every 10 persons in Nigeria does not earn an income. Whether it is enough or it is not enough, there are two different things. Please give me a second. Please give me a second. Please. I mean, I took more time, even though the floor was mine. That they are not earning enough. They are not earning enough.
I think you have spoken longer than anybody. Yeah. Carry on. Yeah.
One man. Can I ask Bishop?
No. Let Bishop land and then come in. Yeah, Joseph. Yeah.
That we are saying 43 or 33% of Nigerians are not earning anything. It's not only being mischievous. It's deceitful. It's not true. It's completely mischievous. Of course, we want to paint it black. I understand. There are people that they get their mojo from Harvard to paint Nigeria, but it does not make it true.
Hold on. When I say all right, just hold on. Joseph, put a question to Bishop. Bishop, give a very brief answer to it, and then we go on to Prince Daddy. Joseph.
Bishop, I want to ask you, when last did you go home? Hello, Bishop.
Sorry, I'm muted. Go ahead with your question. I don't know how relevant that is.
When last did you go home?
I don't know how relevant that is.
Take him to the full question so he can address.
And do you think with with no power, with like virtually no power in Nigeria, with the power problem in Nigeria, do you think what these people are telling you is actually true? Because what you just said, because one man is convinced that this is a bracadabra economy, and we shouldn't run with this economic whatever they are putting out there.
I asked the
think
question.
with a country that doesn't have sufficient power supply, they can be telling you 4.1. Come on.
I asked the question.
Come on,
I asked the question. No, don't tell me. Come on. I asked the question. Did we develop that methodology?
But
Was it our invention?
Excuse me, Bishop. With what
Did you believe? Hold on. Did you believe that 133 million people were living in? Hold on now. Did you believe Did you believe when MBS told us 133 million people were living in dimensional poverty? Of course you did, but you are finding it difficult to believe this one now. Does it show does it show an average state of mind of our state of mind?
Okay. What we should believe now is that Nigerians are fully employed.
Nobody said no.
Of a job. If you're doing 1 hour of something, okay.
So are we going to invent our own methodology different from the one that other countries have adopted? And what are you people up to?
We have to go with the methodology that fits our narrative.
So what methodology fits our narrative?
The one that tells you that somebody that works for 1 hour a day is not employed. That's
no.
More.
He said he's underemployed. If you are anything, he says you are underemployed. Do you want a better job? Yes. Do you have the set skills?
If you are working for 1 hour a day, you are not employed. You are
it is the narrative that other people have used. So are we going to now modify it because
the same narrative? Must we
so why did we use Why did we use the same narrative when they told us 133 million were living in multinational and we swallowed it like we can sit down without questioning it? Why?
So you don't believe that 133 million Nigerians living in multinational poverty?
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it is that simplistic. I don't believe it is that. I read the report and I knew how the report spread.
So you are telling me, hold on.
All right, gentlemen, we must bring other voices. We must bring other voices in.
Yeah, one man, please. I mean, I'm asking Bishop this. Do you know how much the population of people living in rural area, do you know how much it constitutes in our population?
Can I answer you that question in 2 minutes? And I will that will be my last sentence. Yes. There are several people. I know some villages. I come from villages.
I'm talking
Hold on now. Let me answer you. Because where you want to go to, you are going to use the international that some people that are living below $2 per day. Somebody that is living in Aguamodu, in Agurege, in Tede, in Shepeteri, in Wike, in Iboho, in Okeho. You are telling me that if somebody is living in those places and is living under Okaka is living under $2 per day, that person is living below poverty line. And I will tell you, it's a lie. There are people that does not need to see 100 naira in a day in those places, and they live well, better than you that live in the city because they get their food from the farm.
You are not answering the question. So
I'm answering you. I know where you are going. I am answering you that. So the standard that says that people that live below $2, please give me a second. The standard that says people that live below $2 are poor in America or in other places does not make them poor in those villages in Nigeria. So when you are bringing the argument of those that live in those villages, I think you really disrespect people that live in our village setting. You think they are poverty stricken because they don't have your naira and your dollar in their pocket. No,
it is not a matter of
they have food on their table, they have roof on their head where they can lay their head to sleep.
All right, thank you. Let's bring other voices in. Let's bring Prince Daddy in because we have to hear from other people as well. Prince Daddy, are you still with us, Prince?
Yeah, 1 minute.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Prince. Always a delight. So the first question is: somebody that is employed for 1 hour a day, is that person employed?
I was trying to see the rationale behind Bishop's argument, which I think I understand though. But 1 hour, so perhaps not, because let's break it down. So, how much is 1 hour worth of work in Nigeria? Those are pennies. So, we're not going to consider that person being employed. Yeah, I wouldn't consider such a person being employed.
And if they are presenting, is that presenting skewed statistics that would not serve for any meaningful development if we are considering somebody that is employed for, and we are taking it aside of a specialist. Of course, if a brain surgeon is employed for 1 hour a day, he's employed better than anybody on the planet. But that's not what we're looking at. So on the average, if somebody is employed for 1 hour a day, and you are saying they're employed, does that not give you skewed statistics that you cannot build anything meaningful on top of?
Yeah, I see the argument, right? But if who's to say somebody making $2 a day in Nigeria cannot survive? That's another question if you're using that standard. But again, 1 hour worth of labor in Nigeria is not the same as UK. Just like you say, if it's how much a surgeon who earns in an hour, it's not the same across the board. It's not the same as any other profession that, of course, that earn much less. So this argument, but I'm always, I see where Bishop was going. I'm always careful to use the Western standard as a panacea or as a measuring stick for ours, for the way we live. In what Bishop was saying, the way our society is composed, $1 or $half a day for someone living in a rural area could be a lot of money because they have other ways to sustain themselves. They don't necessarily make a lot of purchases because they have subsistence farming and other ways that they live in a communal form. So we can't use 100% Western way of measuring our economy or the way we live as a standard. If you do so, that's why I always hear Geopolitical and others using that term multi-dimensional poverty, which is, I didn't think I understand what it means actually, but it sounds really dire, really bad. But saying that sounds like people are dropping dead on the streets in Nigeria. So I don't know. Yeah.
Can I explain what multi-dimensional poverty means?
Sure. Great.
Okay. When you're talking about multi-dimensional poverty, people that they don't have access to Medicare, number one, or the Medicare that is available to them is extremely poor Medicare that is not good for human beings. The same for their children, education, either no access to education or very, very poor education. And accommodation, their living condition, terrible. You go to where they live, you can't imagine that human being can be living in such situation. So you look at all ways that you want to measure, human existence. You see that these people lack what is good for them to enjoy as human beings. Even food that they consume, the food they eat, they cannot even eat 3 square meals a day. And when they even eat, at any time that they find themselves to eat food, is non-nutritional food. You understand what I'm saying? Food that are not good for consumption. So all these put together will tell you that these people are living in multi-dimensional poverty. And even fund financially, they're extremely poor. Extremely poor. They cannot. They don't even have savings in the first place. Say, oh, I have some saving I can fall back on when I run into a situation that I need someone. They don't have savings. Then what they make a day, if you even look at it, it is very fair. They are in a very bad and extremely poor financial state completely. These are people that when they don't see tomorrow, when they wake up, they are not sure of what they are going to make in terms of money for their existence. So these are serious. All these problems put together constitute multidimensional poverty. So that is, and that exists in Nigeria. You go to Nigeria, go to particularly rural area, it exists everywhere.
Mr. Aja, not in rural area. Is here? Is close to me.
Even in the city,
even in the city, in our places here, it's everywhere, not in rural area.
Prince Daddy.
Yeah, I'm here.
Can I quickly just interject something? I just wanted to ask when I just wanted to chip in this, maybe to help us. When this report came out that time, I remember I did a quick search to look at some other countries. Do you know that there are people living in multidimensional poverty in the United States? Do you know there's a report like that? I want to encourage Adane Koko to go and Google it and read it. Now, there was a report.
You want to American
Hold on. No. What is multidimensional poverty? Why are you always using double standard? When they say multidimensional poverty, is it Yoruba?
Right.
Is it written in Yoruba? Let me finish now.
And Bishop, don't take over.
Let me finish. I'm not taking over. I just want to say something. Let me land. Let me land. Now, I'm just saying, go and read it. They say multidimensional poverty. You are saying you want to cover. Is multidimensional poverty in Nigeria different from America? Is it not English word? Why are we like this? Now, and I remember it was then when I was reading that, I read a report by American, whatever, that said that 14 million children daily go to bed hungry in America. I don't know why is that, but I'm saying every society we have our challenges. I'm always the first one to identify, to admit that, but overblowing it like us is the worst case. It's like you are talking of health. Go and read that report first. Maybe we will now have a better conversation on it. Thank you. Good night.
Yeah, Ajala Koko, yeah, thanks for the explanation of the multidimensional poverty. But so are you saying that the multidimensional poverty in Nigeria is better than Togo or Bangladesh? Would you say that?
That whether it is better than Togo?
Well, because no, Bishop made a point. So if there's, which I was gonna say the same thing, that there's multidimensional poverty based on your definition also in America, right? And you said, well, the multidimensional poverty in America is better than Nigeria. So Nigeria also can be better than Togo or Bangladesh, correct?
Well, don't even let us compare multidimensional
poverty. Okay, that's fine.
Let us focus on our
no problem.
You understand? When we focus on our own and we are comparing our own problem with others, then we are not going to get it right.
Yes, I agree, but at the same time, I think that definition in the context of Nigeria is more extreme, because our way of life and the way we do things is quite different from that of Europeans. So using that definition would not truly capture poverty. It will accentuate poverty in our country that and make it look worse than it sounds actually. So
this was than abject poverty. This that means in all front of existence, it is worst. I am telling you. Look, Prince Daddy, you need to go to Nigeria and travel to places and see how people suffer. You will shake your head.
Yeah, but what Prince is saying to you, and by the way, why is everybody talking with their mouth full? Des, finish your meal and then come in. What Prince Daddy is saying to you, Ajan Lekoko, is that the multidimensional poverty that you are describing is not unique or peculiar to Nigeria. It's a global phenomenon. Is that not what you're saying, Prince?
Essentially, yes.
Yes, yes, yes. A global phenomenon, but in Nigeria,
Finish your meal. Yes, we can hear you munching food. And
I'm not munching nothing.
It's never happened in our own case before until recently, when you have all these criminals that are governing us, that never govern us well, that fail to deliver good governance. That is when Nigeria relegated, or how do I say, relegated into multidimensional poverty. What we used to know is just abject poverty, but multidimensional, all front of existence. We have Nigerians that
are you saying we've always had good hospital or healthcare, good housing, great education system? Is that what you're saying?
You are going to take him to Awolowo.
It used to be better. That's what I'm telling you. It used to be better than what we have today.
But our population also has grown tremendously too. I mean, you got to factor the population also.
Population. Forget about population. It is not the population. It's bad governance.
Not the population.
It's not the population.
Our population has quadrupled. It doesn't put pressure on
population. It is bad governance. You don't have when you don't have the infrastructure of good governance in place, then you will not be able to deliver
or diversify our source of revenue.
Let me just say this. Sorry, guys. Let me just say this. Here in the UK, where a lot of migration is coming in, the complaint is that the migration is putting heavy pressure on the resources, to the point that it's taking you longer to see your doctors, to the point that social services, they are starting to pull back all of the resources that the citizenry have to enjoy. And there's pressure on housing, there's pressure on the health services, and that is impacting on the quality that previously was. And you are saying that the growth in population...
You are talking, hold on one man. You see what he just said here? It's totally different from the situation of Nigeria. You are talking about immigration problem.
No,
this is not immigration problem.
We're talking about population pressure. A
nation should be responsible to take care of our citizens. You must have plan for them.
It's like a
planning. Hold on. We have Ministry of Planning, Ministry of Budget. We have all these things in order to plan and deliver good governance for your people. It is not immigration. It is not immigration problem. Immigration, you do not plan for it.
All right.
It is bad governance.
Let's come in and then please take the floor back. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of back and forth. But apparently, I don't want to compare Nigeria to any other country. I mean, if you're talking about multidimensional, India has more multidimensional, population, poverty populated people than Nigeria, but let's not try to compare. Yes, population can actually, increase the less, liveliness of people, can create some sort of, kind of I would say a bend to the economy, but still population can actually help increase whatever is going on in that country. Mostly depend on the governance. But let me go to what Bishop was talking about, saying that sometimes I don't even understand Bishop, man, no lie. You're talking about Nigeria not being employed, basically. I think something about 4% that is not employed, or whatever the statistic is right now. It doesn't make any sense. Why? If you're saying that those people are employed, the truth is that if you're filling out a form and you're saying if you get to that part, they say, are you employed? You have to always tick unemployed. If you're actually, whatever you're doing is not contributing to the nation, you have to tick unemployed. That is the basic fact. It doesn't matter if you're earning 2,000, 3,000. You're not paying tax. So what is that employment? No, it's not. I don't know why we're here trying to sugarcoat that Nigeria people making 3,000 naira every month or 5,000 naira every month is employed. It doesn't even make sense. The parameter to actually measure employment is that work paying? Are you paying tax with that work? You're not. Then you're not employed. It's as simple as that. And also, I don't know why people are saying, can you actually qualify people that are Yahoo boys employed? No, you can't. Yahoo boys are not employed. So let's not stop making all this unnecessary argument about Nigeria is. We know this data is just scam. It's just they're just trying to make us, look like fools, or just trying to fool who they can. That is what it is. Thank you, woman.
All right, back to you, Prince.
Yeah. Thanks, woman. Yeah, I'm not sure. Des, I agree. Des is definition of being employed or not. If only you pay taxes. There are a lot of people that make a lot of money and they don't pay taxes. Do we say they're unemployed? Now, if you want to talk about
name who? Name that person. Name that person. Just one.
There are people that work, for example, in the Western world because of tax deduction or some deductions allowed by law, standard deduction, business deduction, and whatnot. They end up paying zero tax. In fact, they get money back, and they can make like $100,000 or more. That's an example. But anyways, let's go to
tax deduction does not mean they don't pay tax now. They have to pay tax some kind of way. It's just a kind of relief.
No, I'm telling you what I know and what I've practiced.
So sorry to cite the UK again, but here in the UK, you have to hit a threshold before you start. I think it's about £10,000 or something. You have to be earning up to a certain level before you pay tax.
Correct. Yes. Example. I think the United States maybe $6,000 or they're about $10,000 also, and you don't pay no tax. And even if you make up to like $30,000, you're not going to pay any tax. You're going to get money back. You're not going to pay zero tax. Okay.
No, hold on.
Those people are
multidimensional poverty.
Classified as people living in poverty. So they are not the state.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but to Des's point that some people.
No, let me come in. What I said is,
to purchase stuff, they pay sales tax, isn't it? They pay taxes in some other way, but taxes.
What I said is,
how can you be comparing sales tax to income tax? How can you say that?
Income tax, they are regarded as people living in poverty. So the state, for being, on humanitarian.
The poor person in Nigeria buying also gala on the street is paying VAT or one form of tax or another. Everybody's paying tax in that regards. That's what you mean.
You are right. You are right on that.
Let me narrate myself. The Prince. I said, if you are employed, if you click that you are employed, maybe you're in an interview or you're just filing whatever, and you click you are employed. That job that you're employed in, you have to be paying tax in that job. One man that is saying 10,000, you have to understand, maybe those people that earn less than 10,000, they are not employed. They can't click that they are employed whenever they are filing something.
No, they're employed. They're employed.
What are they doing? What do they do, one man? Tell me what's their job?
Listen. There's a threshold. I think it's a part of the poverty elevation within the UK, but there's a threshold income where you can earn up to and not pay tax. And then when you earn above that threshold, you start to pay a certain percentile in a tax, and then incrementally according to your income. But there's a minimum bar below which you don't have to pay tax, and you're documented as employed.
I'm trying to understand what job is. What is that employed? What is that?
It can be any job now, irrespective of the job.
But the government actually recognize that you are working.
Yes, somebody has come up with. Yes, that's what I'm saying to Des, which is not getting. Somebody has come
Yeah,
up with this at £12,500. Yes.
so the government recognize that you are working. But in Nigeria, how many people that our government can recognize that are working? That's it. That's the question. Whether paying tax or not.
So if
In
you're
this country,
working
I don't even have
one
that.
hour is employment, according to Nigerian statistics now.
Statistics, who did they know that is working 1 hour here? You are talking about the system that when you click, you know whether you are working or you are not working. And maybe let's be talking about tax and all that, whether you are paying or not. But how many people that the Nigerian government recognize that they are working here? Even some doctors are not even in record that they are working. So how did they get their statistics? No, even that, not data to even check that. Even how many people, how many barrel pushers? Government know that they are barrel pushers. So let us not compare those countries with our nation.
Yeah, but
If they really
don't
want to,
necessarily.
make sure, if they cannot keep record of their citizens, what they do and how they do it, why are they giving statistics? I saw another statistics also today. I say Nigeria 53, South Africa about 60 something. So, but I don't want to go there. Nigeria and the South Africa are the highest in unemployment in the whole world. But Nigeria brought out their own to say 4.1. They brought it down by themselves. Another statistics are saying 53 point.
You are missing data. You are missing two things that are not related. The general unemployment and the youth unemployment data you are mixing up. It is. It's okay. Let's just leave it at that.
All right, back to you, Prince. Round up that space, Prince, and then I'll take you to another talking point, Prince.
Yeah, I think we've done a good job on that. Let's move to the next topic.
All right. So now this is our next topic. I find reasons to celebrate it, but people seem to want to play it down. You are the only African leader Biden wants to meet at UNGA. So this is the UN envoy delivering this cushy news to Tinubu. So what are you making of that, and why do you think that is the case?
Well, it is a big deal. I mean, usually, the president of America goes to the UN, only meets with people like the Chinese, president, Russians and the Europeans, no Africans. Usually, the Africans, they put them on the bus and drive them to the Buckingham Palace to go say hello to the new king. But anyways, that's supposed to be a joke. But anyways, yeah,
that was disgraceful, by the way. I think one of the African presidents said that he felt like a school boy or something. And what is even more disgraceful is that those African countries, they allowed it. They all have embassies there with a fleet of limousine parked in front. So why don't you insist that we will take our president to your event? But thank you, but it's not a schoolboy, so don't put him in a school bus.
Well, that's what we get with our begging bowls. But anyways, yeah, it's a big deal that Biden wants to meet with Tinubu, and I think something you read earlier, one of the articles. When I was initially in regards to Niger, I said Tinubu has a backing of the West, the U.S. or the French, somewhat, to be making such a declaration about going to war. He didn't say he wanted to go to war as an option on the table against Niger. So, and Tinubu, he knows better than he knows the importance of the West to Africa, right? Even though China is there, spreading its wings. It knows that the West is important to Nigeria or to Africa, as the Russians and Chinese keep encroaching on the continent. It knows better, being an accountant, having worked with multinational corporations. It knows the value of the dollar. So the U.S. is not the one to be kind of messing around with right now. And given that Nigerians are like many African countries like Niger, they don't have as much investments and connection to the West, especially the US and the UK. And it is good to have a leader that understands that the global importance of Nigeria in relation to these Western powers. So yeah, so it is a big deal that is going to meet Biden as agreed to meet him at the UN. And of course, before that happens, this is the doing of the people like Blinken or the people in charge, perhaps Victoria Nuland. They are the people that will make such a recommendation for this to happen, not Biden himself, and because they are the bureaucrats. They know they know what is going on out there, and if they see the importance of Tinubu meeting Biden, they will make it happen, and I think that's what we're seeing right now.
But Prince, if we start to see suddenly America ceding heavy weaponries to Nigeria, allowing us to buy all manners of funky things, then that will tell you that they are trying to power up Nigeria as a tool to keep the West African sub-region quiet.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Yes, those coupists continue to jump up and down. It would be nice to use Nigeria as what you call kind of a vassal state in West Africa to contain the French encroachment. That is true. And that's one thing we don't do well as Africans. That'd be a good way to stock up on good weaponry for Nigeria and put yourself in a good strategic position to gain something from the West that benefits the country. Imagine if you are able to acquire really sophisticated and use their training and their resources to defeat Boko Haram or those terrorists, bypassing somewhat the Nigerian army or those criminals funding this terrorist. That'd be good. Yeah.
All right. So, Prince, everybody seems to be weighing quite heavily upon this lady, but you can walk and chew gum at the same time, especially if she gets redeployed to where she's already holding sway. A ministerial appointment is a continuation of my national service. I broke no law. Hanatu Musawa. So what are you then making then of this NYSC controversy?
Yeah, just like I interjected earlier, I'm a big fan of Hanatu Musawa. But she's a lawyer. I bet she trained in your country there in England. And I think she knows the law. She's a smart lady, but a submission might be somewhat fishy. But again, just like I said earlier, let's not make a big deal out of it. I was actually assuming that the NYC program was 2 years, so we talk about something like a year. And how long does she have left on the program? Just let it be, and let the Nigerian people have the perception that the Tinubu administration is a law-abiding administration, and let's just move on from there, than trying to force this to happen, because obviously she worked hard for Tinubu and Tinubu wants her. So it's just a matter of having a placeholder in her position until she finishes officially and assume the position. What is stopping Tinubu from doing that? Nobody can stop Tinubu from doing that. He can do that, but if they want to have be strong-headed and just if they want to flout the law, or I don't know, wiggle their way through, it may leave a bad taste on a lot of people's mouth, and more story for people to to talk about, as Tinubu being a lawless president. So
I don't know what all the force is anyway. We have a youth copper in our midst, Solomon. All he ever does is he spends all his day on Twitter fighting, fighting people and doing whatever. So it's not as though they do anything in the youth service anyway. Yeah.
But it's a matter of it is a matter of law, and just to make a point that no one is above the law, and this is the requirement. So you must meet the minimum requirement to be obtain or have that position. I think that's what they're trying to say. And but we have to respect the law. Of course, just like you said, what are these people possibly doing? What does she need? What is the value of the NYC to her? It's nothing. But this is an issue of following the law, and that's what it is. She's a well accomplished woman in her rights in a lot of ways. So I mean, we just follow the law. Let's just follow the law, true and true. And I don't think this should deny her the position. She can always come back again, like I said, and assume the position. This first term or next term, but I guarantee you this first term, after just 1 year or 6 months left, she can come back and take the position. And who's to say that she can get an exemption after 9 months? Or maybe it was 6 months. I don't know the details of the rule of the NYSC. There has to be a way around this kind of things. And what about, would a military service would have truncated her service at the NYSC? Perhaps, unless this, and she's trying to occupy a national position. Regardless of how we may think that ministerial position is important to Nigeria or not, I think she's it's a national service, and I think there's a way they can probably make a case for her to be in that position. I think so too, but I just don't want them to push it unnecessarily if they don't have to.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Prince. Fulani Herdsmen, they are Wike, graze cows meters away from Aso Rock. So just as early as the pronouncement came in, they are already rolling out the cattle. So Bishop was saying that that the quota was still in place and the pronouncement has not yet taken full effect. But does this open a window of opportunity for Wike to make an example of these herdsmen by seizing their cattle just to assert his dominion?
Yeah, well, now given your perception about Wike being a British person, he may do that actually, but we don't this cattle rearing that goes on, a herding that goes on there. Buhari was a supporter of them. I don't think and it's an ethnic thing, which is of course synonymous with the what you call it, the Fulani people or the Northerners. So you don't want to go to that space. I guess Abuja is still considered part of the North. I guess North Central, whatever. But you don't want to go there and try and be perceived as marginalizing their own people on their own land. So it's a fine line that Wike has to walk, and I think I would assume he knows better. The way he thinks coming from the South or the South it's totally different from the way they think out there, and that cows are sacrosanct, and in a lot of ways. So it can't be cowboy James Bond up there in the North. I don't think that's the best way to go, but you should be able to find a compromise somewhat and allow let them understand. Let's get out some outreach programs for these people, of course, using their own people, grassroots educational tools, materials. It's long overdue when it comes to the issue of cattle herders to find a permanent solution for them. FCT, the federal capital is not a place. It's not a good look to have cows roaming around the streets. It's not a good look, and I think
it's ridiculous, isn't it? Really, I mean, we are in 2023, by the way, not in 1803. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah,
Apples on the street of one of the most prestige capital cities in the world, not even in Africa.
Yeah, yeah. Or they should, they should start out by, agreeing on a boundary radius that they can come close to. It's, I mean, there has to be, and I think Abuja should be one of those places that they shouldn't be, roaming cattle on the roads there. It's not good. But yeah, we don't want to make a big deal out of it. Wike should be careful to approach the matter in a decent way, not to aggravate people, because Miheti Allah is going to come in. I mean, he's going to go down if how it goes in the
Yeah,
space, Nigerian space,
it could turn ugly quickly.
very quickly for something quite simple. So I appeal to Wike to to not do the cross river or river state style. Let's handle it, in the proper way, and I think the outcome will be good, because yeah, it's the.
All right, Prince, are you brave enough to take on Dewale's headline?
What is Dewale's headline?
Yeah, it's a bit funky, but this is what Dewale has brought. It says, you read it. I don't want to. That's Dewale's headline. All right. I think you're a man of religion, so maybe that's not for you. We'll wait for Dewale to come and deal with it.
I've seen the headline. Okay.
Yes, that's what Dewale wants us to be discussing. You see, this is it. I said I'll wait for Thomas to come on, then he can take that on. But was there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle today? There was this one, I didn't really read it out. Nigeria must make difficult changes to be respected amongst nations. This is Tinubu really speaking to that pain period that the country necessarily has to go through to come out on the other side.
Yeah, that's a fair statement. I mean, I've said it. Some people have said it also on this platform. That's what we have to do. It's a difficult time period. So nobody wants to suffer unjustly, and is right. We're going through hard times right now, and but not just going through hard times and folding our hands. I think he's doing something, trying to alleviate the people's pain to the best of his ability. And we need all hands on the deck, to make it work. It's not always the government that is going to come and solve people's problem, and we need the help of the private institutions also, and the nonprofits, everybody to come and help. But we don't have that culture built in our system in Nigeria, and that's why when something bad, yeah.
Did you see the palliative being rolled out by the government? How it's being shared? Do you see the pictures and all that?
Yeah, I saw that clip. I saw the clip. It was ugly. The way they were saying it was ugly.
In what state?
The palliative that was rolled out by the government to be shared among the people. Do you see the palliative and how it's being shared? Is it good for our nation? And the optic, is it very good for our country?
Well, I didn't see the picture, but that's been one of the many pictures that doesn't seem to portray the country as knowing what it's doing. But my point is, where did this happen? And this cannot be the only way that they're doing it. There has to be other systems in place. It's not always the case that things work out exactly as planned. It's not always the case. It's impossible. Only somebody unrealistic would think that. And you see, if that's the case, right? You should not be surprised anyway. No, and nobody should be surprised, because we don't have a structure, a system in place for such distribution anyway. So why we surprised that this is happening? I always get taken aback with a lot of Africans in Nigeria when something don't work.
Hold on, Ekene. Prince, do you have a screen in front of you?
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is what Ekene is referencing. So that's how the palliatives are being shared in Nigeria. Did you say that?
Yeah. But
One man.
I say,
There is this one. Again, where I don't know if it's in Southwest. It's in Southwest. I don't know if it's Ondo or whatever. There's just a half bag of rice for a community. I don't know. I don't know.
No, I saw that one as well. When the community put it in the center and they said, "Look at what they gave us." So yes.
That was in the lorry.
Yes.
That was in the lorry. Only ìrẹsì tó gbé wá fún wa rèé o fún gbogbo.
Ìyá Múlíká lọ́gbẹ́dẹ̀ ríkà wá o lọ́gbẹ́dẹ̀ ríkà wá.
And when people saw it that this for the whole community, people start turning their back against it. That this is nothing for this is not for us. Oh Lord.
Guys,
oh God, Nigeria will
and
be.
These are the reasons why we spoke against those palliative friends that day. Instead of doing all this, why not use that money to develop some critical sectors of our production and all that? So you see, all this is a waste, and you make Nigeria look like beggars in the eye of the world. But
I agree. It's a bad optics, but again, what is going on is not surprising to me because it's not like we have distribution centers, and I mean we had over 90 million people register with INEC to vote. Only 20-30 million people came out to vote. If you have like a real database of citizens that is well cured, not with duplication and false information, then people can come forward and take their palliatives or whatever welfare program that's available. We don't have any. Why are we pretending like that's what I'm saying? Usually now this is where the big churches in Nigeria should come in and use that church as a way to help the country to distribute this palliatives. Like this is where it comes in, and other places we don't have it. We don't have a good distribution center. We don't have a system to capture people's data to give them these things. So which other best way can it do it? By what you see, which is horrible, of course. But that's we're gonna see this and more to come, because I'm not sure how else people can get this help that they need. I mean, eventually we see them park somewhere in Oshodi or Mushin and start giving up people. Whoever shows up gets whatever. It's not the case that people come up with that NIN number or the ID card and say, "Yeah, this is my card. Present your card, get your food stuff, and go." They're recording the system. They know that person is satisfied till next month or whenever the next distribution is going to occur. We don't have this system, so let's not pretend. This is what it is.
That is government failure now. Who do you want to blame?
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying.
Government failure, man. It is not the responsibility of the church to come into this. It's the government that should put in place a system, a structure that can make life work better for the people. So it's a government failure that we don't have it.
Yeah, Jellicoe, but it's not a responsibility of the church, right? I do agree. But that's why when, even in America where you live, is the nonprofit and the churches and religious institutions that come together that know the need of their people, because they know the help. Working with the government is actually helping their own parishioners or the people that they serve. So it should be a working together kind of arrangements. We can't say, well, the church is not the church business. It is the church business, because the people they collect money from people. They don't pay no taxes. They get all kind of benefit. This is the problem. Say we don't have this sacrificial mentality.
No,
absolutely.
No. Hold on, Prince Tati. What we see that churches does here is charity. So churches gives food based on charity to poor people in their community. It has nothing to do with, system put in place by the government. They don't work together here. They work differently. Churches is private owned,
I understand, Angela Coco, but
operate
guess what? But
operate.
no,
I
no,
mean,
the churches are my understanding is that there's for every block or two, there's one denomination of a church or the other. So naturally, these churches scattered all around the country, the states, they become just like the mosque. They become a natural distribution centers or points of contact with the people. Now, if they're able to organize or they themselves can volunteer to say,
no,
"Hey,
they cannot organize. The government that should engage with them. It is because the government have the resources to disburse. So it's the government's responsibility to engage. If the government have seen them as a private organization that can help, government to engage with them, put them to work, give them responsibility. We want you to help in this area, and give them all the resources and let them do the distribution.
yeah, but when they want to park that private jets at the airports and all these places, they know how to approach the government, right?"
It's people giving them the money, people that believe in the church, operation and stuff like that. They give them the money. Government has nothing to do with that. But now government have the resources, they have the food to distribute and money. If government believe that church have that structure on the ground to do it, government will engage with them and deliver them the resources for them to distribute. So you can't blame the churches. Churches play their own role by way of helping poor people in their own society in one way or the other. So look, they give scholarship, they do some other things, scholarship, healthcare, and they play their own role in their own little way, So, but what has government done? Government in charge of the own resources. What are they doing? They failed to put a system on, a structure on the ground for the system to work for better, for the generality of the people. So let us focus on the system.
Well, you see, during I guess Awolowo's time or Jackano's time, when they give free books to schools, right? Of course, they take the books to the schools and they hand the students new textbooks because the school there, of course, is a natural distribution center and it is for the pupils that go to the school, so it's easy to do. Um, I understand it, that it's not the church's responsibility, but at the same time, I don't believe that from a moral point of view, in which that's the space that the churches or the religious institutions occupy. They have a responsibility, regardless of what the government does or not. They do too. And I'm not sure, yeah, of course, and with all the millions and billions that they get, what percentage they actually give to as charity to their citizens or their members is one thing. But
Yeah,
I think
please, daddy, sorry to cut you off. Yeah, I have like 3 clients here in America. We always went to Catholic church every Wednesday and Thursday. Food, fresh food, they contribute a lot to the community. There is a lot our churches can contribute to Nigerian citizens.
sorry, is that from the government too?
It's not really from the government. I think it's from the
Charities.
charity. Yes.
Exactly, from the charity. It has
Yeah.
nothing to do with the government. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Prince
I'm just
Daddy, what Ajali Coco is basically saying, I don't think you understand him very well. Yeah, all these things church do it. Church they do charity everywhere in the world. But this palliative that you're talking that the church should help should actually be the government that will approach that church. You don't expect church to be entering politics and start, trying to
No,
say,
no,
okay,
no.
I want to share this.
I heard him. I
No.
heard him. I heard what he
So
said, and I'm hearing you
okay,
right now. But
yeah.
I still don't agree with that, because anytime those church GOs or whatever, they need help, or they need their special favor, they absolutely know how to approach the government. They do know. So why should they be told in this time of hardship that they know Nigerians are going through? Why should you wait for the government to approach you? Why don't you approach the government and tell them, hey, we can be of service to you. This is what we can do for you. What is wrong with that?
Yes.
I think there's a lot wrong with that. There's gonna be a lot of criticism to that,
There's no any
which
criticism. There's
there
no
will be
even during the
a lot of
lockdown time.
criticism.
What the churches contribute to our community,
No,
even the
no.
lockdown, even when everyone all when the worst time of Nigeria,
The,
what's the churches
let me
contribute
say
to our community?
the fact remains that what is holding Nigeria
But
together.
if you want to
Let me
criticize them that they
finish.
are collecting money, they are
The
supporting one
fact
party, we can
the
support
fact
them then.
the
If
fact
pastor come out,
remains, yeah.
no, wait. If pastor come out now, they are supporting one party now. We can clap for them. But when they come to the when Nigerian
We're
need
not.
them,
Have you seen
they not
anybody clap for them? That
they
is the
do, they
problem.
do,
That is what I'm
they
saying.
do.
No, we're not. We
No,
never. Nobody
no.
comes out and say,
That's all now.
I predict this person will
All
win.
those
We laugh
pastors
at them,
we campaign for
but
people, all of them where they did
no,
that, they don't see what is
we
going on.
that's different.
So,
They're expressing their view.
oh,
That's totally different. But what I'm saying is, in Nigeria, churches, you can probably disagree with this. Church is the one
they
of
can do a lot.
is one of the things that holds Nigeria together. Religion, actually. So
That's why we
if
admonish them when
I
it's
disagree
difficult
with
now.
that. That's no, no, it's not true. It's
it's
not true.
I'm just saying, I say you can disagree if you want, but to my view, it is one of the things that holds Nigeria together. And if that thing falls apart, I think Nigeria is going to fall apart. So I don't want anything that and basically stay their lane and religion stay their lane. For me,
No. One man. If you go to everywhere, every local government in your state, every street, you will see mosques and church. Huh? If all these churches come out, okay, come and use our center base for distribution of palliative, they will put a pressure on government. You understand me? If all of them can come out, churches, mosques can come out. They can do that. We must start from somewhere to make sure our people get better. That's the point here.
I agree. Because again,
and it's an excellent point. Yeah.
That's already available infrastructure right there that can be tapped into. Do you expect Tinubu or the government to start building the distribution
Hold on.
centers? And
I think you guys are getting it wrong. Church should go to them. Oh, come and use our center base and go and do this and do that. Then you will see the Muslim. We said, oh, they are giving to churches more food than the mosque, and then you're going to see problem. Come on, guys. You guys should know that these are private a charity organization. Hold on. Government must not fail in our responsibility. It is government to put in place a structure that will make them govern well and deliver to the people what the dividend of democracy of whatever that they need to deliver to the people. It is not the church to come and tell them, hey, come and use our... Look, there's going to be crisis already in Lagos State because Sanwo-Olu appointed people, commissioners. Some group of Muslims came up and said that they appointed more Christians than the Muslim. He nominated more commissioners that are Christians by faith than the Muslim. And that is causing problem already in that state. And for the first time, you can see the assembly crushing down the name of commissioner from 39
17 of them they rejected.
What are we talking about? We should look, when you guys need to blame your government for their irresponsible and what they represent, just say it. Don't.
No, but Angelico, does the word Angelico? Hold on.
Hold on for Prince Daddy.
The church have any role to play in the governance of the state? Were they elected to run the state?
Angelico, do you see a need for the word urgency in this matter?
My point is this, Prince Daddy. If the government wants to be transparent, they know what to do. But in this case, I see no transparency. That is the issue. You understand? So what is the transparent there? Many of them don't want to be transparent in what they're doing. They just want to be doing it in a crooked way, thinking they're sharing palliative and all that. So government wants to be transparent. They will be transparent in delivering their duties. Even these things, all these things we are seeing here is just a picture. A rural area like Ojo, we are nothing like palliative. Nothing
So
like
I hear
palliative
you.
here.
So check this out. So government and private institution working together, right? For checks and balances. So I agree with you that these government officials, they probably doing whatever they do in the palliative. But if they have private people or companies involved, they can watch have checks and balances and to help streamline the distribution of these palliatives. I think it can be a better working relationship, if you ask me.
Prince Daddy.
Can I ask you a
Prince
question,
Daddy.
please?
Prince Daddy, if you
Yeah.
don't mind, can I?
Yeah.
Let me ask you. I want to ask everybody. Anybody can take up the. Don't you think our religious institutions, the religious institutions in Nigeria, should be paying taxes to the government? Because they are the ones earning even more than the government. I'm telling you, the money these guys earn, they get from all this, their collection and tithes and all. It's huge. They should be paying taxes for those things they're getting from the people.
That's a new different
Is a not-for-profit organization. It has the status of a charity, a religious organization.
Yeah.
Any church that doesn't contribute to the national growth, I don't think that church is doing well. Because that phrase that said you should give Caesar what belongs to the Caesar, and God what belongs to God. You know what the Bible is saying there. So whatever tax that you need to pay as a church concerning the building of the nation, you must do it as a Christian.
No, the church
It's
is
your
not required
responsibility.
to. Hold on. The church is a not-for-profit organization, so they cannot pay tax. It has the status of a charity.
No, they must pay tax. They have to. Anything because
it's not a profit-making organization. So what do you mean they must pay tax?
But Nigeria will make it look like that.
One man, can I just quickly chip in?
Yeah, but that's different now. That's different. But the status of a the status of a church is not for profit, so they cannot pay tax.
Yeah. I mean, we cannot. Let's go the tax route. I think that's an argument that we cannot sustain. It's a non-profit charity organization. So, but where I want to go to is this: it does not exclude them from corporate responsibility. There's something they call CSR, corporate social responsibilities. In a situation like this, look, no matter whether it is church or mosque or other places, in a war situation, those places can be natural disasters. Those places can be taken over by the state to rehabilitate people in an emergency situation. Schools, churches, places of worship, public spaces, and the rest. So we cannot completely exonerate them. It's a collective thing. If there is a need, the way we present some argument sometimes like it is we versus them. It is not government versus anybody. It is our responsibility together, whether it is a church. If a church sees a need, the way some of us are defending that it is the responsibility of the government and not the responsibility of the church, I found that one a little bit strange because we are creating a dichotomy of we versus them. That is not, there is a situation on ground that everybody needs to rally. Nobody should tell the church if they have a facility as a distribution center to be able to meet the needs of the people. After all, what are the churches there for? Is it not to cater for people's needs, whether it is spiritual, whether it is, and you cannot just take care of people's spiritual needs alone, and they are hungry, and you tell them go in peace. Several churches in the advanced countries that we are, most of the church, we've done it in my church. Where I live, we've done a couple of times that we have food pantry. We approach some people, we come there, and people come and take food. It is a church organized thing. So I don't see it as a big deal. If church is doing it, if they have the facility, they have the resources, they can organize themselves, and that's part of their corporate social responsibility. But when we're beginning to look at it as if it's a competition between the government, no, we are not saying it is their responsibility. like by law, but it is something that if they can do, they should do it. It is not too much of them to do. In fact, most churches have public corporate social responsibility. So I want us to remove that dichotomy as if it's a competition. If they have the facility, and from what we have on ground, churches have become an enterprise now. I mean, a kind of a franchise, a big franchise in Nigeria. That most industry, they have more spaces, they have more ground in terms of in time of emergency, such as we have, that we want to distribute things. Even if government does not approach them, they should be, we have facilities for this distribution. We have so in the areas that Christian, there are more spaces in churches. Let's use the churches. In the area that there are more spaces in mosque, let's use the mosque. By the time we begin to introduce this what the sentiment of I'm a Muslim, I'm not going to collect something in church. Oh, I'm a Christian, I'm not going to collect something that government is bringing to more. Then that means we are losing it. And I said here, it is high time we become religiously blind if you cannot be religiously tolerant. So I want us to remove that dichotomy, please. It is a responsibility.
Churches have done this in the past. It's not as if they're not doing it. So the government needs to be more engaged with the churches. That is the point. During COVID-19, the church contributed a lot to the government. You can check it very well.
Thank you.
Even in sharing all those things, they contributed a lot of money.
Wait.
No, one voice, please. Yeah, carry on.
So you cannot say that the church are not doing what they are supposed to do. What we are saying is that the government need to engage them in a more productive way. Nobody can come to your church now and say, I want to use it. Government cannot come to any church now and say, I want to do it. I don't see any church rejecting that offer, or any Muslim organization rejecting that offer. The issue is that the government don't want to be transparent. So a lot of, if we check it very well, during the COVID-19, the church was the major people that even dish out palliative than the government.
That's not correct. That's not correct. Stop it. That's not correct.
It's correct. I'm living here. I know what happened. The church even they donated a lot of money. They donated a lot of money to the Nigerian government. What are you telling me? I'm here in Nigeria. What are you telling me?
That is not
I know how much my church donated. I know how much my church donated.
Yeah, can I stop it? Sometimes
what are you telling me to stop to say what I know? I know how much my church donated to the Nigerian government. Why are you telling me to stop?
Dr. What's the name of that Pastor Bakare? Donated his church in Lagos for COVID-19 victims. Many churches did that. Catholic church
even give their money to the government.
Hall. They donated that dome. What do they call it? That big hall for COVID victims. What are these people talking about? Are we in a time of crisis? Are we in
Hold on, so Angelica. So then, if they've done
the church did a lot during the crisis.
Yeah, so that's what we're asking for them to help.
You are not. No. You are not. We are not in the crisis. We have a problem to be solved by the government. The government should put on the ground a structure to run the governance of the state well.
No, okay, no. Say they can't wait.
You are pushing the responsibility of the government to the churches now.
No, we are not.
What are you telling me?
No, we are not. No, what we're saying is that the churches or their facilities are already
we said the government to engage with the churches.
Nobody said that it's not good. The government is the one to engage them. That is the point. You'll be transparent to them, engage them. This is what I want to use the church to do. Nobody will reject that offer.
So according to Angelica, during COVID-19 and the pandemic, was it the government that engaged the churches, or they themselves volunteered and came forth and to help?
That crisis is beyond the state.
It's beyond the government.
It's beyond
the government. To step up.
Everybody
needs to step up.
Yeah, what are you guys talking about now? Why are you? Is it the way it is run in the United States where you live? Does the government give their responsibility to the churches to do? I mean, why are you guys in abroad in good country where where government run things well? Why are you guys?
No. Angelica, we just saw hold on. We just saw a video. We just saw a video of this the way the barbaric manner in which the palliatives were being distributed. And we're simply suggesting that how the churches can be a partner with the government to make it a better process. That's what we're talking about. There's no big deal to that, really. So
If government deliberated for months, how they're going to share the
Hold on. Let Prince land. Let Prince land. Yeah, Prince.
yeah, so that's what we're talking about. And by the way, see, unlike there, the in the West, the churches and these non-profit institutions, they're always the mantra or the MO, so to speak, is designed to naturally want to help. They is their mission to step in. Even sometimes they are more responsive, actually, and I think you know that, Angelico. They are more responsive to situation because they are closer to the people in terms of trouble. Before they wait for Washington or FEMA, are you kidding me? It's the local churches and all this nonprofit that come forth.
You're not right. It's the city that is responsible for.
Angelica, we're not talking about responsibility. We're talking about community involvement. It's not responsibility. We know it's responsibility. The person that collected taxes has the responsibility to build infrastructure and all these things. We know that.
Prince, listen, nobody is saying that to use the church is bad. But the issue is this. The government sat for months to provide solution on how to do with this palliative. And at the end of the day, they came up with using the state governors. They should know that these churches are more closer to the people than using the state governors. And even me as a church leader, I'm not going to go to the church, to the government and begin to say, give me this palliative to chair. It looks somehow. It will look like as if I want to take a responsibility. If I know if I mismanage it, the EFCC might come after me. So it's the right of the church, it's the right of the government to know that these churches are more closer to the people.
Let Prince round off that space and then we move on. I think we've overlabored it.
Yeah, I think we have, but I see. So I mean, in fact, what you're kind of saying, and Angelico is I agree with him. But here's the thing. I think that that's an issue of our mentality on how to solve problem or how to approach stuff. See, it said if the church wants to help, or the mosque will say, well, they're giving more to the churches than the mosque. And see, there's nothing in see, just like again define equity, and which I like the definition. Equity is when everybody contributes. That's when you have equity. So we can't say let everybody come together, the government, the nonprofit, the churches, and play their role. If we always have to worry about what people say, or we're waiting for things to be perfect before the poor people or the people in need get what they need, just like I guess Angelico suggested that it is the government responsibility to build all this facility and distribution centers to get to the people where people are suffering right now. That's what I was asking. Does the word urgency comes to mind? We are in a dire situation because people are complaining and people are suffering and there's hunger on the land. So we have to do.
Who is responsible? Who caused that problem?
Hold on, Ajan Lekoko. Let him round it off.
I want to ask.
I want to move on from this. Sorry, did you hear me? I told Ajan Lekoko to stop, so you have to as well. So let Prince round off because I want to hand over to Thomas. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the time. I stop right there. Appreciate it.
Oh, all right, Bilan. Sorry about that, Ajan Lekoko, but I wanted to hand over to Thomas. So let me hand over to Thomas. But before I hand over to Thomas, I want to invite you all to congratulate Thomas. He's just celebrated his 10th wedding anniversary. So when you hit the 10-year mark, it's called a 10 wedding anniversary. That's TIN. So well done to you, Thomas. Anybody that is married will know that it is a task holding a household together. But Thomas seems to have mastered that art. So well done, Thomas. And that's why he wasn't available a couple of days. So he's been doing Owambe Australian style. Thomas, are you there?
I'm here, woman.
Thank you so much. Well done. Well done.
I'm getting younger, woman. I'm getting younger.
This is it. This is it. Look at that.
That party here going on.
Where did you? Was kangaroo on the menu? Was kangaroo on the menu? Skippy.
No, we did the kangaroo.
Did you have a cow meat? A Barbie.
Yeah, of course. If you don't have that in Australia, you don't have a party. You don't have a party. You don't have barbecue. Australia, no. If you don't have a party, they will even ask you, "Are you sure you have barbecue?" before they are coming. So that is what we got here. Barbecue everywhere. Thank you, one man. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Did you save some meat for? Because anytime I have a barbecue, I always save some meat for later.
Of course, it's in the oven.
Yeah, so better.
It's in the oven now.
For those
Yeah.
for those midnight trips to the fridge.
One man, how do you know?
We all do it now. We all do it. The midnight trips
with little wine in the cup. With little wine in the cup.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. Well done, Thomas. Let me acknowledge the super chats. How they comes in to make a comment. Kulata, of course, when it's not on the screen, usually via super chats. AB in that space as well. Thomas using it to encourage. There he is. This was the one that the Pansat was attacking him over. Pansat. And that's Thomas still encouraging you to like, share, and subscribe. Can you please push the like numbers up? If you haven't liked already, please do that. Of course, when we're talking super chat, we're always mentioning Ayo. So that's Ayo doing as he always does. The Ayo, the official sponsor of the One Man Went to More platform. So that's Ayo right there. Avi joins that space. This Avi guy, he usually watches it on Watchback. I think this is the first time I've seen him on one of the live streams. And of course, super chat, we mentioned the name Alexander Gomez as well. So keep them coming. If you haven't done it and you intend to do it, then do it now. So do it now. So to hand over then to Thomas, the military administration of Ogbeni. Thomas.
Yeah.
Thomas, I just
Welcome
wanted to
back.
say, no, hold on, Thomas. I haven't actually left yet. Joseph Fett has not spoken, as you know. Baba T is here in body but not in spirit, so I think he may well be in the middle of work. Kumi has not spoken. Des has not spoken. Ekene has not spoken. So that
we have a lot to go. Yeah, that's all right.
So you have a lot to go. So let me bring you back. Yeah.
Yeah, well, welcome back. Yeah, I think Ajale Koko just finished. Who is speaking now? Who is on the? I think everyone.
Is it Prince Daddy that is not there?
Prince Daddy
I was
just
asking
finished.
Prince Daddy a question that the problem.
Yes. Yeah, Ajale Koko, go on. Yeah,
Prince
Daddy.
Daddy, yeah.
He's
Prince
not
Daddy
responding. He's
not
here,
responding.
but he's not responding. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was trying to ask him that. Why are the people calling on churches to come and help government to solve problem that the government created?
About Ajale Koko, why can we say government created it?
Hold on. This is not a disaster. This is not how do I say? This is not a natural disaster.
National disaster, yeah.
When we had COVID-19, that was natural disaster, or how do we describe it?
Pandemic.
Organization came in, they donated, Dangote came in, donated money, churches donated money, they let their churches open for COVID patients because government doesn't have enough bed for them. They provided bed, they provided spaces for victims to come in and for care. Some of them donated their own people too to help government in treatment
for accommodations.
Accommodation and treatment. They did everything. But this,
But they don't do everything, Baba. They don't do everything. They don't do everything. How
I'm
many
not saying
churches
everything.
distribute food?
Hold on.
Which food?
Hold
They
on.
don't do anything.
Okay, to you, they don't do everything, but we know that they did a lot. Churches did a lot during the COVID, and mosques too. Mosques did all of them did a lot to help the country. So, but this is a problem created by the government. The withdrawal of petroleum subsidy is not by religious houses, it's by the current administration. So is the current
Ajalekoko, is it bad to ask the Ajalekoko, let me come in. Is it bad to ask the church to help when we know that church has collected so much to themselves? Why can't they give back to the society?
Well,
and when they have the ability to contribute, they have the ability to do.
They have the ability to contribute. Some of churches in Nigeria can even budget Nigeria for a whole year.
I don't know.
And this money is the public fund. They collect it from people. They don't manufacture money in their churches.
Hold on.
Do they?
Churches. The money that the churches make are voluntary donation.
But they have to be accountable.
Hold on.
This country you are, this country I am, my church collects funds, collect tithes and offering, but they do auditing. They are accountable to the government.
I don't know. I think
which church is that, Thomas?
I think they have to do the same in Nigeria. I'm not sure. I'm not saying what I know. It is not.
No, they don't. They don't do that. No, they don't.
Do you know whether
I'm a Christian?
So they don't file for taxes.
No,
they don't.
For taxes. Who told you? They are organizations.
Baba, you want to divide our pastor?
But my church is a registered organization now.
Hold on, everybody hold on. Ajalekoko, the next voice I want to hear is Ajalekoko. Ajalekoko is still speaking. Ajalekoko.
What did you say?
I said you are still speaking. They said they don't fight anything. They don't file anything. No. All the money is for them.
No, I don't think so, because
that is it in Ajalekoko. Are you a Christian?
Hold on now. They are
Ajalekoko, hold on. Are you a Christian?
I don't have to be a Christian to know.
No, I am a member of one of the biggest church in Nigeria. They don't do that.
Well,
no.
Are you one of the leaders of the church?
One of the workers. So there's nothing going on?
No, then you wouldn't know.
And why not? They have AGM, they have meetings.
Okay, don't let us even go there. Whether they do it or they don't do it, let's not even go there. But this thing is that people donated the church voluntarily, and the church uses that money to operate church activities. They use some of those money to give for charity. They use some of those money to
buy private jets.
Some of this money
to buy private jets.
I'm not defending them. Whether they build private jet or that is not the issue. But let us focus on the responsibility of the government. It is not the churches. It is not part of the church's responsibility to help government to run the state. Get it clear. Thomas, you know how the state is run, and everybody know how the state is run. It is not the responsibility of the government to run the state. It is not the responsibility of the government, of the church, to manage the resources of the state, but that of the government. So if you have irresponsible people in the government that cannot run the state well, they will create the problem that you have in Nigeria, like we have in Nigeria today. And then you guys cannot face these irresponsible people in the position of power, but rather want to blame church, want to commit church into coming to solve this problem and partake in solving this problem. It is not the responsibility of the church or churches, but rather the responsibility of the government. So
Can
let us
they,
separate them.
Kuku, can they
Separate them.
contribute? Can they contribute? Can they contribute?
Yes, they could if government invite them, because they are not in charge of the resources. It is government that is in charge of the resources of the state. So if the government sees that, oh, there are some area we can make use of the churches and the mosques to deliver good governance, yes, they can engage them, they can bring them in, they can tell them, look, this is what we want you to do, and then they can, give them responsibility that will come with accountability and transparency as well. If we really want the state to be run well, there should be responsibility that come with accountability and transparency. So, but look, let us fight our government. Let us fight them to put in place the structure that can run good governance. Don't let us look at the churches. Forget about churches. Churches is a private organization, charity organization meant to carry out charity program for the people.
They collected public funds.
They didn't collect public funds. People donated.
Thomas.
Okay, let me leave it.
Thomas,
Yeah.
you don't understand what Ajelekoko is saying. Ajelekoko is saying it is the responsibility of the government because they created this problem. It's not a natural disaster. They created this problem in the first place. So while they created this problem, they should have come up with a plan, a strategy to now calm all these things down. So they created the problem. They know what to do. They are not doing the right thing. That is what Ajelekoko is saying. If it's a natural disaster, then we can say, okay, the churches can come in. And the government can as well go to meet the churches and say, oh, we want these places to be distribution center. Even if you look at what they are distributing, it's not that much. You saw the one in Ilori.
Mr. Thomas.
You saw
let me.
where they have.
Can I interject, please?
Okay.
Yeah, let him land. Let him land. Yeah, land it. Yourself,
so
land what you're saying.
The one in Ilori, where they have the rice was not even up to 1 day. It wasn't that much. It was
1 derica. 1 derica of rice.
What are you going to distribute in that one? The thing is that these people, the government is so corrupt. The money they gave to the senators, they said they were going to buy this for the senators. They would have, to me, they would have just given the people the money. Open up a food bank.
Oh, it's the same as here. We come here, we criticize that, say they should not give people 8,000, but now we are still saying that they should give the people the money.
God bless that person that is talking. God bless you. God bless that person that is talking.
One boy.
8,000. Okay.
We are double standard.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. I remember the condemned 8,000.
Let me contribute, please.
Yeah. Come in.
My stand church to bring the materials or the food. I'm saying church to volunteer and themselves to distribute the food to the people, because at the end of the day, the governors is not government. Let us clear it. Governors, they stop the 8,000 palliative with the pressure of the citizen. Now, federal government give everybody 5 billion now. We are only talking about Ilorin. We don't talk about other states. They only share the video of Lagos State, Abia State, Anambra, Akwa Ibom, and many states in Northern. No one of them, most of them have received this truck food palliative. No one of them are criticizing the government. Let us call the people out. That's what I always say here. Let us direct our
what is your stand? What is your stand now? What are you saying?
My stand here is the churches can help us distribute the palliative, because we don't trust our local all this government. That's why we end up all those things. We end up to all these kind of campaign strategies. Something. That's why I bring up the mosque and church, because every local government, everywhere, we have mosque and church in Nigeria. If they can apply more pressure on government, that okay, we can distribute all these things. Bring this thing to our place. Let's distribute it to the people. That's my stand here. That's what I'm trying to push out.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
my
you.
brother,
But
one cup of rice, for a family, is it enough?
I'm not talking about cup of rice. I don't care about that one. Because
Kumi and Josepha, to be honest with you guys, that food cannot go round.
It cannot.
I'm against sharing
Thomas,
food.
you're right. It
To be
cannot.
honest, it cannot go round. Josepha, Kumi, even if they share it judiciously, it cannot go round.
Thomas, I'm sorry. Let me ask you a question. Go around how many
Yeah.
persons? Is it everybody?
Why do you say it's not everybody?
It's not everybody.
You know Nigeria now. Some people,
No,
Bishop, let me say this.
no. You are missing it.
Hold on. Oh, I know. I understand you. Some people have that food. They will still go out to collect. Am I not
When?
right?
Look, we are not going to use that that one to now say that they are sharing for everybody. It is not everybody. For example, you and I will not belong to the people that will queue for that rice. In my family, we are not rich, but there is not one person that is qualified in my family to go and queue for
To
that.
collect that rice.
That's what it is. Because when we are making it as if it is meant for 200 million people. No! Maybe 10% of our population. They say the poorest of the poor. I don't qualify as the poorest of the poor.
Bishop,
Yes.
even if it's 20 million that is poor in that country, that bag of rice will not do anything for them.
That's what I'm saying. But the way we are making it to look like, but you see, somebody said something earlier on. I don't know who that person was, and I really hail that person. When we say 8,000 people to 12 million households, we condemned it. And I was hailing the person that we condemn the whole body that we run it down.
Babajale Koko lead the campaign.
I said something here some weeks or months ago. During COVID, I was in Tennessee and I had an issue. So early morning, I needed to go to a location. When I was driving there around 5 a.m., it was snowy that morning. I saw a long queue on the road. Some people in their cars, some people on the road, on the roadside. So when I got to where I was going, I was surprised that what are people doing in this kind of weather? Cold weather, snow weather. Somewhere I can look for the name of the location. It was in Tennessee. I'm very sure of that. When I got it, the guy said that people were queuing up at a food bank to collect, but they will open at 9 o'clock. But people have been there since 5 a.m.
Yeah, they do that in Washington this year too.
This is not in Ode Oyo. This is not in Shepe military. This was in America.
They do it in Washington.
5 a.m. in the snow. People were queuing up to go and collect cabbage and lettuce and some rice and some tomato and the rest. The queue was so long that even me, I was embarrassed. In the snow.
Bishop, that's what I'm saying. They will have established a food bank where people can go. Than bringing it and they should have established a food bank in all the states.
Yeah, well, but it was local government that handled this one. I don't know the details. I know it was not. Even sometimes in places, some people get over excited. High-handed. People are a little bit. The tendency to be unruly. Yeah, we can condemn it and say, oh, they can do better, but not all the time. We just look for things to blame. Government, a lot of responsibilities. Our responsibilities too, and we need to do better. Oh, are we where we want to be? Absolutely not. Everybody, every society, they have one kind of challenge or challenges they are contending with. But it's not to be looking for who to blame at all time. They are useless, they are this, they are that. Oh, but it's always been there. And another set of people will still come there tomorrow. The problem will still persist.
Bishop,
it will still persist because we're human.
Do you know why the people don't trust the government? You could see what happened during the COVID, where they hid the palliative that the government, that Buhari gave to the governors. They hid it. It was instance that made people understand that, oh, look at all these food banks that
number one, we have come to accept that narrative of hidden palliative. Unfortunately so, but we have come to accept it, so nobody is disputing it. I mean, there's no point in trying to debate it to say it did not happen. But do you know those palliative that they said, more than 70% of those places that were looted were not actually palliative of government. They were people's warehouses, private people's stores that people went and ransacked. Apart from government strategic reserve that people went, which was not supposed to be, because some of those grains were actually preserved. And there is a period of time that the chemicals should wear out, that you are not supposed to eat. But majority of those things that were ransacked were not palliative. They were private individuals' warehouses. That some people just saw an opportunity and they just went and ransacked. But we have gone past that stage now. We have issues. It was a precarious situation and it has gone, Because ordinarily, I mean, are you telling me that motorcycles that people were carrying in Osun State? I know one of the person that have the stores of motorcycle now. They lost hundreds of motorcycles. Are those palliatives? Their motorcycle store, two of their motorcycles their store where they were selling this grinding machine that people went and break the door. Were those palliatives? Were those government stores? I know the family that was affected. They have never recovered it today. The people that they break their stores in Surulere and in Lekki, were those palliatives? These are private stores, but let's just move on. Because we were not justifying it. People were hungry. People were hungry.
Or shop right.
The shopping malls. I don't palliatives. They are not palliatives now. I know the guy in the one I'm talking about in Osun. They really suffered a huge loss. Nobody gave them any compensation. They stole their motorcycles to enter. Are those palliatives? Sometimes we just justify some things, but it's okay. We have moved past that stage. Can we do better? Absolutely. But I always want to see the good side of things, even in very difficult and challenging situations. That look, we can do better, but gradually. That's my take.
Yeah, thank you, Bishop.
We haven't seen the palliative from other states. We have seen, all of them. They almost got the 5 billion, and the 2 truck of rice. We don't see anything anymore. We just saw a view part of it.
Kumi, have you spoken? Hello, Kumi.
No.
Yeah. Let me come to you. The U.S. envoy came to Nigeria and he told Tinubu, "You are the only African leader Biden wants to speak with," and I think they are setting some day for him to have meeting with Biden. So what do you think? What do you think is going on there?
That's the best way for Nigeria. I believe if Aswaju can use the smartness, I think we can achieve a lot during this process. Because there's a lot of deal we can achieve in the military, the economy advantage of it. If we can take the advantage of this position, the US want to give us. Because right now in Africa, it's only Nigeria really practicing Nigeria, Ghana, and view of country practicing democracy right now. Because the pressure is just too much on the Western region for now, and they believe it's only Nigeria that can come in through that space. That's what I think.
Yes, to me, I think, as you rightly said, it is a good development.
Very
But
good.
Adali Koko was against it, that it shouldn't. What are they trying to do? That they should bring all African leaders together. That would be better. Not calling only Ashiwaju.
African leaders that don't recognize America. Don't you hear what South African president is saying about the Western? Don't you see all the body language toward the American and the Western region? And Nigeria is like we are a little bit neutral. They can't call all Africa.
I want to ask a question, please. Do you think Nigeria aligning with the West, because it's America, the UK aligning with the West? Do you think we're going to get like there's a great benefit on it, or because we've been aligning all this while, there's nothing has come out of it? Then do you think
ask your question? We can gain.
Don't you
It
think?
depends
Don't
on
you
who
think?
is on the question.
Don't you think? Excuse me. Let me. Don't you think America is doing this because of that pipeline that wants to go down to Europe? One, because they've heavily invested on it. Don't you think that's the reason why Nigeria is? Because they.
Josefa,
I
let me
guess
tell
that's
you
the
this.
reason.
Josefa, let me tell you this. You can disagree with me, but I think if I say it's gonna make a little bit sense. Do you think it depends on the person, the leader, the person, the president himself?
Yes.
Yes, you can compare Ashiwaju to Buhari now. Who will want to have anything to do with Buhari?
Yeah.
Even though we
They gave Buhari the same red carpet. Don't you know when Buhari came in that they rolled out red carpet for him in Washington? The same
They
thing.
can give them the same record, but they don't have the same thing with the head now. They don't have the same cabinet. They don't have the same the same focus on how they want to achieve.
policy, aim and ambition, everything. Yeah.
Yes, ambition. Thank you. They don't have the same thing. See, okay, now as what you before when he did his campaign, he said my focus is on gas. You understand me? And the man is trying to bring up many ways to we should be selling gas out of the country. You see, the ideology is not the same. You can't compare Asiwaju and Buhari. Majority of what Buhari did in the government, Buhari don't
It's
even
just
know.
comparing apple,
Yeah,
apple and
Buhari is
orange.
non-entity. Buhari don't really know too much about government. They just present anything they want to them and he sign it. You understand? I don't think they are not. It can't be the same. You're gonna see the outcome of the meeting. I promise. I believe, Tinubu will be. Is going to represent Nigeria very
And
well.
Kumi also, we can say Tinubu is a product of America.
Yes,
So
he is. Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
And
so
then
it's just like an American stooge then.
why do you say stooge? Why do you need to say stooge? That's not a stooge. What I mean is at least it's a product of America. Is at least you guys living in America. Yeah. So I think it's a good thing. As Bishop rightly said before, I think everything in that country we always draw negative thoughts to everything. Yes, yeah. No, let's be positive. Something good thing can come out of there. Don't you think that? Good thing can come out of it. Good thing can
And
come out of
the
it.
question, Mr. Antonio, the question is too much on Westerners. It's just it depends on us to take the advantage now. You understand me? The pressure is too much. The France, they are taking more based on France. They are taking the BRICS money issue, all those things. Now they are looking for who to have a strong ally with in Africa. And the best economy in Africa is Nigeria. And you say that they say they want to have a private meeting with our president, and we don't even appreciate. We should be even telling Tinubu what we want to achieve in that meeting right now. That's what we're supposed to be saying.
My brother. Let me tell you something. You see, we can do a lot within the continent of Africa. I'm not saying we shouldn't engage with other continents, but within Africa. You see, the thing is that we underrate ourselves in Africa. We believe our solution must come from outside.
You know that
Let me finish.
South Africa don't buy food all from us, but we are
let me finish. You see, the thing is that if it's West Africa has 300 million people. I'm not saying we shouldn't engage the US. We shouldn't engage other people from other continents. We should engage them, but our focus should be within Africa. How we can make, because 1.4 billion people in Africa is not a child's play. It's not a child's play. We must build our infrastructures to create jobs and trade within ourselves. When we trade within ourselves, you will see the benefits of trading within ourselves, and the world will see us. They will now see us as a force to be reckoned with.
Tell me any technology we can develop without no waste. Tell me now anything we can do without no waste or without no Chinese or whatever. Tell me.
No. You don't get what I'm saying. The thing is that our focus, Tinubu's
We
administration, his
haven't
focus should not.
reached that level.
No. Don't say
If
that.
we do anything,
We don't reach that level. We don't reach them. Marcus, let's stop. When are we going to reach that level? In the next 20 years, when another level must have been created. We are not chasing another level. Before we get to that level, another level will have been created. We should start following up now. We shouldn't wait for. We should start. We have the human resources.
How many research? How many research our university they are producing? How many research are they bringing out? If you say we have reached that level, see, don't let us deceive ourselves. I believe you live in outside Nigeria. You can see what is going on.
My brother. You see, let me tell you, it doesn't take rocket science to build all those institutions, all those research institutions. They're not going to come from heaven. You can build them. You can say, okay, in the next 3, 4, 5 years, let's build a research for this, a research institute for this, and we can start doing it. We can bring back our talents that is scattered all over the world and bring them back to pay them good money and put them there to do research for us. It's not rocket science to invent things again in Africa. Let's stop bringing ourselves so low, because it is the way you present yourself to the world. That's the way the world is going to take you. You understand? We presented ourselves in Africa as beggars. In Africa, that continent as beggars. That is why they treat us as beggars. That's the problem. We have to come off of this and do the needful.
Tell me where we want to sell our gas to. We can make huge money. We're gonna make a euro. Tell me which country.
Excuse me, you do not get what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not like we must stop trading with the West. We must trade with them, but we must start building within too. You understand? We must start building within. That's what I'm trying to say.
What about the other country? If they are not ready to build with you, that's the issue.
You see,
let me tell you. Is not ready to build with you. What do you want to do?
My brother, other countries are willing. The only thing is that Nigeria has not taken the bull by the horn. Let me give you. You see this. Do you know how much France takes from their colonies in Africa, in West Africa? We can actually go for those.
We know all those things. We criticize all those things. We criticize. It's bad. On this 20th century, all those things don't wake up. We know. But way forward, what are we going to achieve with this meeting as Waju is coming to come on? That's the thing. We need to benefit for what is going on throughout the world.
You see, let me tell you, my brother. You see, do you know why there was this man in Africa that said Nigeria, a country in Nigeria should not go and negotiate with a great country like America. Do you know why? If Chouaju goes into that negotiation, the negotiation is going to favor more. It's going to be more on the American side, the benefit. Because what? That pipeline they are constructing, it's their money. They are constructing with their money. So what is
going to Europe? It's not coming to America yet. It's going to Europe. European.
I know, but it's their pipeline. They are moving to Europe because of they want to disconnect from that of Russia. So the thing I'm saying here is that even if we are going to have I'm not saying we shouldn't have a conversation. I'm not saying they shouldn't build the pipeline and all those things. But the thing is that, is it going to be in the African benefit? Is it going to benefit Africa the more? Because we have the market here in Africa. We have the resources here. We can, while we are engaging with the West, we should always, Ashwaji should also consider that of West Africa and Africa in general, because the next future of trade and everything is in Africa. We should try and build on the African continent, so that tomorrow, if all this gas thing, tomorrow if it falls,
that's why I believe that's the reason why he's interested in what is going on in Nigeria. I believe if it is Asiwaju is on power during the Burkina Faso, Mali, I believe he's going to take a important step. He's not maybe fighting war.
Let me tell you. From what I understood with Asiwaju on this DJ thing, the man didn't want to go to war. Even the invasion, he never intended going there. It's just from the foreign forces. And I love what he's doing. He's playing the game of, oh, we go, we no go, we go, we no go, we no go. Before you know it, 3 years don't pass. That is the thing. the only thing is that the juntas in Niger will guarantee America that their pipeline is going to be safe, and that is what they want. They don't care if your
That's
junta
what
is there.
I believe. That's
They don't care
what
about
is going to
democracy.
go on here.
That's what is going to happen. They don't care about your democracy. Do you think they care about Africans? They don't care about us. It's just that their interest. If you can protect their interest.
Don't say this. Don't say this. Don't say this. I live in America here. Let me tell you, there's many hospitals in Nigeria that a lot of medicine come from charity in America to that hospital in Nigeria. You understand me? We just criticize the Western like they don't do anything to us. It's not maybe I'm supporting them. I see what even we here, we Africa here, we know what we benefit from America here. It's not maybe they are bad like the way we always put them. They are this, that. No, it's not.
I'm not saying
They
they
are not our
are bad.
problem.
I'm just trying to tell you that if they give you 10, if they give you one yen, or also they give you $1 and they get like $200, that means they are not giving you anything. The thing is that I'm not blaming them because they are fighting for their own interest too. So we should fight for our own interest, and we should fix our continent. When we fix our continent, when you are negotiating as equals. That's what we agree. Everything is all about give and take. You understand?
Can I interject?
Okay.
Remy coming,
Okay, good morning, everyone. And this is a lively conversation. As you rightly know, no country is an island. We all need one another for strategic interests or for bilateral agreement. Nigeria have a good bilateral agreement with America. And you are so calling about Africa. If Africa is truly united, why are we talking about united now? When even Dangote, one of the richest men in Africa, has to get a visa to visit some African country to do business.
Thank you. Is that not ridiculous? Is that not ridiculous?
We want to establish factory in that country, and those people, Nigerians that are holding British American passport, will let them know. And he, the one with the money bag itself, they are demanding visa. They didn't let him have. They didn't allow him. He stayed at the airport for 3 hours before their president intervened. What are you talking about?
Remy.
Let me finish. The problem with Africa is that we ourselves, we are not united in the continent. It's like a big rivalry. You and an African, you can ask your fellow African the way they see Nigeria. They see Nigeria as being arrogant, pride. They don't want to touch you. They envy Nigerian to I don't know. So I don't get the reason. Like now, Dangote have a lot of factory in Nigeria, and the so-called Dangote want to also build factory for them in Benin Republic. They refuse. What are we talking about? You continue to talk about Africa. I'm not saying we should trade among ourselves. If truly we really love one another, why don't you have the ECOWAS currency since all these days? Why don't we unite?
Excuse me, Remy. You know why we've not had that currency. You know it. You know the gameplay there.
No. You know what? What I want to say. Let me finish. What I want to say is this. For me, I don't like us blaming the Western power every time. It is America. It is French. It is the German that they don't let us do something. Come on. If you want to do something and if you have the will and the people truly love this continent as they claim they love the continent, or all these so-called African leaders or better leader or followership that they so-called love one another and they want to do business with one another, they will bypass the so-called Western power and do the rest. And for America, asking the American president to say Tinubu, this is good. Because
I'm not saying it's not good. I'm not saying it's not
you
good.
want business from America. The game Tinubu is playing here is that I have a strategic alliance with every country. I want to protect my own interests. Because if you talk about China, I know you are living in China. I've lived there before. Whatever the Chinese give you, Chinese are very smart people. They will hide something behind. You don't know. They have been using this way. If you understand Chinese very well, whatever they do with you, there will be something they will hide behind. They won't tell you. They also have their home motive of going to Africa. They have huge population. And tell me, look at China for an example. Their immigration policy is terrible. And when you look at the Western world, I think their immigration policy is very flexible. They still continue to accept our people. And I know you live in China. I don't want us to talk about the immigration, something about China. If we start to talk about
Remy, we are not talking about immigration. We're not talking about.
I know. What we are
talking about, what will benefit the continent and Nigeria in general. That is what we're not. Forget about if Africa was really. Excuse me, Remy.
One voice, please.
Remy, let me just interject and I will leave you to speak on. You see, Remy, what we are talking here is about what Africa is going to gain, because it's all about Nigeria and Africa. You understand? So when you talk about the West have been treating us this or that, come on, they give you aid. You know what they take out of Africa? Do you know what the catastrophe they cost in Africa? Do you know the mayhem they cost in Africa? Look, all the banditry we see going on in the Sahel region, they cost it. They cost it. You understand? So when we are saying we shouldn't deal with them, shouldn't do anything with them, definitely we'll be dealing with them for ages. You understand? But now that we are now realizing the whole thing, when we are dealing with them, we have to deal with them as equals. I know we are not equals when it comes to the reality, but we have to deal with them as equals. Not because of they want to do the work we are getting from Africa, we should just submit ourselves to them. No, we shouldn't do that.
I understand you. I know where you are coming from. I totally get it. For me, first, as a Nigerian, I want something good for my own country first. I don't want to think of Africa as a whole, because if Africa as a whole is not ready for me as a Nigerian, that okay, this is the way they want it, I will first have to look inward as a country. What am I going to do to uplift my own country first? It's just a game like, okay, I want to play with the superpower, but I'm not yet there. How can I be on the same table with them? We have a lot of problems or issues in Nigeria we have to resolve first. If I'm going to take my neighbors along, and my neighbors are saying, no, we don't want democracy, we want military. And some people are telling us that military is better than democracy, the form of representative government. That means they're not willing or they're not ready to think the same way I'm thinking. They can't draw me back. And if I have a way to get a pipeline across their country, and they're trying to tell me I cannot do it because they have a military government, and I know I'm more powerful than them, why can't I use my might and crush them? And make
What are
you talking about?
Hold on.
What are you talking about? You want to go to somebody else? Some people, other people's country, go and crush them because you want to lay your pipeline.
Calm down.
What are you talking about? Just listen to yourself. You have to go and kill people in their country for you to lay your pipeline.
Calm down first.
Ẹ fẹ́ lọ wipe àwọn ìlú àwọn èèyàn, ẹ fẹ́ wipe out nítorí pipeline yìí.
Be calming down.
Remy is the capitalist too. Nothing wrong with that.
So pipeline yìí yẹn ó wà valuable ju life àwọn èèyàn lọ.
The life of human beings.
Adale Koko, the American you are living in. When America went to Iraq to white people just to get oil. You are living in America. You didn't say Iraqi life. Why you the full America they enjoy the aftermath? America, you are enjoying the Adale Koko, you are enjoying America, but you don't know that you don't know America made their money. Adale Koko, the America you are enjoying, they're dancing, praising. Do you know how they make their money? They go to other countries to wipe them out to take their things, man. What are you talking about?
Ṣé àwọn Americans
Adale Koko English.
Ṣé wọ́n lọ sí Mexico tó lọ wipe Mexico torí pé wọ́n fẹ́.
Ọba nírì kan ní Mexico mẹ́rin lẹ́nu. Mexico, if they clear Mexicans, they will clear them, take it. America will clear any.
Very right. Mike is very right.
Let me finish my thought, please. I'm sorry to use the word crushed, but what I'm trying to say is that wipe them to life. Because America are doing that as a superpower. The same thing Russia are doing to claim Crimea and attack Ukraine.
So to you, it is good. It's a good thing to do. No, I'm asking you a question. So it's a good strategy.
If it's not good, why are you helping America to enjoy the money now?
No, forget about me.
The same thing China is doing to the south, to its neighbor in like all the countries beside China. China is even trying to find their way in Philippines by controlling the waters around them. You must do the way I want. You can go to all Asian countries. You will see a lot of product from China. They are also using their power, using it in a very good way. What I'm just trying to say is very simple. Africa as a continent, are we really ready to do business together, or are we just saying by word of mouth? That is one. Two, let's leave Africa as a whole. Let's talk about West Africa, in which Nigeria is a superpower there. So if I want to do business that is going to even favor the Nigerians, because the pipeline passing your country, you also get gas to also do business and also for lighting or whatever you want. And then there's no stable government. Today is coup, another day is crisis. It's not good for my own investment as a Nigerian. It's not good for me. So I must wipe them into order. So that is the thing. So everybody is doing whatever they like. If they are not powerful, Russia will not be showing its might all over the world. China will not be doing the same thing. We are not as powerful as them, but we are powerful in West Africa. And then we can wipe Niger into line, because I foresee a big crisis. I know that Tinubu is not going to go to war with them, but with our sanction, we can bring them to knee and let them go back to the normal constitutional government in the next 1 year. It's possible. But if they are not willing to do that, we can send our ECOMOG through there and restore order there. We've done it before. It's not a big deal. So when you guys continue to talk that, okay, I'm not saying we need one another, but not only Africans we need the rest of the world. We want our big population, our people who does not stop making babies, making 6, 7, 8 children.
You know that you as a southerner in Nigeria will talk this way. Let's go and wipe the Nigerian out so that we can lay our pipeline. Mm-hmm. Do you know there is no northerner that will speak the way you are speaking?
Are you kidding yourself?
In the same Nigeria. Hold on.
A Benue guy or Niger guy who does not have nothing to do with
you know you will never hear any northerner in that Nigeria that will speak the way you are speaking.
When I say
you don't
let me respond Ajani Koko. Ajani Koko, if Nigerian government show the northerners the interest of what they are going there to do, that they will get the northerners, the North Sokoto, all of them, those areas, they will get a lot of benefits. They will join behind Nigerian government and let's go. Once they see that we favor them, they will join behind Nigerian government and let's go.
So
that's what
if Nigerian
it's never possible. They can never join you.
So if Nigerian
if going to Nigeria is what will take the north out of poverty, they won't join you, Abi. They will say, "Oh, we want to remain in poverty because it's our brothers."
Mikey, let me ask you. Let me throw the same question.
There are 2 ways to this.
Let me throw the same question to you, Mikey. So, if Nigeria want to go and wipe all the Yoruba area out in Republic of Benin to say they want to lay one pipeline, would you accept that?
Once if they settle, don't ask me personally. Okay. If they say, let me answer you now. So Ajani Koko, if they say that pipeline we are going to build in Benin Republic now, Ajani Koko, your stake there is $20 million a year. Ajani Koko, can we go? Ajani Koko, you say no, Abi.
Thank you, Mike. That is very good.
What do you mean?
It's a question now. Your stake there is $20 million a year. You say my brothers are there. People are auto mori.
So come on there. You don't have board relationship with them?
No. I'm asking you. They say your stake in that pipeline going through Benin Republic. And some Yoruba villagers in the way they want to wipe them out. But Ajani Koko, your stake in this thing is $20 million. What do you think we should do? You won't take it. Okay. I really right off, man. Me too, I won't take it.
But you are showing me.
But not too many people are like me and you. Not all Yorubas are like me and you, but there are many Yorubas that will
take money.
Not me, at least I will take it.
Such blood money, right?
I didn't say that.
Go and kill my people and give me money.
Is that what you are telling me? No, me, I won't take it. But what I'm saying is a lot of people will take it.
A lot of people will not take it.
A lot of other Yorubas are okay. No, because me and you are okay. But a lot of Yorubas in poverty.
And the same thing, the Hausa people, the Fulani people in the northern Nigeria will never accept money for their people to be killed in Niger. They will not do it. So you can just.
And by the way, they're not even going there to kill people. So I don't know what you guys are saying. They are going after juntas, not people now. You guys are thinking as if they are going to commit genocide against people. That's not what they are.
Okay. So by
the way, I don't agree going in. So before you guys, I'm just.
So that pipeline you want to lay, pipeline that you want to lay through the Republic of Niger. So whose land is that? The Republic of Niger? Is it Nigerian land?
It's going to benefit both Niger too now.
Okay, they said they don't want it. Do you want to
it's the junta that say they don't want it. You don't want to say they don't want it, but if someone say they don't want it, it'll be the junta. So it won't be
the junta constitute the government of the country.
So one junta that went acquire the got to power through the bearer of a gun. So one useless junta that's criminal that was never voted for will be dictating to block you. And you say the junta has the rights, and junta that use guns to make him say, wait, junta that use gun to make him say the leader of a country. You that because they have bigger gun than the president. Use his gun to make him the president of the country. Now you have bigger gun than the junta. The junta is stopping you from making your own money.
Your own money. Another person's land. Are you serious? Are you serious?
The junta.
Do you have any? Do you have what right do you have over their land? What right in the first place do you have?
No, the junta was not democratically elected.
Forget about junta. Whether it is junta or no junta, what do you have? What stake do you have in that country? Do you own that country? Are you a
that's not the way the world works. Russia doesn't own Ukraine. Ajale Gogo, this world we live in is not the way it works. It's not a righteous world like you think it is.
This is the thing. When this is the thing. This is the problem with you black people.
Really? You know the way I think is where America thinks, right?
You
do you think America be rich if they are thinking like you?
You people are suffering from colonial mentality.
Really?
And is this when you see anything that white people, anything that they do, whether good or bad, you think, oh, we have to do the same thing.
No one is saying that.
Because Russia is killing Ukraine now. Oh, we can go and kill the Nigerian.
No, we didn't say that. No,
powerful than them.
No. What I'm trying to you took me out of context. What I'm trying to tell you. Wait, Ajale Koko.
This point that you guys are making, man.
No. All the rich countries in the world. All the rich, including America, are enjoying. Go and look their history. See how they got there. They didn't say only. No, all of them.
Is it right? Is it the right thing?
It's not right. But I'm just trying to tell you.
Why are you saying that we should do that?
You want Nigeria to become America now? No. I'm not saying we should. What I'm saying is, I'm speaking to your view that you come to preach every day. We should become America. We should become England. Look at them. Look how good they are.
No.
But I'm trying to tell you, you want to become them. Then you wait.
I'm saying good governance.
If America didn't go and oppress other countries, America will not be this rich, and you won't have come there. Sometimes countries, I'm telling you, if America is not oppressing other countries and didn't go into other countries, England, all of them, you know your history now. They colonized you, all of them. That's how they became rich. So if you are sitting here telling me you want to become them,
who told you that it is when they go and colonize other countries that they can do better? Do you know that America, as rich as America is richer than every country in the world. There's nothing
because America has the largest military and they dictate to the world.
Hold on. There is nothing that America doesn't have. Are you talking about oil? America
is not rich because of oil. No, America is not rich because of natural resources.
Is it gas that America does not have?
Ajale Koko.
Is it uranium that America does not have? What is it that America
Ajale Koko. America is not the richest country in the world because it has natural resources. No, America is the richest country in the world because it has the largest military and it dictates.
No. I'm telling you, America is richer in everything. They are blessed. When you are talking about creativity,
they don't have uranium and all this thing you're talking. I know they have oil.
Hold on. When you are talking of innovativeness, when you are talking about natural resources, when you are talking about gifted,
Before they
you are
get to
getting that
that
the military,
stage,
America
have to
is
get
the
their money.
strongest in everything, even financially. What are
Remy, hold on. Remy, hold on. Let him land. Ajali Koko, listen. We are not saying America would not have been okay, but America being the number one in the world, being as rich as they are, this wealth they have, a lot has to do with, most of it has to do with the fact that they have the largest military and they dictate to the rest of the world. That's what makes them number one. That's why they went to almost half a century war with the Soviets. They dictate. That's what makes them rich. All these countries that are super rich above everybody is because they dictate to the rest of the world. That's it.
So we have to toe the same line.
We don't have to, but if you come here to be preaching that you want to be like them,
so you have to go and kill
if
your
you want to,
African brothers, occupy their land.
you come and enjoy their country and you're preaching. No, Ajali Gogo, you come to their country and you're preaching that you're enjoying their country. You want Nigeria to become like them, and we are telling you, if you want to become like them, then you have to act like them too. You have to go to.
That is not only. You don't have to act that way by occupying other land.
That is not the only way Nigeria can
Everybody
in the world.
Everybody, hold on, please. Hold on, please. Too much voices. If there's too much voices, if I have to take you to the background, I will do that. Please. Too much voices, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you said that somebody wants to come in. Yeah.
Okay. I think what I'm just trying to say is that although I might withdraw the word crush, what I am trying to say is as simple as ABC.
But I mean, if you need to crush them, we can crush them. Why not? Why can't you use crush?
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
So the way about
America went everywhere and crushed them.
The way about is looking at
in Australia, does Australia go to anywhere to crush them? Is it not a great country in the world?
It's because America is backing them. All those
remitting sorrow. Are they not living good in that world? Did they go?
It's because they are backed by America and England. That's why. Because they look out for themselves. If you take away America and England behind Australia, China will crush Australia overnight. Russia would have taken over Australia.
Let me tell Babajale the truth. The place I'm living here were colonized by Russia and Sweden before. And now, as good as they are also giving a lot of money to the European Union. So if we have the African Union that support Africa like the EU is supporting the Europeans, that would have been better. But we don't have that kind of resources. There are all the financial institutions are in the Western world, and they use it to wipe us into order. If you want money, if you want to borrow money from us, you must follow our condition. And that's what they've been doing. It's sent to maybe more than 4 decades now. So if we really want to, let me finish. You
know the interest rate.
Can you let him finish, please?
If you really want to be a superpower, or you want your country to be at par or nearly close to the Western world, you must play the game like them, or even better than them. The Chinese learning from them, and they are nearly at par with America now. But what they don't have is that there's some other aspect of life they don't have, that the world will still prefer the Western world than China or Russia. So that is why most people prefer to go to the Western world than to go to Russia or to go to China. As Nigeria as it is now, it's a good omen for Nigeria to meet Biden and tell Biden, this is what we want. This is what we can do. How can you help Nigeria to do? Why? We want more company from America to establish factory in Nigeria. We have more people. Come to Nigeria, establish your factory. We will support you. Let's put our people to work. And then America will say, this is my interest. If you can do it, I will do this for you. In this world, it's give and take. But if you are preaching Mr. Righteous, I don't want to do this, I'm a simplicity man, and at the same time you are complaining your people are hungry to death, how can you fix it? What can you do? I don't understand.
But Remy, hold on. Can't they give anything for free? Why are we still supposed to be give and take?
What are you trying to say? If I'm going to do business with you, is it going to be free with you? You are in Australia, I'm here.
I know it's not about business. No, I'm talking about America.
Everything that involves man in this world is about interest. That's
exactly.
It's about interest. If there's no interest, no man will take you seriously. You think I will just say, if I give you money free today, if I give you something free today, Thomas, in the nearest future, if I ask for your help and do not give it back to me, I will use what I've done for what I've done for you. I will use that against you. I can do that. That is about politics. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's
somebody say want to interject. Remy, hold on. Let him interject.
Go ahead.
What we don't understand is this: the juntas in Mali, the juntas in Niger have not said the pipeline will not go through there. They've not gone. They didn't say, oh, we will not accept that pipeline. Because they know they are going to still gain from the pipeline. But what these people are trying to do is that they want to remove their country from the stronghold of the French. Let's get it. You see, French have not been fair on their colonies. They've not been fair on their colonies. If the French
they want to go from the French and they want to go back to the Russia or the Chinese.
Excuse me.
Listen.
Excuse me.
And the Russia will tell them, don't let them take that pipeline.
One at a time now.
One at a time now, guys. Please now.
They will say, the Russia will tell them, don't let Nigerians lay that pipeline, because if they lay that pipeline, it will disrupt my business with European Union, with Europe.
Remy, I want to ask you this. Just listen to me. You see, the French were leaving Mali. You know, when the French left Mali, do you know what they were doing to the properties they had in Mali? They were destroying it. Just cars. They were smashing those cars. And that is what French has been doing in Africa. Anytime they are leaving their colonies, they destroy everything they've laid there. You could see, even go to the history. I don't know what country was that. When they were leaving, they destroyed the water pipelines. Everything about they destroyed it. I've forgotten the country was. I will remember the country.
That was Guinea.
Yes, they destroyed everything they fled. It's just like the British leaving Nigeria and they destroyed all the rails, destroyed all they built. Don't you see the curiosity? How will I say the wickedness of the French on their colonies? We have to. These people want to. It's not. See, the Niger coup is not about America, and America knows it's not about them. They know it's about the French. You understand? The French has. Come on, see, Remy, you know the condition on which this the French left their colonies. You know the conditions. The conditions are not favorable. You know, French is making trillions of dollars from these colonies that are very poor, very, very poor.
So, what's your question?
My question is, my take on this is that I'm not saying, I'm telling you, the juntas are not against the pipeline going through they've never been against it. What they're against is they want to leave the French stronghold, and Nigeria should. It's a big omen to Nigeria. It's a good omen to Nigeria, because what if Nigeria can see? If Nigeria can actually capture that space by getting a currency for West Africa, the eco currency, that is what we need. If we need it, because Nigeria is a very big market. Nigeria can control everything in that market, and if we can get a currency for even, I know some of the French countries can agree with or can be on the side of Nigeria. The Anglophone countries can be on the side of Nigeria. You see, when we trade amongst ourselves with our eco currency, you see that huge money will be on the capital, on the
Josepha. Sorry. Can I say something?
Let me finish up briefly. Okay. You see, somebody talked about the visa restrictions in Africa, like all this. This is what the Europeans created, and it is upon us now to break those bounds, make Africa free visa for everything from Johannesburg to Lagos. It should be free visa. If you want to join, you join. Free visa for all. Goods and services.
Remy, hold on now. Let me come in at least. Let me come in at least now. Come on. Okay, let me come in real quick. Josepha, see, all these things you guys are saying is just I'm listening to all this African talking. We keep free visa out of us. First, if we do free visa, the poorest they'll be flooding all the countries that are doing better. Right now, Africa, we are not a productive continent. When you say we should trade among ourselves and cut off the Europeans, cut everybody off, things that
No,
we
I'm not
want.
saying that, Mike. I'm not saying that, Mike.
Okay, if whatever we're united, we are united against something, against Europeans. That's what you guys are. Whatever we are uniting for.
No. I'm
But
just against. See,
to trade, okay, you said to trade with ourselves, right?
Yeah, we should.
What do you what can you what is it that these other African countries are producing and you want to trade with them besides food?
Mike, let me tell you something. You see,
wait, now let me okay.
The raw materials in Africa are not processed in Africa. Imagine where Nigeria builds institutions, build factories, or build this thing that could refine this thing that we can trade.
Exactly.
That's what we need.
Now you are making sense. Before you want to unite and start doing trade within ourselves, we have to first learn how to make finished products. Because the reason why these other continents have edges over us in terms of gaining ground, it's not because they are using guns to come in. It's because they know that they are the one making the finished products, and we want to consume those products. And every African country, we always value them over you. I don't care. You can say you're Nigeria, you're this and that and that. Togo, we always value European country over you because most of their sustenance, the finished product that they consume, are made in these countries, not Nigeria. So when somebody saying Nigeria, you should be leading them, this and that, things that they want to consume, we don't produce it in Nigeria. Is it food that we'll be trading with? We're trading rice and beans with each other. Are you kidding me? No African countries producing, making finished products. So no one is ready until maybe some of us start making finished products. You start producing cell phones, iPhones, and all these other technological things, toothpick, toothpaste, toothbrush, all the things we need in our daily consumption, even clothing, everything. Then we'll be able to say, oh, now we can be independent continent. You understand? Because one of us know how to make it, and we can teach others how to wait. Now, hold on. We can teach others how to make it. We can now be independent. But right now, we have to depend on all these people because they are more productive than us.
Okay,
Mike, I want to put something forward. Okay, I want to put something forward, please. Remy, please just give me one. Mike, I quite agree with everything you've said here. You know, we need to start being productive in the continent. But see, we had these things before. For example, we Nigerians, we had all these factories before. Go to Ilupeju industrial estate. What a leader should do is let's revive. It's not like we cannot revive those factories. We can revive all those industries. If the government can put money in it, revive it. And
no, we never had them. We never had them. It was foreigners. It was foreigners. Wait, it was foreigners that came to build them, and they left. That's why they collapsed.
Yes, they left. That's what I'm saying.
You didn't build it on yourself. You are not speaking to my argument. You know, you have to learn to build things yourself. It's not going to bring somebody to come and set it up and be manufacturing it there. That person can leave anytime. Okay, the country, America can, those countries can call their company to leave your country anytime.
Okay, Mike, let me come in. Let me come in again. You see, there's two prominent car brands in Nigeria. There's one, this guy from the southwest. I've forgotten his name. He's Nord. They call it's Nord, N-O-R-D. Nord. I don't know if you've heard of that. Yeah, and there's this one again, Innocent. You see, a serious government that wants to encourage the people of Nigeria to kind of do something meaningful to themselves. What will you do? If I were Tinubu,
but those guys don't manufacture car. They assemble car. They import all the parts and they put it together. That's what they do.
Excuse me. See, let me tell you, America. Let me tell you.
You have to be able to make everything from the scratch.
Excuse me, oh, Mike. You don't get it. America did not start making good cars. They copied from England. Go and read
it's
about
a lie.
The automobile.
The first car manufacturer was Henry Ford in America.
Where did they get it from? They copied. Everybody copied. The Japanese.
Yeah, we can copy too now. Let's copy and learn to make it. This is not what I'm saying.
We have to start somewhere. We have to start.
We are starting, which is I'm not arguing that we are not starting. We are starting is good, but we are not there. That's what I'm saying.
So if
we are taking the steps, let's get there first. I'm not saying we are not making effort. We are getting there. We are getting educated. Okay, we are getting smarter.
Mike, we
are not there yet.
When are we going to get there?
The harder we work, the quicker we get there, and the less we start complaining and actually start believing ourselves. And if everybody put hands on the deck and start waiting for government, all those things, we'll get there. Eventually, we'll get there. You understand? But what I'm saying is we are not there yet. Right now, we still have to depend on these people for all these finished products. And the law, as long as we depend on them, they can sanction you anytime you collapse your economy. So all this tough talk that all Africans are going on the internet talking these days. Oh, let's kick out the American and French, everybody, and the enemies of everybody. They will leave you, you will be dry, which is, of course, I think is a good thing. Let's be dry for a minute. But how many of the population are willing to go without all these things? And so, just like Suranja will say,
Mike,
you know?
you do not believe in the content.
Josepha, please hold on. I want to hear from Neil voices. I'll come back to you guys. Do we have Ekene? Ekene has been quiet. We don't have
Mr.
Ekene.
Thomas,
Yes,
I'm
you are
here.
there. My brother, how are you? Happy Sunday.
Yeah, very fine. I wish you the
Yeah,
best.
yeah. Do you want
Today.
me to lead you in the topic, or you have something to say?
Well, I didn't really have much to say, but I wanted to
Let
go
me
back
ask you
to.
this: what do you think about the Tinubu, the US saying the Nigerian president is only the one they want to meet in Nigeria, and I think they are setting a date for a meeting. What do you think? What do you think he can bring out for Nigeria? We know we have a bilateral ally with US, which we know that, but maybe the new president will strengthen it more. So, what do you think?
Well, for me, you know that I've been against that US alliance for a very long time because they're not doing us anything good. But if this government can make it better, it will be good. But for me, I'm not seeing the side of the truth from the US. I'm seeing them as a cunning people. They want to use you and make their own progress. So the same thing that is being said all the time, they just give you some aid. They just give you aid, make you forget your pain for a moment. Then when you finish that one, you come back again. They'll give you another one. Then you forgot to develop your region, you forgot to develop your state and all that. You forgot to think, to be a man, to fight for your personal development and your state development. So that's what they
But
do.
Ekene,
And it,
whites always say half bread is better than none.
no, I don't like that argument because you know we need to be up and doing. We need to stand up as a nation. There are many things we can do for ourselves. Maybe when we do those things, then they can now come in and discuss an alignment with us. But now we have not do those things for ourselves. We have not developed a lot of things in Nigeria need to be done. So when you do those things for
But
yourself, then
Ekene,
when you come,
have you forgotten we are third world country?
it doesn't really matter. But it's just the argument is making us third world countries is because of we are rich in natural resources and all that. And that is what they're exploiting us. If not for the grace, if not for what God gave Nigeria, Nigeria is nowhere to be found in the world. Everybody knows that. It's just that Nigeria is God gave Nigeria a lot, starting from our weather down to our natural resources and all that. We have it in abundance. We have it best among the nations of the world. So you cannot compare if a state like China or Qatar or you have what we have. You know what that state would be. Just compare it. But it's just that we have it in abundance. Then they are using it against us. So it's time we come together and think and know how to make use of all these things to build our nation. Just if you talk about our weather can do a lot in terms of agriculture. Our weather can do a lot to compare to the West. Our weather can do a lot in terms of agriculture, but we are not seeing that.
Ekene, a quick question for you. Even the so-called agriculture, when you produce in large quantity and you have taken the one you are going to eat in your country, what are you going to do with the rest?
Let's eat first. Now we are not eating.
The rest is just a futuristic question. It's a simple question. Fine, you have a lot of product. You have a lot of maize, corn, and rice. You've eaten, you are full. The rest, what are you going to do with the excess?
You process it.
I will save it. We store it.
You process it.
Store it.
So you store it. You process it. You turn it. You can even export.
So, you want to export, right? And you want to make
Yeah.
dollars, right? So, if you export to like America, what is America going to export back to your? What are you going to import from America? America just say, "Oh, thank you, we are buying from you, and it's fine now." They are not going to sell.
Let us make it first. Then let them reject it. That we export to them, then they reject it.
What I just want to say that there is no country in isolation. If you want
No, you must have something to offer. We have not have anything to offer first. We are just collecting aid. We have not offered anything. So when you offer these things, when you process all these things and you offer them, I cannot see Nigeria not getting an alignment with people that will buy it from us.
We are already offering a lot of things from Nigeria. Only that the revenue we get from there maybe is not being utilized effectively. That is one. We need to even put more effort into agricultural products, into natural resources.
No, we have not offered anything. The only thing we gain in a year, the only thing we gain in terms of export is that something billion, and it comes from only oil.
No. The non-oil sector in Nigeria is also contributing to Nigerian ports. Go and check Nigerian revenue.
But it does not. You cannot use that to compare to. You cannot use that to compare to other nations. That there are nations that do agriculture alone and they export more than Nigeria. You cannot use that to compare.
We are not comparing that. What I'm trying to tell you is that we get a lot of money from non-oil services too. Everything is not about oil in Nigeria.
Even our oil, we have it in abundance, but the amount we are getting as an export is even very low to compare to other nations that have oil.
Who is to blame for that? Both leadership and followership. Like I'm talking
you blame that in a lot of us know that those oil are being stolen and all that, but it's not me that is stealing it. They're not the people that are stealing it.
Disclaiming it. What I'm just trying to tell you is that Nigeria is not only exporting oil; they are also doing other non-oil services.
But for now, oil is our major export. Nobody knows that about that.
I agree with you, but I'm trying to let you understand that it's not only about oil, about Nigeria. We also export.
That is why I said that. That is why I continue to say that we have a lot to do because we have it in about. If we take oil away. If we take oil out of our export, we can develop. Let me finish. If we take oil out of our export, we can develop other critical sectors that can give us more than oil. You know that.
Thank you. What I'm just trying to tell you do not get it. What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. No matter what you export there, because you have bilateral agreement with various countries of the world, whatever you sell to them, they also expect you to buy something from their hand. It's not that, okay, I just dump my product in your country and then they don't get something from you, don't buy nothing from them. Nobody is
Mr. Remy, I understand you very well. Nobody is taking that alignment away, but you must first off. It's just like a businessman that you need to offer goods and services to the people. If I come to your shop, you don't have what I want. There is nothing you cannot make any money. There is nothing you can offer. Even if I have something, if there are things I will have in my shop that even if you are my enemy, you have gone around and you know that I'm the only person that can offer you this service. Even if you are my enemy, even if you don't want to buy it direct, you can buy it indirectly from me.
I think I understand you. We need to put more effort on all.
So my point is, let us develop what we need to develop first. Then let's wait for them.
It's a work in progress. We can't just be static and say, okay, until we have all the agricultural product we can export. No, it's a work in progress. We continue to work hard, continue to put our people into various form of disciplines, agriculture, service industry, a lot of discipline. We have to put a lot of people there.
Well, for me, that has been my pain. That has been my pain in this our country, Nigeria. But for me, I know that government is trying to do their best. But for me, they need to do more. They need to come together and think, because their focus being in oil alone. is making me
somehow.
somehow.
The last when Nigeria economy was rebased in time when Jonathan was there, that is when they knew that Nigeria also export a lot of product apart from this crude oil you are talking about. For the last 8 years of Buhari, we have seen the entertainment industry also grown, which is a service industry from Nigeria too.
You know we again.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you know we export? We export agricultural produce.
Yes, of course.
I know. No, I'm not saying that we don't export those things, but it's not enough. It's not.
It may not be. Hold on, please.
But can
it
whose
may
fault
not
is
be
it that
the
it's
like
not enough?
You say?
Whose fault
It
is
may
it
not
that
be
we're
the
not
like
exporting?
It's the citizenry now because we are not producing.
Exactly.
But that's what you want me to say, that the citizens are the people to be blamed, that they are not producing. Anyway, we may continue to blame the citizens, but for
It's the
me,
governor that go and farm and grow the food that we
you always want to blame the citizens for not being productive in those areas. But you see, you know that even in
Ekene, hold on.
yeah.
Did you grow your cashew now? And look, somebody said you should not sell it to the America.
The cashew.
Did you grow cashew? No. Did you grow granite? Did you grow anything? And somebody stopped you not to sell it to the Americans or to the Australia?
Nobody stops us from doing that. But for Mr. Ramos, like years back when the issue of this Boko Haram and all that has not been a problem to our country. Even we have abundance in this nation. When we are talking about food, we have it in abundance because I'm a witness to it. You understand? Even the Easterners don't have the land, but I know how majority of the Easterners travel to the north to load trailers of yam, all that. It's even within ourselves. We were making a lot of progress in terms of agriculture without even exporting. So, and that time the price of food.
Let me shock you. Let me tell you something. Passat always come here. You know Passat. He always come here every time. Sometimes he will fight. Finally, we come to the round table. He make a comment one day. He said, "Why will we in the village still buying tomatoes when you can put tomatoes on your ground at the back of your bathroom, and the tomato is just growing naturally? But you sit down there, you still go to the same market to buy the same tomatoes." So we are not even feeding ourselves, talk less of even feeding the whole world or selling to the world. The land is there. My mom doesn't buy tomatoes. He doesn't buy vegetables. He grows tomatoes and vegetables at the backyard of his house in Ibadan. So just like you say, we are not progressive.
Anybody that have the land, anybody that have the land in our space have to utilize it very well. You understand? But the issue why for Easterners, they don't really have the land all that much. If you come to my compound itself, there is no even space to even build a house, talk less of buying a land.
I disagree with you on that one. If you are talking, I've been to the East. I stayed there for more than a little bit up to 1 year. I still see some of your people still have farmland. It might be small, but they still grow a lot of things. I remember.
Honestly speaking,
listen first.
Yeah.
On my way to on my way where I was serving, we usually pluck orange, mango, and I forget the other fruit. On the way, there's so many trees lying on the way. It's free. It is free food for
Mr. Remy, which year are you talking about?
Okay, I don't want to say that, okay? But at the same time, it was in the East, okay?
Let me tell you.
Early 2000.
You are talking about early 2000. I'm telling you, in the last 8 years, a lot of things has changed. A lot of things has changed.
It's not. You cannot tell me that still you don't have some land, because when you
no, it's not that they are not. It's not that we don't have, but in terms of let's say like a place like my state now, It's not there. You just see some.
You are from Anambra, right?
Yeah, Anambra State. But if you go, Enugu still have some.
Enugu, if you travel.
Enugu have some. Ebonyi State have some.
Uji to Igbe to Kana local government.
Yeah. Even that Enugu State now is developing very fast now.
They have a lot of cultivated land. Nigeria have a big land, both in the south and the north, that they can use for agriculture. But agriculture is not everything. One thing I want you to know is that the world has changed. The world is now about skills. What skill do you have? It's no longer about this big certificate. I have 3 master's degree. I want a
Thank God you are the one making that. You know, when I say it, they say that I don't like education. It's not that you see.
No. It's different from what I'm trying to say. When I talk about skill, also it can also involve IT. Maybe you are good about computer programming. These are skills you acquire. It's not just something you just learn off the trade like that. I quite understand you that you are into trading, which is good. But when I talk about skill, even become a tailor is a skill, and you can get a lot of money. I even become a.
And you develop those things because education alone is very good. But if you don't have that technical idea,
you know what,
that development will not be there.
In most of these developed countries, if you have something to do, if you use your hand to do it by yourself, let's say your water is dripping in your house and you have to call a plumber. Do you know how much a plumber will charge you per hour? Or if you have to take your car to a mechanic.
The one that walk in our street is not even. He didn't walk up to 2 hours. He collect 15,000 naira up to 2 hours.
So they can make more money than even somebody that is doing 30 days work or 20 or putting 20.
Yeah, they can make. It's there.
So that's what we are trying to say. There is opportunity in Nigeria a lot. Because even if you are educated, I've seen so many people that are highly educated, bachelor degree, master degree, and they have another skills. You can see there's so many things you can do. You don't need to worry. Everything is not government. Like in Nigeria, if their water is leaking in their house, they will say it's Buhari or Tinubu. If something is wrong with their state or local government, everybody will cry, it's the president. What does the president?
Remy?
No, Remy, you know there are.
Hold on, please. Remy, the man that cannot do it in the other room too. You will say it's Tinubu.
Yes.
You know, I was watching one music video about one guy singing about Nigerian government bad, and then he was showing video of people that their roof is leaking and all those things.
Remy, my point is this.
So now government don't fix your roof for you.
The areas that the government needs to.
In America, if your roof is leaking, don't fix it. The government will not fix it for you. They will arrest you.
Which I'm not in. The area that the government needs to step up, which I'm not in, because if you want to have production, the electricity must be there. The banking system must be up and doing, helping people, giving them loans with good interest and all that, interest rate and all that. So
banks are private, right? And when they want to give you loans, it's a business.
The banks are private, but government can still come in.
No, it's not easy.
To put some regulation.
Government will come and tell them to give you loan, risk their investment. You know, when they're giving you loan,
but in those areas, those states, you people,
they put interest on it and they have to make money.
Mike, you cannot deny the fact that in the state you are now, that banks give loans with good interest.
No. Before you get a loan, you apply. They will look. They find out if you can pay back. If they don't see any way of you paying it, but if you don't have credit, first they will look your credit. If you don't have good credit,
but even here in Nigeria, you can even have the collateral to collect it, but the interest will not allow you.
Well, so negotiate with the people. Negotiate. It's not the government; it's the bank that.
But there are government grants now.
They're trying to minimize their risk.
There are government loans. There are loans that come from government. There are a certain amount that come from government, not necessarily from. They might use the bank, but those money are coming from government.
Which money is coming from government? Bank money. Bank money is not coming from government. Are you kidding me? It's people's money. People deposit money in banks, and bank, what they do with the money is that money is what they use to try to give loan and get interest and make money with that money. You understand? The money people put in bank is what banks trying to put to work for themselves to make money. It's not government money; it's people's money. That loan money that bank you're spending bank to give you is the money that people put in that bank.
I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean, but I know what I mean when I said that government should come in, regulate some things. The interest rate in Nigeria is very high. You cannot do business with that. That is my point.
Yeah,
Nobody
because the productivity
can do
level of
business
the
with that.
society is very low.
So Akene, this is how it works. You are into trading. If I'm a banker, I will first assess you very well. How do I assess you? What is the quantity of what you have in your shop? What is the collateral you are presenting to me? Where is the collateral you are presenting to me? You cannot want to source a loan from me and your collateral is in your village, in your hometown. What is the value? What is the what? How can I dispose of this property if you're unable to pay my loan? So they will do a risk assessment on you. If your risk assessment is possible for them, then they will go ahead and give you the loan with their own interest. There is a banking act. The federal government cannot just come tomorrow and tell the bank, put the interest for you charge on loan at 6%. They can't control them like that. There's a constitution they must follow. So what
I know what causes the interest rate and all that increase because of the inflation of the country. Everybody knows that. So many areas.
Yeah, even before the inflation, I was not totally angry with the bank. I think that Nigeria still need more banking reform because I don't see a rationale. Because according to what I learned in school, if you want to do any business, the highest profit you can have is that 20 to 30% of your investment. If you can get 20 to 30% profit, that means you are into business. If you cannot even get a profit in the next 2 or 3 years, if you can break even, that means you are not making loss and you are not making a profit. That is okay. But in some subsequent years, you might want to say, okay, can I make 20 or 25% of the profit? If your proposal or business plan is gearing towards that one, that is not a good venture for you to put your money into. So the interest they charge on loan is so huge that an average Nigeria is very difficult. I don't have a collateral. How can the bank now give you? But I think the federal government should say, okay, a loan within 2 million, the interest rate should be very low. Because according to the value of the naira and the purchasing power of everything now, a loan of 2 million should not attract 30 or 35% interest from the commercial bank. Oh, that is too huge. Even with 1 million.
Very huge now.
Yeah, so I think the federal government should come in like that and probably set a new banking reform, and maybe the constitution, the National Assembly, who should work on that, because that's the problem I have with the National Assembly. Most of these members, they are just sitting down, sleeping there, not thinking. You can take.
They're not thinking. That is the point. They're not thinking.
Different appropriation committee or different committee in the house. And why can't you just sit down, look at the law? How can we do to improve? The problem with African people, I will tell you, African people believe in big men. They don't believe in making a name for themselves. That is why we are different from the white people. The white people are not as greedy as black men. Africa is all about me, and me.
Me, yeah. How to answer
the white people about me and future generation. Me how to make a name for
Almost, can I come into this conversation?
Oh yes, National might we've been quiet. Yeah. Let's let me land it. Then we step for National.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that when you look at white people, I'm not saying everybody in generality, but it's like making a name for myself. If I'm doing this service or I'm producing this medicine, then my name is good. I'm building a business for family of generation to generation to generations. And that is why you see, if you look at most of this product from Europe or America, sometimes you see that this product is coming from a family of generation to generation to generation. But when we look at Africa, how many of us can boast that I have a business from my great-grandfather and I'm still doing that business to today? How many people in this platform can say that?
Maybe those businesses are not lucrative anymore.
No. Apart from being lucrative, you can modify, you can innovate, you can be creative with business. Do you think the business under that from great-grandfather of this white folk are the same thing? They continue to innovate and have a lot of new ideas to make their product or service much more better. That is what they call it business. You can't be static. So how many people in Africa, if you leave your business to your grandson, look at the Abiolas today. We look at all the children. Where are the business of these guys, of Abiola himself? This is a billionaire.
He didn't care about those children. He was just burning them, just giving women getting women pregnant.
Every discipline in Nigeria, this guy have a stake. Where are all the business now? Where are the children? I was hoping that we still continue to have generation of Abiola. Where are they? They are not in
They always tell me my grandfather was a millionaire too. I'm like, really? Although he died when I was like 6 years old. But
when you talk
he
about
managed 6 wives. I always say really because I remember I didn't have anything when I was growing up, and people when I go to my hometown, they will say, "Ah, walking in here, grandfather was a rich man." I didn't even know he was a rich man.
Oh, Mike, money in paper.
Exactly. They just have money in paper and they were just marrying women and getting them pregnant. That's what they do.
What you see in Nigeria, Babariga marrying wife upon wife. At 70, you are still marrying 6 wives, 7 wives.
Do you know Atiku has 30-something children? Like, some of those children they will be poor. Some of those children, by the time they born children, they will be poor. They will say that they will like, your grandfather is Atiku. You know your grandfather was a rich man, the former vice president.
No, Mike, that's the
those children will
mistake.
be like, really?
Atiku, no. Atiku has stolen enough for his grandkids. Come on now.
I'm telling you, that money.
He just wants to enjoy his rest of his life in Dubai. That is over. And the money, the children
He's blowing that money in Dubai, blowing it everywhere. Trust me. That most of that money will be by the time he dies. It's only few of his children will inherit it.
That Abiola money never die. That money is invested in some investment. It's just that those companies are already dead, but the Abiola money is still breathing live in those blue chip companies.
This is the point. We don't know how to build legacy when it comes to
business. Of course, I know that. But the children also have something to fall back.
They do, but once the individual dies, the legacy dies off pretty much. You don't.
I think the owners of these businesses, they have their way of running it, but they never fully open their children, or the children never really interested in the old method that they're using. That's why they decided.
Do you know Baba Ulo was still getting dividend from Coca-Cola till now in Nigeria?
I saw the shareholders' income tax when I was still in Nigeria working in the bank. I marvel. There was a company called Mass Shipping. You guys are familiar with it, right? The likes of Babangiras are the shareholders, the Shonikers and all that.
Diwali, please. You are missing the point here. When I say legacy, I'm not even talking about the impact on your own family. Legacy in terms of the community and others. If Bill Gates dies now, the legacy is more than his family. It's gone beyond just him and his people. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but those people know how to put company, under the care of trust. Nigeria doesn't do that. Our culture doesn't really. Who do you trust anyway? So
me.
But yeah, it's unfortunate. You see companies, they pride themselves having been in existence for decades, generation upon generation. 1960, or you see it written under the company's logo that they've been in existence. Family owned. But like you said, our culture kind of prevents that. And I also believe that sometimes the children may not really interested in the trade of a father. And
once again, I'm not talking about the kids. They're supposed to enjoy for life and make money. That's okay. But if I say Microsoft is birthed many industries, many new names. You heard Dangote. Who are the new names that he has brought up in that industry? And you can say, okay, this person came from him. But if I say Apple, if I say Amazon, you will start seeing different names popping up that were mentored by that person that came up within the industry that are doing well by themselves.
Even Apple.
The issue is that we are not building technical thinkers now. Our education is the technical know-how is not there.
You can't be so sure of that. There are some silent achievers that work with this man, and you and I probably would not really see their name be plastered on the.
Mr. Diwali, you are missing my point again. Let me clarify. When I say legacy, kids growing up, they need to see something publicly where we say, when that man grew up, he made this, he made that. It inspires them to want to also go into that industry. That's the way America grows when they see this thing on TV. Oh, this person came from this thing. He what you start seeing all these documentaries about somebody began from nothing. It was a janitor in the company, and he rose up in that company, and they brought him up, and it was go and watch all these Walmart stories.
Like Adidas shoe, Gucci, all those and all that.
They start making all these documentaries about came from nothing, but they brought him up in the industry, and now he's this. They start making them up, make them one big star like that. Then when the kids see those things, they get inspired to want to do like that's what they do. We don't inspire kids to do anything. It's all about just inspire to come and spend money and buy cars. That's what we do.
Yeah, you forgot about these old adage that says that it's a legbe. You know, that's right to riches story. Sometimes is sometimes I like to. I'm a fan of what do you call this? Biography. I like to read great people's biography, but sometimes by commission or deliberately they omit some of the vital information in biography. They put stuff that could easily attract people. Even the documentary you're talking about, I understand that rag to riches stories and all that. It's just sometimes it doesn't really capture the entire story.
I get you, but the inspiration it provides for other.
I mean, Dangote is there to provide inspiration. I mean, is that
what? No, brother. What Kilon provide inspiration for? How to panic?
I didn't know.
Is that inspiration? Is that what you need kids to be seen every day?
I mean, it depends on what you see as inspiration is. In this climate, I'm talking about Nigeria or Africa space now. Sometimes most of what we see, what we are allowed to see, or what they made us to see. But most of the times, it's usually something that they're really not proud of. That's why they don't really make it in such a way that you're trying to make us look at it like the way it's been obtained. In other words, a lot of things goes into that you and I probably, but I get it. But there are still some good people. Look at this man in the Redeemed Christian Church of God, the man called Ada Iwere, right? This man was the chairman of Nigerian Brewery. What a awesome moron. Can you imagine an elder in a Redeemed Christian Church of God owning a brewery? You are not allowed to drink alcohol. But it was an inspiration. It was an inspiration. My pastor couldn't even answer that question. One day when I was in Nigeria, I asked that pastor during the Bible study, that how could a church that pride itself as the holding down the hand for Jesus Christ, but one of the leaders and elders of the church actually is in charge of brewery, made his money from selling alcohol and still making the money.
But they would take Jesus Christ on water to wine now. So that's
it was a very awkward Bible study on that day. But what I'm trying to say is that he was more of an inspiration to those who believe. I actually have his biography. I bought it and I brought it to this country. There's some others. These are the man is, you can call him a technocrat, right?
Wait. Do you know who James Watson is?
James Watson, that name sounds familiar, but I'm not.
That was, in fact, when I met this guy when I was young, I was like shaking, like.
Is it not the last all over the world? WATAS
is the DNA guy that discovered the DNA the thing.
Oh, I don't know.
Imagine me as a kid meeting him in person. Do you know the kind of way you'd be like, let me go and read this. The inspiration there, it was nuts. That's what I'm saying. When kids meet him, they want to do better. They want to. Kids will like life with that.
Another thing, if you notice in America, those people that become successful, right? Those significant, they write books about their journey, right? Where other people read about, you go and read their books, learn about them.
Now, that's the point.
Exactly. So just to leave something behind to let other people learn from them or things, That's a way to mentor.
Mike, can you tell us the Buhari's book? that he wrote before? Have you seen any Buhari?
No. All the Nigerian billionaires, how many of them wrote book? I've written any book.
Are we going to be writing book of Obasanjo or Babangida? Is that what is?
Yeah, but they won't write a book. They won't write a book about how they make money now. They can only write a book about their basic.
Yeah, but Batini and Mike, that also speak to what I said earlier about our culture that doesn't really like to document. Documenting our journey is not something we are used to. People don't hardly speak up. They hardly show the secret behind their wealth or the secret behind their sources. They tell you or show you what they want you to see because they're scared of what might be discovered.
Adewale, the problem with Nigeria is religion and some aspect of our culture that is not good. If you talk about yourself by writing a book, a lot of people say you are gloating, you are showing off, and a lot of people will start to criticize you negatively. They will not see the inspirational aspect that is for our youth. They won't say that. That is the problem. They criticize negatively. They never see anything positive coming from an average black man. Until you step outside of your country, that is when they now start to respect you. If you write a book and your book is from America, then Nigeria will read it and they will believe you. But if you are in Nigeria, you write a book like that and you want to inspire, they say, "Oh, he's gloating, he's doing that." I've never seen set of human beings.
Mr. Remy, but we still have some Nigerian good book that are still selling, even when the authors are not arrived, are not still living today.
But those are authors, now those are poets. You're talking about Chibi and those one.
But it's still a legacy. It's still a legacy.
No, we are talking about the people that achievers that make big companies and things.
My point is this: that legacy has produced a lot of, has inspired a lot of young people today to follow that.
Can I name a successful businessman that wrote a book in Nigeria that you read? That's you know. Name one.
At least I follow people like Costaris.
Who?
Costaris.
Did he write any book?
Yeah, he always have his documentaries out there almost every year.
Costaris is just is into transport and selling of vehicles.
It's not into transport. It's only it's into selling.
I mean, Costaris is transparent enough to have document.
Yeah, when you are transparent, you can give out your ideas. So he's a transparent man. So he's giving it his ideas every time and every minute. He didn't hide it.
That man goes around, retelling his stories, but it's what he wants everyone to hear that he will tell you. There's still some other, maybe we had patronized government before, and maybe some other things that went in behind the curtain that he didn't want the public to know. But for the fact that he came from nothing, is enough to sell and to tell people.
But his idea, when you follow, like people like me that follows his idea and his principles, and I follow him a lot, it makes a lot of sense to me. And he's building inspiration. My point is this: if there are more people like him that can inspire more.
If I come to you and I say that, Kenny, I want you to tell me how you run your business. I want to know in and out. Would you be willing to download everything to me? I mean, for me to know.
Yeah. Definitely.
Said and done. So I tell you this, it is in our nature. We don't tell people everything. Even here in America, hardly you will see Nigerians showing another Nigerian's way to make money or jobs or businesses. Hardly. It's very rare.
This is this. Like my boss, I have a boss that I served. He will tell you everything. He will even allow you to do some import before you leave. You understand? So those things are there. If we like when you pick somebody and say, "Come and serve," I say, boy, for some years, you have already shown him the way. Unless if that person is not ready to learn, because those things can make a lot of things to you without giving you a penny to start up a business. I can tell you, if you have the idea, you
will pay for it as well with time, energy, and whatever it is to learn that trade.
Yeah, why it calls for
something has to give, right?
It's something that is very, very honorable to do.
I'm talking about just a Nigerian saying, what, this is.
I want to ask a good question because I want to know more. Like, for example, I know that in the Southeast, if you want to learn a trade, sometimes you have to serve your boss for 10 or 15 years. Let's assume I am 30 years old or 32 years old and I want to learn something from you. How many years as an apprentice will I stay with you?
Well, if you are 32, they can consider your age like 3 or 4 years. But yeah, we don't stay more than some people. You're staying for 10 years determines the year you
but
if
I'm 15 years old, how many years will I stay?
Yeah, you stay up to 7 to 8 years now.
Oh my God!
Definitely, yeah.
And you will spend your 7 years of your life.
If you, Mr. Dewell, if you know what you are doing, if you know what you are doing, it's worth it.
Hold on, please. Is it not wickedness? Why do I say that? Let me land, please. Let me land. Why can't I pay? Because in Yoruba land, let me land before you come in. Let me land. In Yoruba land, we pay for apprenticeship. We pay our boss. They will teach us the something, and at the end of the training, if you are perfect, they will collect some things and they will do graduation for you. Why do I have to serve your wife, clean your children?
Let me tell you this, Mr. Thomas. If you want to pay, you still have the opportunity to pay. Even if you want to work as a secretary and learn some things, you can do that. You can do that. But you see, you cannot use it to compare when you are doing boy. The reason is this: your family may not have anything, because the most reason why you see those things happen is because some background, when you go to them, they don't have 1 million naira, 500,000 naira, 2 million naira to give to maybe one of their boy to start up in life. And you know, when somebody has already started up in that.
Why do you need 1 million naira to learn a trade?
No, to give you maybe after you have learned that trade. Some family might not have it.
After learning trade.
After you have learned. So some family that really do that, maybe you go and see their background. Even myself, maybe I'm the first person in my family. You understand? But when you do that and you succeed, I tell you for a fact, most of your family members will not go that way again. But somebody must have to sacrifice. And that is how you leave them out of poverty. And it has lifted a lot of many families in the Southeast out of poverty. At least the family they can meet up their necessary need. They don't need to come and beg. It has helped a lot. So, and you cannot use that to compare to somebody that say, I want to come and do secretary. When you are serving your master and you serve him very well, you will gain a lot of things. Do you know that after serving, if you do very well, you can even it's not wickedness, Thomas. You need to be there is this adage in our land that said when you serve a king, definitely the kingship must surely come to you.
So
it's an adage.
If my boss, because we are so many apprentices, and if of course my boss will have preference, let's assume I'm going to stay for 8 or 10 years, and my boss does not really like me and does not show me what he's supposed to show me. And at the end of the day, when I'm about to graduate, because he does not really like me, he just gave me a little money to go away. That is, he can do whatever he wants. It's not mandatory that he must give me a lot of money like other people, right? He chooses whatever he's going to give to everybody. So if he gave Thomas 10 million to start a business, and he said, "Oh, this Remy, you are too troublesome. I'm only giving 500,000. What can I do? I have to walk away with it, right?" So what would be my benefit of staying with him for 10 years?
You work with those things you have learned.
Oh, so you see.
Yeah, there are a lot of things. See, let me tell you this. There are a lot of things you learn. If you don't learn anything in boy, and your focus is only in that money, if they give you 10 million naira, I give you 5 years, you will not see that money again. It's a fact. But if your focus is learning on what you come there to do, if they give you 500,000 naira, I tell you, for 5 years, you make that 5 million naira to become millions.
But I can hear you agree that
500,000.
I can hear you agree that the bosses always have preference. So I can show
the boss always have like.
Listen to my question. The boss have preference, and boss like Thomas and Adewale, and General did not like me. So he will probably choose Adewale and Thomas to send them on business trip.
That is why when you come to boy, what the master expects from you is total obedience. In fact, let me tell you this: if your boss, let me tell you this: if your boss like you so much, you not like you to leave. It's a fact.
But that is slavery.
And when you see what happened. When you begin to see that this man don't want me to leave, and you maybe you misbehave, you have shot yourself. What you have to do is just to relax. The man knows the reason. If I leave this boy, this business will suffer. If this boy goes, this business will suffer. So he's finding it very difficult to find your. He has know your worth and your value. So when no, it's not slavery. So what happened is this: the man is trying to find a replacement, and once he got that replacement, and you have that patience, I tell you, you will not suffer.
So if you do not find
because your settlement will be more than any other person. I know many people, because the money he's going to give you, the kind of setup he's going to give you, you don't need to be moving around trying to support yourself or going to bank and all that. Unless if he doesn't have the money. But if that man have the money, because at least the last one I know that happened, the last year, the man, as in he bought a shop. The guy is not on rent. He bought a shop for him. Shop of close to 10 million naira. Stocked with goods, with warehouse. So the guy don't need to be going around paying for shop rent and all that, hustling for shop rent again. The guy stayed close to more than 15 years with that man. But whenever the guy wants to walk up and say, "My Oga," you will tell him, "Please sit down. I know what I'm doing."
Ekene, as a businessman, I want to ask you this question also. There are some businesses within because of policy, government policy, or probably economic downturn, things are not going very well, and your boss is not making money as usual, and you have spent 15 years with him, and he himself is probably the business is not good, and everything is turning south, it's not really good, and my boss like me, he does not want to leave me, and I have served 15 years. By the time I'm ready to go, the business is not good anymore, and I know that business is not good and we're not making money. So how do you solve this problem?
Well, this problem can be solved. How it can be solved is that, if your guy is a very sincere person, what he does is not beating around the bush. Just go straight to the family, see what happened. But I can still help this boy, because he cannot tell me you don't have as a boy or as a man. As a man that's got very long. No, let me finish. When you go straight to the family, explain everything to them, because even your boy understand. So what now you have to do is make sure you connect that boy to most of your rich friends. Give them your word. This boy will do good. Just give him whatever he wants. Because definitely they might find money to maybe find a shop for you. If you are able to get that shop, it can take you around and say, "Please, this boy has really served me very well. Now, see the way business is. If I have the money, I know how to settle him, but please, you people should help me. Help this boy." I see many people do it. And the boy will be very glad. The boy will be very glad, because what happened is that the first thing that happened is that, because when you are genuine and your master has been able to confirm to 2 or 3 people that you are a genuine guy, nobody will fear to give you credit.
I can know what you are saying. I can know what you are saying is a conditional statement. Conditional statement is saying that you're going to meet your fellow bosses and say, "Help my boy." So it's the prerogative of all these bosses to say, "Yes, I'm going to help him," or "No." You can't force them.
No, they will. Nobody. Everybody wants to do business with a genuine somebody. What they need is confirmation.
If it's so easy like that, because I've seen so many cases that some people learn trade for 15 years, and at the end of it, they will tell you a terrible story that their boss does not set them up, and they don't have money to start their business, and that is why they go into crime. Some of them say something like this. So you cannot.
That is why you need to learn a lot. You see, the money that grows business is not necessarily the money they give to you. It's the idea you bring into your business.
I'm trying to tell you, we have seen some people, they confess that they learn this trade.
If that person does like that, and that person is not didn't know what he can. A lot of people have succeeded. A lot didn't succeed. It's not everybody that comes to boy.
I mean, can I give you a chance to come in real quick? I just want to say something. Can I? Like in the Southeastern, they have this culture of calling apprenticeship culture, where one guy will go into trade, and then after he succeeds, he'll go on to the village and grab another guy to be under him and learn trade and learn the trade, right? So the positive side, some of them after learning the trade, they set up and succeed. But the negative side that you guys are not paying attention to, why people are complaining, a lot of Southeasterners have gone into so many negative things, like there's so much, many of them have been caught up in so many negative. The negative side is that they are taking people from villages, from farming. You understand? They are learning farming, but now you're taking them from farming to go and learn trade, and this trade is not really that the product they are selling is something manufactured in Nigeria. This trade is just a bunch of things with imports. So generally, this doesn't help the country, for one. And now most of them, not all of them, will succeed in that trade, because trade has a limit. Not everybody will succeed in trade. Not everybody will sell. Too many marketers, like they say, too many hustlers, not enough customers. You understand? So you have this massive number of Southeasterners. They are all into trade, and it's only small percentage that will make it. But everybody's aggressively into it, and most of them have left their original, natural, productive trade, which is agriculture. You understand? And then there are all the other people, So the good side of it is, hey, you go learn trade, learn how to trade. It's good to learn trade, but they've abandoned village because they've left. Now, it would have been something different if the trade they are learning, if the apprenticeship is being done within their region, where they're not really far from the farm, they can be doing both. But often they leave the Southeast to go and join the guy in either Lagos, another city, all those.
What happens with
let me help you out with this question that Mike is asking you. You need to understand the context. After the war, after the Biafran War, that is when this whole thing began more. After the war, a lot of them who lost a lot of things. Some of them, they had their people who traveled outside the East, because the East was a ruin, was in total mess. So those of them were able to get that had money before the war, or they had properties that they were able to convert their properties to money, or they had money saved up somewhere. They were able to move back to Lagos and start a little business, and they had to go back home and bring some of their relatives to come start the same business. So you need to understand the context. The farmland was not, because there were a lot of mines. There were a lot of unexploded explosives. So none of them could farm. So, and like I said, the war really caused a real havoc. They used that small space for the Igbos as a battlefield. So you need to understand the context, that what led to this apprenticeship program the way it was.
I thought it was their culture, something they've always been doing.
Well,
I don't know what they always say.
No, not really. But even though it's the culture, but
it has been existing, but it became more. It became more. Yeah, it was existing.
The war really made it whereby that's the only way they could survive, and they will go home and bring in their relatives. Because when one of them comes to Lagos or any part of the Southwest, or maybe even the North, and they were able to make it, and they will see, like, okay, yeah, I can replicate the same thing. Let me bring my other younger brothers or sisters or relative or my
No,
wife.
it's not even relative. It's more like another person from village. There is no often.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
what I'm saying. My friend, listen. It's not really much. I'm just telling you that they bring in their relatives, they bring in their family, whoever they could bring. They bring them back to Lagos.
Yeah, whoever you can trust from your area.
You can trust, they bring them, and that's it. So the context is the war. The war was what really brought about this, that really made them to survive, to look for a way of surviving any means. And a lot of them, yes, they succeeded that way. And
No, it's not even a lot. There is no family today, at least many families that I know. You must see somebody that is doing well in business.
Yeah, so I don't know. Nobody's complaining. They're not. I mean, it's true that like you said, not every one of them succeed in the business, but the majority of them did succeed in the business. At least if you say like in every 10 of them that went through that apprenticeship program, at least only 6 or 7 of them succeeded.
Majority.
Yeah, majority succeeded. Yeah, majority succeeded.
Yeah, majority succeeded. Majority succeeded. No, Mike, majority succeeded. At least, like when you see, like my let's use example. My organ now, there are 5 boys. All the 5 boys are doing. You don't know what is doing well. They're doing well. All of them are into business.
Yeah, maybe your guys
Like
majority don't succeed, man. I'm sorry, majority.
No, it's not like majority. I know majority. At least it happened. I know in that if you come to Alaba now, I will come and tell you.
It's not even possible for majority to succeed because first of all,
no, let me finish now. Let me finish, Mike. Yeah, if you come to Alaba now, I can take you to this person and say this person, senior this person. Both of them are doing perfectly well in that market. Then I will take you to another place. I will take you to another place. I will tell you, this is the senior brother. This one senior this one. This one senior this person. This one is senior this person. See their shop. These guys, at least 3 of them are doing perfectly well. I can continue to take you one after the other to their shops. Brother or father or mother, doing very well in business, the same market.
No, there's no question that maybe some people doing well. But what I'm saying,
the point.
Listen now, majority of Igbos that came to Lagos and came to all these major cities, they all came through that means, through that come and train. They came to learn trade and things.
Hold on. You need to understand something is that there are different things that they do. Some sell spare parts, some are into transportation, so many other things.
Yeah, people are into but what I'm saying is you can't say majority of people succeed. That means you are telling me most. More people are not majority.
When you don't know anything,
if that's the truth, we have 70% succeeded.
Then 70, we have about 30 million Igbo millionaires.
You don't argue about it when you don't know. You don't just want to argue for that.
No. We will have if 70% of Igbo succeeded.
Mike, when I'm talking to succeeding, it doesn't necessarily mean that all of them are multi-millionaires. You know, when you come to a family and at least you have somebody that can solve a problem of that family, that person has succeeded.
Yeah. So
what are you telling? When you come to a family like this, like now, when you are talking about government palliative, but because of you say your family don't go there. What are you going there to collect there? It means that you are not begging as a family. You can cover that expenses. When the government is talking about 8,000 naira monthly, but you are sending your family at least 50,000 naira for their upkeep every month. Or 30,000 at least every month you can send to them 30,000 naira. Use this to add up to meet up with your expenses. So what are the government coming there to give them 8,000 naira for? We are cover up for the family. Somebody has succeeded. So it's almost like that.
You're making different arguments, man. You're saying someone has succeeded. I never seen
no, it's not that. I'm telling you
what I'm saying is majority will not succeed. That's just a fact.
But I'm telling you that majority has succeeded now.
If majority has succeeded, listen, man, majority of people in a society will never succeed in business. That's just a fact.
Mike, what are you telling me? I'm telling you this place I know very much. I said 70% succeeded.
Wait, listen. For majority of people, that means millions of people to succeed. Well, cool down. Let's do the mathematical. Let's do the formula here.
Where's the formula? What formula?
This is what they are doing. They are trading things you import, right? It's not possible to import enough for everyone to trade, and it's not possible for everyone. Listen now, wait.
Mike, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. You know that somebody.
Majority
in that market.
You
know that. Mike, let me tell you. You know that somebody in that market import more than at least. I know somebody that at least offload more than 5 containers every 2 days. in Alaba.
Mm-hmm.
5 containers. You know what is a 5 container every 2 days?
It's still not enough. And at the end, and beside that, that thing is very bad for Nigeria, to be honest. This is over importation and over consumption. I think you start
when you don't have it,
that's why our currency is destroying because we over import.
The most movable item now in the market is solar. Nigeria don't produce solar.
We need to start figuring out how to produce too much over importation.
When you produce it now,
even Nigeria is a serious country.
As we are talking about, like I said before, when you're talking about production now, do you know that in production, the ones that Nigeria are doing it, especially in our market, in that Alaba market, Nigeria have the best wire, and they are producing in Nigeria. But the office there is in Alaba, and they're Nigerians.
Yeah, that'll be good. Producing local, that'll be good.
So what are you telling me? When that avenue is there, they will do it, and they will do it perfectly well. When you come to Alaba now, the best wire in Nigeria is Nigerian wire. You talk about Curtis wire, you talk about Michelin, you talk about there are many of them. The one Yoruba man, Adebayo.
What about Nigerian wire and cable?
Yeah, Nigerian wire and cable. They are the best.
That's what we need to start encouraging more of them locally.
And when you go to Ogun State, that is where you see their factories. So what happens in our market is this: because of this wire now, if they come to your shop, the Union Market, they come to your shop and they see any imported wire, they're locking your shop straight away.
That's good.
The policy is here. The policy is there in the market.
Yeah.
So they will lock your shop because that Nigerian wire, they take it as a very risky something. That non-Nigerian wire, like Chinese wire, what they do is that Chinese wire, they go and they imitate it, they import it. Then when they're selling Nigerian wire like 1,000 naira, they'll be selling that Chinese like 600 or 700 because they have reduced the quality. So if you don't know, they use it. They even get more in that Chinese wire. So they now have to bring policy in the market. This is not government policy. I'm telling you, Alaba policy. If they come to your shop and they see Nigerian wire, they're locking your shop straight away.
Why would they do that? Is there any government policy that says you can't import wire?
No, they want to promote those non-Nigerian. Because another issue is because of wire is very delicate. That when you use that fake to build houses, it can get your house can get burned if those wire become very weak. So and a lot of Nigerians has already noticed that when you come to the market and those Nigerian wires are very rampant in the market now. It's not like they're not there. So it's very difficult for you to even jam those Chinese wire now because that Nigerian wire has taken over the market.
So which one is of the quality there? Is it the Nigerian wire?
Which one is the better quality? Because you keep
the Nigerian wire is the better. It's the best.
Okay, but you say they are locking the shop of people that sell Nigerian wire.
No, Chinese wire.
I mean Chinese wire. Chinese wire. Okay.
Yeah, Chinese wire, not Nigerian wires.
Hold on. What is Sun now doing? Why didn't they wait before people bring them into Nigeria? Why don't the Standard Organization of Nigeria? Why are they not?
Those ones are not. They are collecting bribe. Forget those ones. Once they come there, if you are able to give them some millions, they will back off.
Can I ask a question? They are. I think they are. Maybe they don't start it, but there's a place in federal states in Goa that are actually manufacturing solar panels in Nigeria.
Solar panels.
Yeah, solar panels. They are making it in Nigeria.
No. You see, this is the same thing that somebody was arguing about here a while ago. About
well, I don't know,
hold on.
Yeah.
There's no such country that can manufacture a full like, okay, for example, like a car, a vehicle. There's no one country that can manufacture everything.
You have
to source it from different parts of the world.
Right.
Like maybe China will supply you that part, Japan, Korea will supply that part. Even all these ones that they build here in America are here. You can just say Ford or whatever. Some of those parts are not really locally made here. Some of the parts are sourced different parts of the world and they ship them here. So when somebody was saying that when we used to have Peugeot and in Kaduna, the assembly plant, when they used to assemble, even if they're assembling, it's almost the same thing like what they do here in America, because even Ford, GM, all of them, most of their parts, it's not locally made here. They are all made from different parts of the world, and they bring them in here and assemble them. Maybe we can say maybe like 60% of it is made here in America.
Like it is innocent. Like innocent. When you come to innocent.
Sorry, I just want to put it up to rational mind. When Pojo was assembling and Volkswagen and the rest were assembling in Nigeria, most of the parts that they put together, more than 60% of them are sourced in Nigeria. That time.
The same thing, the same thing happened. That's what I want to say about innocent. Innocent, 60% of his production is sourced in Nigeria.
No, 60% were from France. No. More than 60% were from France.
More than 60% of the auto part. You know, when you talk about car manufacturing,
they only assemble here in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm talking about that time you are talking about, not now. Because now,
that time, I'm saying that time more than 70% of them is
more than, so we are on the same page then. So, but now I'm not sure whether most of these parts are being, because I know that in Nigeria, just sometimes some assembly is just a knockdown stuff. They'll put it's already knocked down and they just put it together in Nigeria, where the duty you pay is a little bit lower. So I don't know.
Innocent is 60% Nigerian. No, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, national mind.
Where do you have all this?
No, I know. You have not visited the company. I visited the company.
Tell me, what part of Nigeria are they manufacturing parts? The Dunlop tires that we used to have.
Everything, the tires, everything is done here in Nigeria.
No, you cannot be saying this now. Abba, don't be saying all this.
See, innocent. Before, let me finish. Let me finish. National mind. Innocent already has a rubber company before he started that production. Yes.
I don't know that. I don't.
So
he has
It's also built in Nigeria. Is that what you're saying?
His rubber company. His rubber company is at Nnewi. Innocent produce a tank. He produce a plastic shells and all that. So he used that avenue. All those parts, almost. I tell you, almost everything is produced here. Almost, not everything, but at least some percentage.
I don't know, but I don't believe that.
No, it's what I know. I'm not lying to you.
Again, by the way, I put the name of the company in the Solar Energy company. I put the name in the private sector section, so you can.
Yeah, I've seen it. You know those solar panel. You know that solar of a thing just started. So if those innovations start to come, you see Nigeria will embrace. You know one thing. What we don't know in this platform is this: nobody enjoy importation. Importation is not all that good. It's just that the avenue, as in creating that avenue for production, is not much rampant in Nigeria. The people that have the money to put up production in Nigeria are doing it every day. Many millionaires in Alaba are already putting up production. You see, most of the speakers, these big speakers, DJs and churches use, are produced here in Nigeria. They're not imported. I can begin to mention their names.
People are talking about. Hold on. Okay, you keep saying that some of those things are made, these components for all these things that they make into full, like speakers, cars. Where are these companies in Nigeria that are manufacturing these parts?
Go to Agbara now, you'll see them now.
I don't know. Agbara there.
Well, you stay in abroad. Maybe when you come in, just take time and say, I want to travel to some Nigerian companies. That's company one man that is in the one that produce speaker. Is in Alaba, but the production is at Olifte. His hometown at Anambra State. He just put it up last year. Sam Prince is a very popular speaker.
All the raw materials that they use for manufacturing those things.
I tell you for a fact. I said the company is there at Olifte. He's doing it in a very he was importing it before, but once he got there,
hold on. Ekene. What I know Nigerian manufacturers they do. I used to have this man that I worked briefly for years ago. I think the man's from Anambra State. He has this mansion close to Unilag there. So, but he does this components for grinding machine, for sawmills, all these sawmills. The pieces they have to saw like woods, heavy logs and things like that. It does so. But the thing is this: he will go to China or whatever in Asia. He will go and bring those things, and then he will now start the teeth of those saws He'll start making them in Nigeria. That's what he does. But the metal for those things, he brings them from China. But he has some years ago he opened a factory in Ikorodu there, whereby they will be doing that thing. There will be those teeth of that those things. They'll manufacturing them locally in Nigeria. But the component, the steel that was used in doing that thing is from China or whatever it got is from Asia. So, but these
ones are different. When you're talking about speakers, you know plywood. Plywood are made here in Nigeria.
Plywood?
Yeah.
Nigeria.
Yes, it's made in Nigeria, and the Nigerian made is best.
I'm not
so that's what they use.
But this
factory. So the clothes.
Where are these factories? I just know that Nigerians are unemployed. They're telling me they have factories. Where are these factories?
No, the factories there, they're working.
Plywood is part of softwood, okay?
So Nigeria are producing. They are producing. The people that have the capacity, just that the people are doing it. When you come to our market, it's just few individuals that have the money. So, like when you talk about this Nigerian wire. But the reason why Nigerian wire is taking shape, because when you talk about the most in Nigeria in our market, the people that have the most production companies, that is Nigerian wire company. They have.
You see, when you Jalico come here and say government, you don't present your argument in the sense that government should be backing this manufacturing businesses, this manufacturing companies. You guys don't talk about that. You don't say we need government to invest in this manufacturing, help them expand and team up with them. You don't talk about that. What you guys will be saying is, we need government to be talking about things, other things that you really, that people are supposed to be doing. You understand? So you guys have to learn to set your priority.
No. They still hold on. They still believe in this government-run businesses this thing.
Government-run business.
Kenya has never come here to say government should come and back. He's telling us about these manufacturing people for the first time. He's not. When he comes to talk about government, he don't say he needs government to team up with these guys, help them expand.
No, my argument is my argument is government giving us the necessary things like electricity and all that, because when electricity.
Wait, hold on, please. Yeah. Let me clarify something here. Unknown to many people, I'm actually involved with some solar. Like we're doing some off-grid farm project in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, I spoke to one Femi today. I had an extensive. I'm trying to bring him on the one-man show. He's a very good friend of mine on Clubhouse. So Sterling Bank in Nigeria, right? So they have this program where they give you this loan, but they spread it out. So if you have a farm, you have this. So because Nigeria needs off-grid, forget everybody wants to jump on one line. Forget building a dam. Nigeria needs to do more solar for all these farmland. So what they are doing is, if you have a farmland project, like all these small communities now, they will fund it, they will spread it out for you to pay.
Yeah.
So that's what they're doing now. So, but because I'm like, you said forget government. You can do this thing on your own. You don't need you just need to tap into that what that bank is doing. So if you have any farm in Nigeria that you want, farming community, because from here in America now, people are moving back home. But unlike before, where they want to buy land in Lekki and buy land in all these areas, they want to move to those rural areas, small towns, to just retire, where they have their farmlands, they can farm, they have solar energy, and so it's more like a small community. They call them off-grid town planning. So that's what, but that's the reason I even bought this name of this solar energy thing. I bought the name up. Like if you have more companies investing in these things, and you have more off-grid town, like for community now, then the pressure on NEPA or whatever you have will be less. There'll be no need for people to want to tap into the main line. It can be off-grid. So that's so stupid.
Yeah, solar now, because of this first subsidy removal, solar have become the major focus for many people. The only problem is now is that it's very costly for you to get what you want is solar, you need to spend a lot of money. So, but if you're able to get it, you don't have any issue with the electricity.
Yeah, let me. What did you say?
No, but do you have the idea of the interest on that loan from Sterling Bank? That is one. And I have somebody who is interested, who wants to be the male. Is looking for acres and acres of land for maize production in Oyo State. If you have somebody that has a big land to sell, please can you let us connect?
Yeah, yes, please. I'll put your details there. I'll bring Femi here because I thought initially when they said 40%, I'm like that. He said no. That is upfront though. They will spread it out for you. So you end up paying maybe 1 point, I think it's 1.9 or 1.8%. Yeah, no million in terms of. But what he was saying is that it's easier for you to have community. Like if you have a farm project now, like Abu have a farm villages. 4, 5, 6 people. You are doing this, I'm doing this. But what happens is that you want to also set up your processing plant close to the farm. Like for your maize, for your plants. So those businesses around those farmlands will not be the one to invest in it. So to get if you do together, it's more cost effective than you doing it alone.
Okay.
So put your details in the.
You see, Babati.
Yeah.
Babati.
Yeah.
Let me say something. You see, I'm just so sometimes I get so I'm taken aback sometimes when I listen to the way some of us will come here and we argue things. And we see, and most of us live here in more developed, prosperous nations, and we see how things are done, and we wish something differently for our nation. Somebody here was talking about, oh, you should. I know Mike has always argued that thing, and I don't even know what he's talking about sometimes. Oh, agriculture, you don't expect the government. What are you talking about? All the nations of the world, whereby they see that they are like, look at Ukraine there, look at what's it called, Russia, look at here in America, the government subsidized agriculture for the farmers. They have special program for the farmers. So what? You can't just say you want to just go and get a land here and say you want to start farming, even though you have the mind, you have everything, you have the backing of, but government has to.
When did that say I'm against subsidizing agriculture?
Hold on. Because suddenly, because Tinubu now is there now, because this is the same as we were here some years ago. Some of us, I know some of you are. Hold on.
I was the first that came in to say government is subsidizing agriculture.
Again.
Don't know where you get the idea that I'm against subsidizing agriculture.
Hold on. Now we're here talking about because some years ago, I mean, one man could bear me witness if he was there, and maybe so Ajaliko, if he's still here, he can bear me witness. We're criticizing Buhari here for his lackluster performance when it comes to agriculture, and how they use embezzlement and around that Emefiele and those the shady rice business they said they did. Now Tinubu is not there. Now with some of us suddenly now we realize that it's not government responsibility. Everybody should go and figure out how to farm themselves. Government can also only make policy and whatever. It's not Tinubu's mandate to, or it's not on him to figure out for you people to how to farm, how to do your farm. My goodness, and we're talking about
rational mind. A quick
hold on. Some years ago here, I mean, maybe not some years, 2-3 years ago when Buhari was there, we're talking about how people could not go to farm, how our farmers are being attacked.
Rational mind.
Who said that? Did I say that?
Rational mind. Let me quickly
I'm saying that.
Response, okay? I think you got it totally wrong.
So what did I get totally wrong?
For 4 years, there was this anchor's borrower from CBN.
Okay.
I was here and I told you how a friend of mine got a loan for this to set up his poultry farm. And we have a lot of success story all over Nigeria, the rice millionaire. These are true stories. They are not lying. So they get this kind of loan.
So why is rice so expensive then? If they have alcohol borrowers,
you have to factor in logistics to it also.
Logistics.
Mr. Remy, that expensive aspect is what is clean production, because when you look at Nigerian production, it's very costly. Even this why I'm telling you about is costly. But the reason why people are buying it is because of the benefits. That's what you cannot risk your life because you want to buy wire cheap. So people are better. But when you come to food, maybe when you are importing like rice, you are buying rice for 12,000 naira, 10,000 naira. But when you start producing rice as a nation, you are buying rice for 50-something thousand naira, 50,000 naira. Rice is almost 50. So you see, that is the problem. So what is government going to do?
And I have someone who is selling both Nigerian rice and imported rice. The imported rice are smuggled through Benin Republic to Nigeria. If you are living in Southwest, including Lagos, you are smuggled from Benin. And Thailand rice are all those kind of rice, parboiled rice, maybe it's being sold for at least 38 to 40,000 naira now. And if
No, Mr. Remy. I'm living close to the border. Ojo is not far. If those rice, foreign rice now, foreign rice is 48,000 naira.
Do you want to buy 50 bags of rice or 100 bags of rice? Give me 40,000 and I'll get it for you.
If 40,000 naira cheap.
I'm telling you, if you want 50 bags, 100 bags at 40,000 per bag, I will sell it for you. It's imported rice. If you want, this is business.
Yeah, but it's 40,000 naira cheap. Even Nigerian rice.
No.
My problem is this. What will make that Nigerian rice more acceptable is the price.
Argument was that Nigerian rice and imported rice are being sold for 52,000, and I am saying that is incorrect. That is totally lie. That is not true.
For me, that is the price. Yeah, it's 48 foreign rice here now. It's 48,000 naira.
I'm giving you a better offer, and you don't want to take it. Do you still want to buy at 52,000 and you have 42,000 and you are not?
I don't buy. I buy only one or two bags, so I don't buy 100 bags.
Yeah, you see now. Okay, maybe you people gather yourself together and come and buy from me at 40,000.
How can I gather myself together? I only buy the ones I eat now. Maybe another one for my mama and my papa now, and another one maybe for my mother-in-law. So I cannot buy less than 3 bags in 3 months or 4 months.
The other bosses like you that are buying for 52,000, can't you come together and buy from me for 40,000?
You are talking about. I'm telling you that selling it for 8,000 naira here. Some places 50,000 naira. You are now giving me an offer of 100 bags for 42,000 or so. That is what am I doing with 100 bags?
Even as low as 10 bags or 5 bags, I can sell for 40,000. Okay, what about that?
No, my point is this. My point is this. My point is this. My point is this,
Guys,
Mr. Remy. Even at that 40,000 naira, it's very costly when we say we are producing rice. That is my point.
Guys, please. Let me go back to that panel thing for a second.
Yes,
the people I talked to, they used to live in America. They went back home, so it's like they don't have the experience of both sides. So, but their own idea is forget government, not because government should not do anything, but they're not willing to do anything to help you. So they have found a way around that. So they are being realistic of what is really going on ground. So when I discuss Sterling Bank and stuff like that, so they found a way. So I agree that ideally government should do something and help people encourage those innovations. But they are saying that on ground right now, government is not even thinking about how to help people with off-grid plans. So they found a way around it. So when he said that, I've heard about people that say they have lands in Nigeria, they want to invest, but they don't know how to power. You just need energy. So people like Kulata and people that say they have lands, and people like Remy now, I think they will really benefit from people like those, like him, and they can have a lengthy discussion about how to set up their own farmlands powered by solar. That would be something that I think we should encourage more on the platform. So hopefully you come here and educate us about how to set it up. But ideally, government should help you, but they are not just willing to in Nigeria as of now to help those off-grid plants. So that's just my little bit here.
What do you think about this sudden proliferation of these solar panel companies? Because you see, the thing about this solar panels is that, you know, there's another side to it. When they start piling up, you know, and then you have to dispose of these things, they have their own other side of it, because it's not good.
Yeah, the one that I'm involved in, one when we first started, it was for the farmland, because it was in our own village. You know, they have Abba. You know, we have this small about 7, 8, small mod houses. So we were like, okay, we are there for the farm, but let's just supply these people out of goodwill, right? That was our initial stuff. So we just did power in the middle. So imagine an Abule Abba with small eight mud house that have one light in the middle of the thing at night. So that was the idea. But what happened was it started to expand. They have one number here. People started moving their stuff. I went later. They were moving closer just to us. So guess what happened? National Mind. We had to go source for to buy second battery to charge up so that we can power. So we're doing a 12 on 12 off for them just to help them out. So what happened was now we need to buy bigger solar panels now to be able to handle.
So is this for profit or is this just some kind of like?
No, it's profit based now. That's profit based. But what was happening that because it was doing so well, because forget the farm for a second. We also have some that we are doing for farm processing around the farmland. But what happened was it was then attracting interest. So the issue I'm having now is that we want to turn it into a community backed power plant.
What does the Nigerian Power whatever Act, does it give you guys that kind of
because we are below, if you do below above 15 then you must add, but we are way below that. So we are
is that what the thing says?
the law says if you are below that, if you're not generating as close to that, you are way below that. But farm settlement is like when you start getting interest from other people, then you can pick and choose. Okay, we don't want that one, we want this one, because it must help your own initial investment now. But the issue that we are having now is that we need to get bigger solar panels, right? Because the demand is getting higher. You can buy all the batteries you want to charge, but if you don't have large panels to charge up to store, you would not. But when they brought up the issue of, because we did that self-funded from here, but when he brought up the idea, that is us from here. But if you have the locals that want to tap into it, where do they get their funding from? So I was thinking, government should help. I'm saying, forget government. We have this way that they can go through. So I spoke to that guy. Said, "Oh, I'm like, oh, so that's where the idea came from, to source for funds from different."
But Mr. Babati, that fund is it that fund is it for? Why you people making it only for farmers?
No.
That's the target now. That's the target. That's
for us now. It wasn't like we're not planning for community. That was it was because the worry is that if you go to Nigeria now, because we didn't want to do just shipping out raw material stuff. No, because we're going to be losing money. It was more of, let's have something processed first. Like even rice, it's even hard to do some basic separating itself in some places in Nigeria, unfortunately, for local rice production. It's crazy. So the idea was, let's have this small farm settlement, do the processing there, even the packaging and everything in that farm, like before it even leaves the village, it's already done.
So are you doing the like? I remember when my mom was still alive, she has this huge cocoa farm. She and her dad. They used to have this cocoa board whereby they would take their cocoa to for processing and all of that, and sell it to Cadbury and all of that.
Right.
So is it something like that? Is it like are you people running that farm settlement and those farms, or are you people just supplying them electricity to power their engines that they will use in processing some of those, like gari, like gari, they want to like fry gari, those kind of a thing, and maybe process cassava.
That's the idea. That's the idea, where we want everything to stay in one location.
Okay.
So by the time it leaves that location, it's gone through 2 to 3 stages of processing, as opposed to just taking out the cocoa and taking it to one company. Before you even get to that company, it's already gone through 2 or 3 levels of processing. That way you make more money. Because if you just take cocoa, cassava to them, they are buying based on market rate from you, right? But if I already cut it, pieced it out, if I already did the peeling, the cutting, the drying, everything for you, if I take it to you, I can get more money from you, because I've even saved you more money as a company. The wire is not yours. You have saved you more money. So that's the whole idea. But now this is the idea. If I'm doing like let's say I'm doing maize now, and you are doing cassava. What if I can get the wire to come and do rice, and Remy can do something else? Where and you can do tomato and you can do this one. Now, guess what? If you do tomato, now you are forced to go and okay, Remy is doing tomato now. Well, how can we do tomato paste like ketchup in that area? So it becomes a huge farm community, but it has to. But we don't want to be joined to the main power source. We want to be off grid.
But then, if you people are doing it off grid, are you not going to be using the same installation like the wire, the feeder pillars, or is it the high tension or whatever?
No.
Somehow you're going to be using.
So solar wiring is a little bit different from.
Okay, it's different from that. Okay, I don't know much about.
But it's more of. Then you're going to need bigger solar panels, but you need to buy batteries to charge. Remember, we are limited to time that we produce. We're not on all the time. We only put it on when we need to, because pretty much you charge during the day, then at night, if you want to help the community around you, you give them power. So it's the reversal. You do 2 batteries, you charge one, save the other one. Charge one, save the other one. So sometimes we will have people work night shift to do the processing for some things, sometimes day shift. So we kind of just move it around based on the need of what they need to produce. But the idea is that make it something where I know I cannot join everybody because we don't want to hit that target of the requirement to put on the federal requirement. So it's like, how do we create this multi-settlement where everybody has this off-grid solar panels to power whatever they are doing, but not just the farm only, the processing around it as well, because we want to control the chain, the blockchain supply. We want to control this to make more money as possible. That is the whole idea.
So you guys are the one running those farm settlements,
right? Yeah. Because even the king of that area, he used to live in Houston. He used to live in Houston. So he's more open to the idea because
so those farm so those farmlands, people are just only renting it from you. Is that what it is?
No. You remember, we are EDGs.
Oh, okay.
So we have kind of access to land. So we are like, okay, more Abuja. So we know, okay, our more Benny. So we kind of have a say on, how much land we want, stuff like that. We do. But unfortunately, sadly, in a sense society, imagine you now being the chairman of the local government. If you have a brain clear coach, you start funding those small places to help.
Exactly.
Normally, but they don't want to do anything. Unfortunately,
yeah, go on.
So that's the idea of us just saying, man, F these people, man, let's just go and do off-grid. But ideally, those funding should be coming. Okay, we came from abroad. We are from there.
Have you people approached Bank of Industry?
No. For the local farmers, we are there. The idea just came to me today when I spoke to Femi today. That I was asking him about my frustration about why can't we expand these things, and he brought the idea of that. Oh no, it came from abroad and they are going to Sterling Bank, and that has worked so much for many people in Nigeria, because I want to spread that payment out for even 15 years. So the pressure is less off the local farmers in Nigeria, and it's working for them. So I'm thinking, wow, if I can bring in Sterling Bank or help people apply for those loans in Nigeria, and they are close to me, so it's kind of selfish for me actually to make more money. Okay, Baba Shegun, mo ń ṣe gẹdú, mo ń ṣe ewédú or whatever. Okay, bring it close to my farm. Once you finish doing it, bring it to my area. I can help you do the processing. Okay, what do you have? They'll start exchanging ideas. Sort of me, yeah. Then before you know it, we form a board of our own. When it comes to farm produce,
it sounds like a good plan.
So, but the idea is for people, because if you come from America now, you have the funding, but but okay, not maybe not nothing that you have, but this is my idea. I don't want it to be like, okay, our brothers are here taking over everything. No, we must also involve the locals too.
Of course, you will.
Right, that's what
you can't be doing the farming and everything yourself.
Yeah, that's the right there. Yeah, so that's what.
Yeah. So for me, you see, for me, what I just think about this whole thing of Nigerian thing is, for me, at this time, if I don't really see some real major improvement in that country, I don't want to. I mean, I've lost a lot of millions of naira just trying to invest in that country, and I don't want to even dare there anymore. So, you see, like we were saying here, if the government does not put in place certain things like good road networks to move these things, like somebody was just saying now that why is it that we're buying a bag of rice, like locally made rice, and we're buying foreign rice almost at the same price? Why is it that the local suppliers could not just make it to the point whereby it's more cheaper since they're getting loans or subsidized kind of loans from the government? Why are they selling almost at the same price as the imported rice? So, but then, like somebody was saying, to move them from the farm to the eventual sellers that will sell it in the market, it's just where the problem is. That's where the factor. So, except the government work on all of it, get their crap together. For me, I don't think I want to.
Yeah,
Cost of doing business.
They will not do. National mind. From my own experience, I want any government. These people don't. I want you vision for anything. They don't have any vision for anything.
Is that what I was arguing on many platforms like One Man here? I said, when we have people like Tinubu and you run Lagos like you run it like a company, why don't you allow the local government to function the way they should function? But you centralize everything to state government. Last month,
is local government function throughout Nigeria. Lagos is still the one of the states their local governments are functioning.
Listen, my friend. You see, this what about that we like to do? You are the same person that
always. Lagos is one of the states their local government is still working. Local governments are doing projects in Lagos.
They are not working. They are not working.
Local governments are working. They are not in full capacity, but you can still give it to Lagos more than other states.
Thomas, that is not. Thomas, you are missing the point. Do you even know more true independence of a local government? Look at New York mayor now. Do you know the kind of power he has? That is true freedom. I want people they're not really free from the state government. They are not. So
it's so sometimes it frustrates me when we argue here, and when we argue, some of us, well, of course, we all have different views, but it's just sometimes when we have views, and these views sometimes like maybe we're just trying to bring some kind of strange views that are not really workable. I mean, if you are doing something, you better copy it right, copy the way it is done. If you are trying to bring an hybrid of it or some kind of how do I call it? Some kind of version of it that is not really working. You need to sit yourself down and ask yourself a question: why is it not working? Because governance is about dividends. It's just bring the dividend to the people locally, to the locality where those people reside. But when you centralize everything to the state, and then how do you expect? Now look at we're talking about palliative now. Look at how they are sharing this palliative. It's so ridiculous. Some people are just getting like bags of like small, even counted, like I see they're even counting the rice, counting the ewa or the spaghetti or whatever they give to them. It's so ridiculous. This is something that local government should know how many people, like for example, I mean, you can bear me witness now, Papati. Some local government or some counties, as you're entering that county, they will tell you the amount of people that are living in that county. You see there on the signpost.
Right.
In that county, you say, oh, we have 10,000 people living in this whole of this county. We have 2,000 people living in this town. They will tell you. Everybody's accounted for there. But why can't we do that? Because these are shenanigans so that they can steal money. It's not 5 billion naira they said they do for palliative now. Can they really account for that money? All the people that got that contract, for what I got, people that got that contract to supply those food were all APC members. APC people that supported Tinubu in this last election, they were all given those contracts. What are we talking about? And it says Tinubu you open the national national seed or whatever they call it, food bank or whatever. Where is the food bank? What did they even have in that food bank? You see, Thomas, I wanted to speak to this one man's You know, Woman is my person. I don't know what to sound like, but it sounds sick. It sounds sycophantic to me. But I know it's not him. It's always what he heard from the pacified people who are just spewing the same propaganda that really brought them 2015 and they used again in this last election. That's what they're trying. You cannot govern a country with propaganda. Sooner or later, the whole truth will come out. Now look at what they're lying to us. Suddenly from 30-something%, it dropped to 3.1%. 4.1% or 4.22%. The unemployment. You start asking the question. People. Now they don't start the general one now, telling us Biden wants to see only Tinubu. You see, it's not ridiculous. So it's not that when these ratified people just say certain things. But he's hosting head of state of different countries. He says, "I want to speak to you, Tinubu alone. I want to." What kind of propaganda? What kind of stupid propaganda is this? Say Tinubu is it how special is it to Biden that it's just only him? I want to speak to you. I mean, it sounds so.
Sorry to interject,
Yeah,
rational mind.
You wake up now. I can hear you. Interject. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, because Tinubu is special, we don't like that, huh?
It's special. What makes him special? What makes him special?
Prince Daddy, I'm a
Prince Daddy.
Oh yeah.
Almost banning me now. Rational mind, you don't know. Abeokuta, that's where my family is from. Rational mind, if you don't know.
Unfortunately,
I don't know you're Egba. I just know that I know you said you're Yoruba. Yeah. So anyway, yes, for me. So what are you talking about? So it's so special. What makes it special?
But see, I think you know that, rational mind. It's not always the case that the president or an important, even she of China, is not going to meet with everybody. It's going to meet with select people. And let me tell you, by the way, maybe I was kidding, not because Tinubu is special, but it's all about strategic interest. You know that. And what is going on right now in Niger, and by the way, Kamala Harris, thank God, when she went to Africa, went to Ghana, these other places, she didn't go to Nigeria. Not like it was going to be of any benefit anyways, but which is fine. She didn't go to Nigeria. So what do you say about that? Okay, but the point here is that just like I mentioned to one man, the Department of State, is it Blinken or Nolan, Tory Nolan? They are the ones to tell Biden who to see or talk to, because they're the one that call the shots, so to speak. It's not Biden, and they have found it important for Biden to meet with Tinubu. I mean, why is that strange to you? You know that.
But did you see the phrasing? How they phrase that word? They phrase that sentence. I want to speak to you. I don't want to speak to another person, but you.
Oh, that's what bothers you. It's called it's media. It's come on. That shouldn't bother you.
That's what I'm saying. This is the same propaganda and the way you people just write things, make Tinubu look like some sort of messiah.
Rational mind. What I'm telling you the other time is the only Lagos state that the local governments are not working.
I mean,
I'm still telling you, Lagos is one of the states their local government are still working, not in full capacity, but they are still doing something. Local governments are doing projects in Lagos.
What project? Give me an example. What project? Give me an example of a project you know that local governments the one handling it in Lagos. Tell me. Give me an example.
Rational man, my kribu, my fight with you always go to Lagos. As if Lagos is the worst. Lagos is still the best in Nigeria.
Because the person in
the best.
Hold on now.
No, forget about Tinubu. We know you.
National mind is in love with Tinubu. He's afraid to admit it.
Don't start this thing with Tinubu. If I'm talking about Tinubu, because Tinubu is in play. The last time I checked, the last person that was declared by INEC to be the president of Nigeria is sitting there in that office today. Now you people are talking about one man is giving us APC propaganda that only I want to speak to you when you come to America. I don't want to speak to you. Are you? It's Tinubu, right? So that's why we're talking about Tinubu. So you people, when he was campaigning, you people come here. Oh, look at how he transformed Lagos. Look at how he did Lagos. What is that Lagos that he transformed? What did he do in Lagos? That's what I'm asking.
When was the last time you were in Lagos?
Oh
Actually?
God! I mean,
no.
I was in Lagos. I was in
like Fire always say, empirical truth. When was the last time you were in Lagos?
I was
1956.
I was in Lagos last year. I came in.
So before before independence in spinach the Nigeria.
The guy was here on the left side.
Oh no, Nigeria last year. That's
so there is no rational mind. I was in Nigeria. Everybody, let me speak, please. I was in Nigeria. Everybody knew that I went to Nigeria here. I even showed myself in Nigeria. So I don't know where you went to Nigeria, but if you claim you were, let me finish, please. If you claim you were in Nigeria, let me finish, please. If you claim you were in Nigeria, when you got to Lagos, there is no changes in Lagos since you left Lagos.
Oh my goodness. I don't know.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
When was the last time you visited Nigeria? We are 1971. So
Rational mind. Be careful what you say because just.
Am I answering now? Am I answering Thomas or am I?
Hold on a second. You answer the question, but let you know. I was in Lagos just this past December. Okay, so be careful with your response. Go ahead.
I should be careful. Why should I be careful? I was in Lagos last year too. I was in Lagos around October, November last year. So I don't know what you people are talking about. If you're coming from the border into Lagos, that area, that axis there, is a shit. Oh God, I don't want to start
this axis. Show back Benin Republic.
Certain things that should not even be revealed in our already. Let me just I think to that.
When there was COVID, how did you get to Nigeria?
Tell us where you coming. So
because I have something going on in one of those places, so let me not mention. So anyway,
you came to Benin Republic.
Let me
answer his question now.
Sorry. Guys.
Remy,
hold on. Remy, please. Let's clarify with him, please. Why did you sneak into Chonwa?
No. For needless to say, I'll be traveling very soon again. So possibly I might.
Rational mind. You are just loving this off. It's getting me angry. I just asked you a question. Were you in Lagos?
We're gonna get the answer. You ask me a question. Other people are interjecting. I wanted to answer your question. She came down low.
Yes. No. Don't down alone. Answer my question. Okay. Let me strategize where I am. I was in Lagos.
Okay.
I was in Ikeja. There's a level of construction, and let me finish, please. There was level of construction going on. I was in Agege. I lost my way. Agege has been transformed. Overhead bridge. When you are coming from, it's just numerous. So I don't know the Lagos that you went. Maybe I don't know. So there was no transformation. There was no anything when you went to Lagos.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll tell you where I've been when I was in Lagos. I was in the Woko area or Joy area, from Festac there down to Orilegom to to Surulere. I went to Badia area to Apapa, and I went to Mushin, up to Mushin, Isolo area there, to Ilupeju area there. So that's it. So if you didn't go to, I don't think you went too deep. You went to Ikeja, which is more like usually when people are coming into Nigeria, that's one of the first places to see. And maybe
you can't be everywhere. So everywhere you went, there was nothing changed. As you left it, that's how it was.
Not.
It's just a question. Just tell us. There is no change.
And I'm saying to you that I didn't see any change. Thomas, if I tell you how often I travel, how often countries I've been to, even Abidjan, Abidjan.
But Rashomai, did you see a lot of people? Did you see a lot of people?
Did I see a lot of people? How do you mean like a lot of people? What are you talking about?
What is your sense about the population of Lagos now?
You see misery in the face of people. People are miserable.
Well, when do you blame the Goshen or the government when people run away from Anambra to come to Lagos? Okay, from.
No, dude, I don't want to do this ethnic thing today. I don't want to do it tonight.
No, I'm just stating the fact. What is ethnic about it?
What's the fact? What's the fact? Why are you saying people?
The fact is that there's always a flowing huge migration to Lagos. You know that it's populated, and it's a huge burden on the resources and the infrastructure in Lagos. So I mean, dealing with over 20 million people and having to always maintain the infrastructure and provide services. You think it's a joke? You live in America. How many big cities? How many big cities have that capacity and unlimited resources to have a perfect city that you desire in your mind, in your Eldorado world? See, because
you're making a statement. I don't know. I don't know what you're doing right now.
No, I'm trying to help you realign your expectation, really. Because I'm not sure exactly what you're looking for. If you look at the huge population of, you all those places you went to, tell me, how many people did you hear speaking Yoruba left and right?
Oh God, what did you do?
National mind is living in Alaska in the US.
Let me answer you guys. You see, I don't know what you people seek to achieve by when I come here and I'm anti-Tinubu and his policies and all of that.
We are not against you. You are not saying
that. Yeah. Hold on. I can sorrow now. And you can sorrow.
No, because you didn't tell us where you coming. Did you come in through Benin Republic? Or did you come in through Mother Mohammed?
How does it matter? How does it matter to you where I go? As long as I was in Lagos, I mentioned the places I've been to. I was in Mushin, I was in Isola, I was in Upeju.
You did not travel.
Hold on, Farabale, I was in Apapa Road. I was in you were Farabale Omo Yayi.
It's fine. You want to fabricate everything.
You see, you people like to play this game of Maparo, I mean, why was
on this show together?
Remy, let's hold on. The guy said,
does it matter where I've claiming through? Was that not in Lagos? Was that not in Lagos? I was in Lagos. So you see, the point I'm trying to make is this: I don't know when you people talk about development in Lagos. I mean, I remember when Fashola was there. Fashola started planting, which is, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but those kind of things is, you see, when we say we don't have people who understand what governance is all about. I can understand that. I can understand that this many years of military rule has really ruined our mentality that we forget to.
Is that where we are going now? Is that where we are going now? Rational mind.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
Just continue.
No, you asked me a question. Answer your question.
What the last I will say in Yoruba is that is my final answer.
That was still on the right side.
Rational mind, you go into Lagos as a tourist all the time, so you don't really have the opportunity to relate to the people.
You didn't go to Lagos as a tourist, right? So me, I went as a tourist.
Where is that China man? The China.
People are just so funny. All because of this, you people, you just doing anything.
Alaska man.
You come over now. We have.
They have subway in Alaska. Did you have? We have
there.
Lagos. No no subway, no light rail in Alaska. Do you have? Tell us.
I see my see Putin every day from
but then
Alaska.
Now in Sweden, where you are there or whatever, maybe Finland.
I'm not in Sweden. I'm in Finland. Oh, me,
hold on. Most of your roads are not motorable there.
Are you kidding me? Finland, one of the best.
Guys, can we stay on this? Let's not make it personal. Don't make it personal now. Guys, wait, don't make it personal now. Just come on, it's just banter. Don't make it personal.
That's what they do now. That's what these the Agbado people do. You got to do. You start. Confront Tinubu. I'm not the one running the country. You're asking me about my Alaska. Alaska is Lagos State. If Alaska with Lagos State now. Okay, I'll tell you what is Alaska. I'll tell you what is in Alaska.
Go ahead.
The fishing industry is huge. We supply most European, most US.
No, hold on. Do you live there for real?
I won't tell you much about where I live.
No. I'm sorry.
Alaska, he told us categorically.
You know what they were?
I mean,
you want to move Alaska? Alaska come.
Also better. I know.
Listen, Alaska is a beautiful country if you live there or not. It's a beautiful country, but it cannot be compared.
The country is a state. It's a part of the United States. It's part of the union.
No. I mean, like a countryside, like a country, not like a.
We do not have motorable roads here.
It's a foreigner now. That is a foreigner.
We do not have motorable roads in Alaska because of the snow and everything. It spoils the road a lot. That's why I was asking. I mean, for information, let me not read, but I'll just say this to you, Remy. I'll be coming close to you next week.
Russia, as big as Alaska is, I don't think the population of Alaska is more than 3 million people. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, not up to that, perhaps. Probably.
Exactly. So, and a little small Lagos state with over 20 million people think is a joke.
Hold on. I'm not saying. Don't get me wrong. For the fact that Lagos State has, I agree with you. That's one problem that the government, whereby even becomes.
It's a huge problem. It's a huge problem.
Now I get you, and I'm not trying to trivialize it that Lagos is not bombarded with influx of people coming from all parts of Nigeria and even outside Nigeria coming in there. I'm not trivializing it, but the point I'm trying to say is that allow the local government function the way they should function. Do not give all the things that are supposed to go to the local government. Do not ascribe it to the state government. Let the local government control their own refuse system. Let them collect or let their tenement rate themselves. Let them issue permit to any building that is going on within their own locality. You just function. You just focus on collecting your income tax from people as a state. Let them function properly, like a local government should function in a federal system. That's what I'm saying.
See, I agree with you. See, but people, I don't know if it's Babati or somebody else, and always talk about this local government.
Let me just give you this information. Alaska population, oh my God, 730,000 people.
But it goes up and down. That's what you should understand.
And Alaska is a huge state.
Alaska is the largest state.
Thomas, slow down. Thomas, slow down. We can't let you pass an American here. Yeah, from Australia. Okay, I think you're going too far with this.
No, Tinubu.
You always say this Tinubu. I'm not Tinubu fan.
Oh God!
But when you see truth,
you don't need to tell me all those.
I told you the level of infrastructure that I saw. with my house in Lagos.
Your more infrastructure
But you didn't see that.
Okay, give me an example of the infrastructure you say you saw. Give me an example. Give me an example. You said overhead bridge and so what? Give me overhead bridge. That's
all right.
Alaska. Alaska.
We are going to compare. We're not doing what about here.
You see, Rashomon, quickly about the local government you're talking about. See, I cannot agree, but at the same time, I don't agree fully. Because I said it before, something about duplication or redundancy will occur in the system. And then some people disagree with me for saying that. See, I don't believe that. See, if you give money directly to the local government, why do you think those people will be any better than the people on the state level or the federal level? Wouldn't there be corruption still plaguing the system? So I'd rather have each local government have a project that they want to establish or institute or build, and let the state look at it and fund those projects and be able to monitor those projects accordingly and make sure that they produce or deliver what they promise to do. I don't believe giving money to the local government.
Is it the state that control your city? The city where you live in the United States? Is it the state
I know you, of course you know that it's a different system here. We have a much stronger. Hold on, allow me. We have a much stronger checks and balances here. We have. I mean, it. Let's not see when we start making this comparison.
Hold on, don't say comparison. This is the way it used to be before in Nigeria under the military.
Under the military that destroyed it.
Rule in Nigeria. The local government used to control the city. The local government used to be more functioning than what we have today under democracy. Local government function well. They build roads.
Abacha was able to store billions.
They build roads. They were building bridges. They were building.
Let me help you out with something. Let me help you out now. Let me give you an example. You see, during Abacha, remember when Abacha wanted to transform himself into civilian government? Now they did local government election during that time. I don't know if you know. Hold on. You know Saka? What's the name of that guy? Saka. He was the Apapa local government chairman. He was the one that led, because they started using that word mayor to refer to local government chairman of Nigeria. Saka was the guy who led the mayoral and the Nigerian mayoral, the association of the mayoral, something to United States here. Now, when that guy came back, after that, they came here for a course, for like some kind of course on how to be a better mayor and all those kind of things. Now, that guy, when he came back, that was even before Tinubu became Lagos State governor. In fact, I tell you, that guy would have been Lagos State Saka, who was the local government, would have been the governor of Lagos State even before Tinubu. But I don't know whatever happened. That guy's political career was just, maybe because he supported Abacha, his political career just died. So what?
Okay, right. Okay.
This is where I'm going with this story. Now, when that guy was there, that guy executed so many projects within our Apapa local government. So many projects he did. You see that if you're going to Ajegula area there, those Apapa Wharf area there, the guy executed so many road projects.
Oh, okay. Oh, hold on, real quick. Let me ask you a question. What year are you talking about? What year are you talking about here?
I'm talking about. I'm talking about 96, 95, 96, 95, 96 to 97. I think something like that. I think Abacha died 98, right? I think he died 98, something like that, or 99.
Okay, so apart from Apapa, which other area? Which other
every local government did the funding. The funding from federal government is going directly to them.
Yeah.
It's not through the state. Go directly to them.
They have what they call this small their own kind of they have this what they call it, this kind of equipment that they use for road construction that they were maintaining on their own for potholes and everything. They will go there and they will do the road and they will just fill it up.
Okay, we get it. So, Angelica and Rashomon, do you guys truly believe in your heart of hearts that if we return back to the the local government form of governance that it would work in today's Nigeria. Today's
hold on. Let me give an example. When we were growing up, I never for once cared about the state government. It was all local government. Everything I needed to do in life. Everything. Roads.
We call them. We used to call them town council.
Yes,
we call them town council. We say, "Oh, town council. We're going to attack council. Town council."
And do you know what happened, Baba? Did you know what happened? Your councillor was very effective. It was almost like because it was a go-to man. It was a go-to man for anything that you needed. For wastage, the possible, even water corporation, whatever, they will liaison with them to fix pipes and stuff like that. There was no need to go to state government for anything. That in the 80s, there was no
Nigeria has got it wrong.
See, I agree what you're saying, because that's what I was asking 1 year, for example, in Apapa, because back then Apapa was more like a residential lofty area. Okay, because we used to live there. So and those people that lived there back then, like prominent government people. Okay, so they did a good job there because they had to. That's what I was asking you. What other communities that they performed? But again, it goes back to my question.
Every local government,
so it goes back to my question.
Local government everywhere, and across the federation. That's the way it used to be.
But when something's broken, it takes time to return that thing.
You have corrupt people that doesn't want things to work.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Broken. Well, that's part of the brokenness. If something is broken, it takes time to mend it and get it back to its original state. It takes time.
Wait. Those ticketing buses and ticketing shops in the market, the money is not for state now. It's for local government.
No, it's not for state.
No. Go look at the law. No. Trust me. I own shops.
You mean right now the one that? But it's going to the state now. It's going to the state.
I'm saying that is wrong. It's supposed to be local government.
Of course, that's how it's supposed to be. Local government, but state don't.
They are being robbed now. They are robbing the local government.
So
that's what I'm telling you.
Hold on. State Magbawo allocation for federal government. Chairman. And chairman they can no my TT anyway. I think my phone look at on you give you what I want to get to.
Why do you think that
what kind of things
why normally they're supposed to conduct elections. So what they would do is that they will not hold any election. They will just appoint people. Their political friends.
Well, that's what they do. That's what most of them do these days. But you see,
so pretty much just share money. The rest
exactly.
No, you don't have government at the
local government.
You see, my problem here, my friends. You see, the problem I'm trying to say with Tinubu is this. He has lived here in America. He has seen it all. I want to assume that he has seen it all from what we are hearing, that he lived in America, he did this, he went to Chicago, wherever. Now, if you lived here, you've seen the system, how it operates here. When you got there in 1999, fine, I know he had good intention. I wouldn't, maybe it was good, or maybe it just for the facade. He's like, he started creating local LCDA. He wants to replicate the same number of local government they have in Kano, and he was fighting Tinubu that time. But the point is this. Okay, fine. Why don't you, even the ones you have at your disposal at that time, why don't you let them function properly? No.
It was handicapped. It was handicapped. But anyways.
Dude, you see, you just like to
No.
Things you don't even know about.
No, well, it was handicapped. Well, because of the Obasanjo's ruthlessness in dealing with him, and that was a big problem. But you guys are so confident about this local government thing, which is fine. I guess of course we do agree.
I'm an employee. I'm an employee of a local government, so I know what I'm talking about.
Of course.
Currently, I'm working local governments now. So
of course, that structure of governance is ideal and the best because you're closer to the decision makers. The citizens are closer to the decision makers, which is great. As long as but my only concern again is the duplication of corruption. So the notion that if you go back to this system, without a proper transition, that's the key. The proper transition to this local government system.
Nothing. Prince Daddy, sorry for cutting you off. When I was growing up, the councillor of my area in Ibadan, challenge Orita precisely. Everybody know challenge very well. There's somebody where they call Orita. Our
Yeah,
councillor immediately,
I know.
yes, Orita challenge, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Our councillor there immediately he got elected. His daddy asked me what he did.
What?
He married 3 wives straight.
My own
Councillor.
Councillor, they are giving them 1 million naira as monthly salary at that time. He married the second wife immediately. It's a person that is going to play football.
3 wives. Somebody that is struggling with 1 wife. He married 3.
Thomas, Thomas, why you cannot blame them? I will tell you why. Immediately you get a position of authority in Nigeria, come and see women, old and young. They will be loitering around you like you are only bee. I don't even understand.
Remy, no. Remy, no. Let's not absolve them. So, ni control Arani. No, Remy, no. Only Jembe, but must you marry them?
I don't know why he married second wife. We even asked him. You have not even settled the boys. You have already settled another second wife. And in the next 2 or 3 years, he built a very fine house. He did not even do nothing. And he is also the assistant speaker of the councillorship in Oyo State at that time. But
Remy, this stupid man was living among us. Immediately he won. He left to what they call it, to Oluyole Estate.
Yes, living
in Ring Road. Left us is Orita.
You see, Thomas, my point is this. The point I'm trying to say is this. When I keep talking about Tinubu is that when he was there in 1999, he had the power to influence the state assembly. They could design some kind of local government system whereby everybody will be brought to account.
Rational man, do you know what my problem with you? Why you only speak about Lagos? Everything that is happening in Lagos happens all across in that country.
Okay, this is the reason why I'm talking about Lagos, because we always like to use Lagos as an example, as a prototype of how Nigeria should be, the rest of Nigeria should be. If he had done that, he had allowed local government to really function the way they should function. He had influenced the the state assembly to enact some kind of local government law that whereby everybody will be accountable. They put in place institutions that will checkmate what, like the SSs that you're talking about, whereby a local government chairman, how much are you earning? Fine, if you want to marry 6 wives, up to you. But whatever you are supposed to have is what you are supposed to have from your salary, from working with for the people. If you steal money, you'll be prosecuted for that. If he had done all of these things, and I'm sure other states, when they see that everything he did in Lagos is functioning properly, like what he saw here in America when he was living in America, and if that's what is going on, and people, local government chairman, this is your money allocation from the federal allocation, use it for your area, patch all the roads that are not good within your local government, build drainage for everybody.
I don't think you know how Lagos State is being run very well. It is Lagos State alone that put all the local government to smaller unit, LCDAA, and that is why you see visible improvement in all local government in Lagos State alone. This same Tinubu you are talking about, they forced your so-called Obasanjo to stand still that they
will. So when he did that, to what end was that? To what end?
Yeah, we are talking about from 2000, from 1999 to 2007. We are talking about when I think from 2000.
Let me say this.
They will take local government allocation for 15 solid months.
No, he wants to collect more allocation. That was why he did it.
No, he does not want to collect more allocation. You just spin it every time you spin it. He is the only governor in that Nigeria that split all this local government into 2 or 3 and you can see visible improvement in Lagos State.
No, there was no visible improvement. I don't know what.
No, I put it to you that you do not go to Lagos.
What was the visible improvement?
Where did you go in Lagos? I can start to tell you where I went in Lagos because I have two brothers in Lagos.
I'm a Lagosian. I'm a Lagosian. I was born and raised in Lagos.
I'm talking about
rational mind. Let me please hold on. Yeah, rational mind. I live in Idu-Shaga local government, Idu-Shaga side. Local government chairmen, they are doing what? They are tying streets. What did I say? Streets.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Not major roads.
Yeah.
Street. Inland street.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I witnessed that.
My brother live in Alayaki in Baja area, not very far to Baja Guest Grammar School in rural area.
I know Baja very well.
I went there. I used to play in one football field. It was full of sand and earth that time. But now they have a synthetic field. They also have a community center in that place, and all their drainage that we used to see before, everything has been covered. All the roads have been tied. And my brother told me,
what are all the roads? What are all the roads you're talking about? What are the roads?
I'm talking about. Do you know Baja Road? Do you know Baja Road? Do you know Baja? I asked you. Do you know some rural area?
I know Baja.
I don't know.
I know Baja.
Do you know Stadium? Do you know National Stadium? Do you know when you are coming from Baja, the road that leads to National Stadium?
Do you know Sueno?
I know Sueno. All those roads were.
So what are you talking about?
All those inner roads in Sueno, in Baja, and everything was tarred by the local government chairman there, by the LCDA chairman there. All the roads were tarred, all the drainage were put on ground. You can go there now. I can even ask my brother to send me a video.
Let him send
it to you.
Okay, no problem. Send us video now. Let more man play for us.
What I just want to tell you is that don't come here. I've been telling us they are trying in Lagos State. And the local government
trying Lagos State. What are you trying Lagos State?
Oh, come on. You don't. I think most times you are not objective with when it comes to Tinubu and the rest. I know you. That's what you always want.
We're just talking about the lies that they were talking about, and Biden said.
You are telling us that if he had been doing this or that when he was there.
Come on.
Just give the man, what do you call it? Just let him breathe, okay? So.
Let him breathe. What you going for? Let him breathe. Let him pour breathe. You won't know those of let him pour breathe.
Like from state to senator, from senator to
you are breaking. Whoever is speaking, you are breaking.
I think it's Thomas.
You are breaking, Thomas.
You are breaking, Thomas.
Telling you, yes, I witnessed.
Okay, go on. You say you witnessed.
I mean, I'm breaking.
You are still breaking, but I don't know. Maybe you want to log in and log out. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I'll change my position. Yeah.
Yeah, it's for me. It's just I just don't know what you are talking about. I understand Lagos is overwhelmed. The population is too much. I understand that. It's just it's. I just don't know what to say anymore. I'm so sick and tired of Tinubu. Sick and tired of all this propaganda people are always doing and come here and tell us that Tinubu, Biden wants to speak to only you because you are the most rubbish or you know the man should be going back. They was so avoid that what kind godlike person
go and read all the newspaper in Nigeria. That's exactly what they put there.
It's because hold on now.
Go and read your newspaper in Nigeria. It's all over.
It is what the Tinubu propaganda people tell the newspaper. That's what they're writing.
Everything propaganda to you, but everything
is propaganda. Okay, you, Remy, do you believe that unemployment is 4.1% now in Nigeria? Do you believe that?
No, you don't understand. That is the problem that you are Ajalicos are making. The statistics that the statistician said that The problem we have is underemployment. Huge people are underemployment. And the statistics, the formula they use is the formula world known or used all over the world, even in so-called America. In Europe here, you do your work per hour. So if you put in 3 or 4 hours per week, and then you put in an average of 20 hours. Listen. And they said that the guy
I understand what you're talking about.
The guy said two things that I put into my hand. He said the former sector of Nigeria constitutes about 13% of the old employment structure in Nigeria. 13%. The remaining up to 90%, the remaining is all informal sector. Okay. They don't need to capture all those people. Okay. And then the age gap they used to use in the old way is from 15 to about 60 or 64. But now it's 15 and above. And when you look at Nigeria in totality, a lot of Nigeria falling into the informal sector in which they do not capture at all. If you go to Amala joint, the woman can have 3 or 4 people working for her day in, day out. And if you go to like Ekene as a businessman, he has a lot of people working for him. So,
oh my goodness, you people are so ridiculous.
I think you do not understand what they are trying to say. If you do not understand, then I know that Nigeria have an unemployment problem, but what they are trying to say is very simple. Then a large chunk of our people are underemployed. The money they receive at the end of the month might not be enough for them to go back. There's not necessarily need.
But why do you think we are fighting for Tinubu? Why do you always go to this place?
Suddenly,
we are fighting for Tinubu.
Is that what? Go on. What did you say?
You said you always say we are fighting for Tinubu. Why do you always say we are fighting for Tinubu?
Dude, I mean, I wasn't just born today. Now, what are you talking about? I know where you speak. When you speak, I know where you are. I know where you are. When you lean.
Rational Mike, can I ask you a question?
Go on. Ask
Mike,
this tribunal, if this judgment goes in favor of Tinubu, will this your cry? Will it increase or will it reduce? Which one?
How can it go in favor of Tinubu? Do you know the
It's the question I'm asking. If you go in favor of Tinubu, will your cry increase or will it reduce?
I don't the last drum.
I know. Some people say cry me a river, right? you want me to cry? I mean, you notice
you are already crying river now. With the river, will the crying increase or will it reduce? It's the question we're asking. Will that judgment make you stop crying or will you make you cry more? Which one?
My friend.
When they inaugurate Tinubu, National Man did not come to this platform for 4 days. This time around, it's going to have come for more than 1 month.
He was crying for 4 days.
Did he come? When is
this guy getting
on? He's already preparing for Supreme Court. What about your Obi? Obi started going to all these people. He started lobbying the APC little by little.
What did he love? I'm beginning to believe that some of you.
Don't close my.
I'm beginning to believe that some of you are just APC moles here. And I sent in one-man platform and I start talking like I see people like, oh yeah, I live in here, I live in Sweden, I live in here. Some of you, I won't be surprised. Some of you live in Nigeria, and then you're pretending to be like.
Fulani address the telephone number in America.
Remy, I'm just kidding. I'm not just So anyway, yeah. Some of you just come here and just like talk like I see that I'm not a Tinubu person, and all your way seeing, everything your response here is all gearing to like defending Tinubu and his criminal government.
Actually, Rational Man, I want to make a promise to you today. If Tinubu is not performing very well, I will criticize him and I will encourage Nigeria to vote another person in. I am not somebody that will just die because of a politician. He's your president now, and
your president, right?
Your president, right? It's not your president, right?
Well, is
Tinubu is your president.
Is the INEC declared president of Nigeria now? So yeah.
Look at you. Are you obedient? Are you so chicken like obedient?
Rational mind, it does not sound so ridiculous.
How does it sound ridiculous?
INEC declared.
Yeah,
what are you talking about, brother?
Who declared him now? Who declared him? Was it me that
Doesn't
declared
matter
him?
who declared him. Constitutionally, is your president.
No.
God.
Well, it's INEC declared president. It's right now.
What do you mean INEC declare him? Let me ask you a question, rational mind. If Obi has won this election, who will declare him the president? Who will declare him the winner?
It is the INEC that will declare him.
So are you going to be saying it's also INEC president?
Well, the thing is, if he gets
no. Are you going to?
Let me ask you a question now. If INEC declare him, it will be an INEC declared president. And if Tinubu anybody challenges him, I will say it's INEC declared president until
it's a lie. Rational mind. This is. I just tested you, and
you tested me. So what?
You are too biased.
You people like this your gotcha kind of.
Do you know why you will not say such as you said now? Because of course you are supporting Obi. So and then if Obi is the winner of this election, no, you'll be extremely happy. You are not going to tell us.
If I'm happy, I'm happy. Does that mean if you people challenge me, then I'll be railing on you people like you people are railing on me it's the president. If you like it or not, it's the president.
See the pattern you have followed for several days. Before the election, you are for Obi. The election came in, you said it was rigged, it was this, it was that. They will not declare him. INEC cannot declare him. They declare him.
Why did I tell you? This guy, you're just making up stuff. I don't even. Just a few minutes ago, you said I was off on 1 month platform for 4 days after Tinubu.
No. Rational mind, you said so. You said so. You said so. Yeah. You did. You did.
After he was declared, he said they will not inaugurate him. It's impossible. Let's see. They will not inaugurate him. They inaugurated him. After inauguration,
where are you getting all this stuff?
I mean, that's the way they are now. They will make all the threats, but they nothing. Empty threats. Now they are saying they will burn Nigeria down. The judiciary is done. They just use Shakara, but they won't do anything now. They try to intimidate people to.
Mike, what I will advise Tinubu, anybody to back them, they should just shut them. They
should be like what Buhari said. Now, speak their language. The only language they understand.
Thomas and Mike, Latin máa sọ fún àwọn boys ní Murtala àti ní Ìdíròkò border. And tó bá ti rí ẹsẹ̀ rational mind kan gé.
You know why I work for?
Rational mind. Why do you support Obi so much? Why does it hurt you that Obi?
You know why?
He doesn't like your village. That is why.
You know why?
That is why he doesn't like Tinubu.
You know the kind of passport I use to travel that you're talking about. You know what I work for.
So you tell your Nigeria, you turn your Nigeria passport.
How many people are you working?
Did you tell your Nigeria passport?
Even though I have Nigerian passport, I have my other passports.
Biafran passport,
I work for the US government. So
you acquire Biafran passport, have you?
No, I work for the US government. So if I work for the US
government,
you
are a diplomat?
Why would they want to challenge me? If it depends on my
work for.
Even if you work for
government, not government, government.
Yeah, government. Yeah, government.
It's a government. Nigerian government.
No, I'm a Polish.
National man is not a citizen. It's a citizen of Alaska.
Yeah, No.
I know what National man does. It's just translating English to Yoruba for US. That's what it is.
But wait, though, it be like say national mind. Now in the rats Nigeria out for government. Now you they said the government should make them.
Rational mind. Let me ask you a question. What do you think about you obedience? They are going around telling the whole world, like your boy on Dane going on George Galloway show, where the whole world watches, and saying the president of the country is a drug lord. What do you think about that?
Dude.
That guy, Mike.
Don't you think you guys are destroying the image?
Hold on.
I mean, destroying the image all because
nobody's destroying anybody's image. Hold on. before David Udein came into this picture, Yele Sowore has already had this. I mean, all the things that this guy is digging out.
So Sowore is not good on international.
Now, dude, hold on. When people ask questions, you don't listen to response. You just want to interject so that make your point. I don't know what.
Yeah, but give us a simple answer now. It's not like
it's not a simple answer. I'm just trying to give you a background. I'm trying to give you a background to the story.
We don't need background to answer.
It's not a story. Let him finish.
Let us educate
5 minutes.
Let us educate our viewers, our listeners. Yele Sowore was the one who started all these stories. It's not just something that this guy just started today.
The drug story.
Sowore started this story of Tinubu's drug case in America. Is a fake certificate. In fact, the late
when.
Hold on now.
I follow very well.
Okay,
When was that?
Hold on. When Ganifa brought it up, go and check all the Sahara reporters that report on that.
Sahara reporter was not around during Ganifa MC.
He was after that. After then he was. He didn't. Go.
Sahara reporter started like way after Ganifa was dead, man.
Thank you. Sahara reporter it is first Keyamo that also.
You see, you people just want to argue for the arguing sake. I'm telling you, go and look for past Showore's digging into Tinubu's past about his drug case.
Even with all these things you are talking about, no, because we don't want to waste time. There's no time for story here.
Thomas, let me start there because I will never put a word in.
The American government.
I will never put a word in. I was asked a question. You are now answering the question for me, right?
Because we don't have time for all these your stories. Because we know you are.
Why do you not have time for these stories?
It doesn't sit very well.
You people don't like the truth. And people like to characterize people just so
Rational mind. Sahara reporter was found in 2006.
Okay, fine.
Just lie too much.
I don't know.
Mike.
I don't understand what these guys are up to. I don't know.
No, what are you up to? You lie too much. Yes, go ahead.
I want to ask a question. See, some of us, yes, even though we are trying to act as a patriot, we are using our, I don't know, hatred or grievances to even destroy ourselves just because you hate the current president that is in power. Some people, they don't put that, okay, what we are doing, it's not that we are not hurting this man personally, but we are hurting and destroying the office of the president. You understand me? Whatever you say, you can call the man anything, the man will remain president. So he will not face the consequence of what we are doing. It is we, the Nigerians, that travel a lot, that will face this whole BS that's going on. Because some of us, we don't think. For example, this man has been senator, he has been
governor. Let him land now. He just came in.
He has been senator, he has been governor. We have security agencies. Some of us believe that we are smarter than the security agencies that we have in Nigeria. You understand me? Most of all these drug and all these BS, I have not seen concrete proof of it. It is all talk. I have not seen any concrete proof.
The whole world is telling us that our president is drug lord. And then when I'm telling that it's not true, when I go on, yes, you know what's funny?
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I'm in a platform of other Africans and some non-Nigerians. And they're saying the Nigerian president, they're saying it as a factual state, like he's a drug lord. And I'm telling them that it's not true. They're saying it's true. I said, okay, what is the fact? They say Nigerians are saying it. I'm like, There's still Nigerians, and they are directing me to Nigerians ordain all these people. I have to start explaining to them, like, okay, those are oppositions and they're angry that they lost the election, so they're just putting propaganda, because those other Africans not even African, even white foreigners, they don't really know the Nigerians. This thing.
If I were Tinubu after the election, I would deal with all of them seriously.
Do you know, Remy? Do you know what? By the time I explain it, Remy, hold on. By the time I explain,
hold on. Let's Mike land. Yeah, Mike.
By the time I had to explain to them on that channel yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before, that okay, there's opposition. There are people called obedience. There are people called Biafrans. Like they are angry and they're doing propaganda, and they say, but how come we don't hear from other opposition like me? They say I'm the only one they've heard from that is a lie. That 100% of things they hear from the Nigerians on the internet say that it's a drug lord. I'm like, because 100% of those people going online, rushing, doing all this propaganda are the opposition. The rest of us don't have time to be going online to come defending and challenging. So these guys are destroying the image of Nigeria by saying the president of Nigeria is a drug lord, and these are the same people that travel the most. Obedience, they travel the most. They will travel with Nigerian passports to go through airports where they are destroying the image of the country. And when you destroy the image of the country, you destroy the image of the passport. And you be the one to suffer. I won't dare.
Mike, in addition, you guys are living in America, even including Rational Mind. Now, and include Adewale and Babajali. If truly that Tinubu was a drug baron or a drug lord, number one crime that America don't joke with is drug. They will have sentenced him to jail. There is no way he will escape it. They would, at least America is well known to document a lot of stuff. So for the same America, through their UN embassy in Nigeria, to now wrote a letter that said that this man has never been convicted in America.
Wait. Can I say this? Even this guy, Reno is a major opposition against SPC. Reno went straight to Chicago University. He even presented proof. These people, they are still saying no. Reno is wrong. Even when Reno is an opposition,
is quite intelligent. He even studied GPA.
Tinubu work for top oil companies as a freaking accountant there. Which company will hire you? We talking about bigger company.
He work for Rando.
So why is he blocking? Why is he blocking people to access this information? If you really
who is blocking?
Because
it's all about rumor. You guys are hearing he's blocking.
You know the foolish thing these obedience will say. They will say, why is he not presenting? You are the one asking. He doesn't need to answer to his opposition. You guys hate him. So why should he listen to you?
Adewale, are you there? Adewale.
Thank you.
Hold on. Adewale, are you there? Thank you. I mean, I think that's the only Agbadorian that I know that is a little bit reasonable.
What about you, idiot? Go ahead now.
Adewale, is it true that you said what? Sorry. What did you say?
I'm thinking the Agbado, that is the music that gets me all the time.
All right, let me tell this to you. Now, is it true that Tinubu is it blocking Atiku in America here from accessing his University of Chicago? Yes or no?
I heard that rumor.
There is rumor. Rational man, are you satisfied now? It's rumor. Obedience rumor. Obedience rumors.
Let me tell you what if you don't know, Rational Mind.
He says rumor. He answer your question. The obedience rumors.
Atiku already went to court in America. Chicago State University. The Chicago State University already replied back to the court saying that this guy graduated from their university in 1979, if I'm right. But there's a clerical error. Instead of January 27th, they write January 22nd. That was the error. And they said the error came from
the same error in 1998 when it's Afikuyo.
Hold on. Dr. Wumi who confirmed it that he met him in Chicago University once. I don't know what is going on here. Dr. Wumi on Dr. Damage page. I watched his interview. He said he met Tinubu.
Who said he met him? Who said he met Tinubu?
Dr. Wumi. There is a classmate of him I forgot
I
the
have
name.
forgotten the
You know,
last
that
name.
guy.
You
They
go
went
to
to
Dr.
Fulani
Damage page
University.
and watch the interview there. You see the interview.
Reno Mockery also went to Chicago State University to get all his GPA, all his academic records.
But then if it is true, so why is it blocking access to it?
He's
No, you
not
see,
blocking.
How is it
yeah,
blocking you, man? Is he at the, is
bro.
he in the front? Is he at the gate of
You
Chicago
people are
University
just
blocking you? Rational mind.
See,
Did you
rational
meet
mind.
it?
No,
Rational
you
wait,
people are full
yes,
of
wait.
crap.
Rational mind. Did you go to Chicago State University and
There's
Tinubu
no
was
one
at the
man
gate
platform to help
blocking
check
you?
that. Is that what?
Yeah.
Is that what?
And let me ask you this: why can't you guys didn't talk about certificate before the
I'm
election?
not going to answer your question
Wait
because
now,
I don't
you
get
got
anywhere with the question.
someone missed the answer for you. I don't know. Obedient, maybe another obedient in the comment section will answer for you.
Well,
How come you guys didn't care about certificate before the election? And after the election, your claim is that you are the one that won. So we asked you to prove how you won the election, and you're talking to us about certificates. So certificate is the proof that you won the election.
All they said before was that Tinubu ran the election.
Thomas, let me start
It's
going.
no longer about ringing the
Oh,
election
this
now.
salon.
Pay attention to the original story you guys give. You guys should pay attention to the original story. You guys said he ringed the election, but there's no proof. So you guys are now switch
So
out
the
to
proof is
another.
the certificate. They need the certificate to prove it.
Yes.
The proof that rigged the election is in Chicago State University. I mean, rational way. You have to go and get the proof that he rigged the election. Like getting the certificate and show us that he rigged the election. That's your proof. This will be idiot, man. Allah. The way they talk. Oh my God, man. Even
Can I just address?
Let me tell you what is going on here. All these people, they are just because if you look at it before this election, they all burn a lot of bridges. They mess they mess up themselves. Now they are unable to swallow the people they mess up with, and okay, go back and be friends with those people. Now they are doing all their best so that whatever they predicted can come true. It's not going to happen. You guys messed up because you were too emotional. You didn't put the Nigeria reality into the election first before you guys were pounding your chest.
It's very apparent that the person is that just talk now is just an Agbado person. He just come here and just spew out the same bull crap that the
how did Color Genesis end up here? Jude, where's this guy? Color Genesis calling.
Yeah, go on. The only rational.
Jude, join the show. Join the show more.
I want Kala to call it.
Adewale is the only rational.
You remember some time ago when Donald Trump was hammering on Obama's birth certificate. Then Obama went and brought the certificate out, and Trump and his ally too, they also found something, in the certificate. Trump was saying that certificate was not genuine, it wasn't real, but he later recounted and apologized, to Obama. Not like apology per se, but just saying, yeah, let's put this, story straight.
But
No. Hold on now.
Block them? Did he block them from accessing it?
No. Obama did not, has no reason to block them. But I want you to understand something, that even the school itself, did not, say that Obama. I mean, I say Obama now. Tinubu did not attend that school. But what Atiku and his likes are trying to do is to find a way to discredit, Tinubu by saying, yes, he attended, but guess what? It might not be him who they claim and all that. And they want to do that, for political gain or for political reason. And what Tinubu is trying to do is, look, I'm not going to give you more ammunition, because the more, this thing continues, the more you're trying to exploit it. So I will block you because it's personal record. Hold on. I will do the same thing. In this country, medical record and school record are the things that you can't.
This is not medical record.
No. I'm just saying.
Don't say this.
Hold on. I'm just saying.
Okay.
But even if there's no anything that he will hide, right? You still don't want them to see that part of your life that you've kept from public for a very long time.
Yes.
You've given them certificate that should satisfy every condition. But now that they are not
they are looking for more ammo now. They're looking for maybe a class where it didn't do well.
You don't want to spend a part of your administration, focusing on, somebody's looking for your school transcript and all that. You don't want to be.
Adewale, do you know what
the
Chicago State University did? They sent Tinubu admission letter. They sent his his academic record and his certificate to the tribunal.
That should be enough. But
what Atiku is looking for?
Did you guys see the truth?
Can you ask Adewale, sorry? Can you ask any Adewale, sorry? Can you ask any university in Nigeria to tell us how did you admit Mr. Thomas to this university? Let us see his Wike result. What are the criteria you use to select him? That is what they are looking for. Any university will not give you that information. They have their own.
You guys know what's really funny? Like,
that's what they're looking for. Nobody's going to give you that.
You see, rational mind. Okay, you obedient. To be polite, not to call you obedient, right? So now you guys are no longer fighting for saying you won the election. Now you're fighting for disqualification. Now, you know very well, if you go that route there to disqualify Tinubu, that means Atiku will be the president. So, are you fighting for yourself or you're fighting for Atiku? I don't get it.
Okay, so would you allow me to speak, or
because you won't speak now, you say something different. But go ahead, Sean.
No, dude, you can't tell me what to say. I will speak the way I want to speak. And if you want to interject me, then I don't want to say anything anymore because I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of this.
All right, tell us how you're fighting for Atiku. Right.
And then you have to stop me midway of my conversation. Yeah. So the thing is this: all options on the table. We're not working, as far as I know. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not obedient. But like I've said, I'm being inclined, meaning that I see Obi as somebody that I could say, okay, fine. Among the major three thieves, is the lesser evil among the three of them. So he has not stolen any Nigeria, any state money. He has not controlled any state like Tinubu. Let's just forget about that.
Panama paper.
Panama paper. That is his own personal business that he evaded tax for. People do it a lot, even here in America. You can claim at the end of
he has not stolen any money because he's
so let me answer your question.
Yeah, his wife. You know everything.
Hold on now. I'm not his personal account. I don't know if he stole, but
exactly. But you say categorically, I didn't steal anything.
He didn't steal any state money, as far as I know. That's what I'm saying.
Because you're his wife.
Pandora paper is about his personal business, which he move money to, whatever. So let's do that. So my point is to your question,
and that makes him a very patriotic Nigerian.
We are not. Hold on, people do that. Listen. Let's not go. See, this is interjection. People, I'm gonna give all this side. I'm distracting me.
You know, Namdekan who say Obi was gay. Maybe you are his boyfriend at time, and you know everything about him. You know.
Can I land, please? Now, talking about what we're talking about, we're not routing for Atiku. Atiku happens to be in the news because of what is going on here in America. The so-called what you people refer as you people don't want to admit. Like you say, it's a rumor. It's not a rumor. It's there. It's many major newspapers are carrying it. And there's a case here in America instituted against Tinubu, which
they can't win. It's just the way they can.
We shall find out now. You can't. We shall find out.
Okay,
now. You people will run.
Do you know what the court said when they responded? They said when they asked that how is the
you were talking now. You didn't I allowed you to finish now. Even though
I'm just trying to clarify that aspect where the court says that what the purpose of seeking that document, it has nothing to do with the tribunal, and they said no.
It has something to do with the tribunal. Yeah, it has something to do with the tribunal because anything that was not tendered during this appeal, during the Supreme Court, it can be tendered. Yeah, you can tender. You can bring in more information if you have during the.
Let me bust you. His response was that he's seeking this because of Supreme Court. That was one of his response. Okay. It's not for this tribunal, but against that means already willing to appeal. That means no, take it easy. That means he's already focusing on Supreme Court.
They know they are going to lose.
No, they know they are going to lose. Focused on Supreme Court. That's what he told the court. Okay,
it's
so
just a game and they're playing.
You people can characterize it that way, but the point is this: he needs it either way because he's preparing himself for in the event that this thing does not go the way they wanted it, because they know what Tinubu is capable of doing. You know, if a judge could be telling one of the lawyers of the litigant saying that, oh, why don't you just forgive and forget? Now, I mean, talking about no, it was Samani that was reported to have said that during the trial, during when they were making their case, that when he said Tinubu had a drug case and somebody said 10 years had elapsed, one of the other lawyers now said, I think Obi's lawyer said, no, it's not. It does not. 10 years does not apply in this matter. And
which tribunal is that? Please refresh my memory. No, don't lie. Refresh my memory.
I'm not going to answer your question.
Is it
rational mind? Can't be coming here
lying. Come on, rational mind.
When you people don't know anything.
I wish Doopsy was here too.
One man platform.
You are lying.
Because I wish one man would also be bringing other news that are not being reported. Because I know when one man just heard about, Tinubu, Biden said he wants to see Tinubu, you only, I want to see you. I don't want to see other head of state. It's only you. One man run with it. He snatched it. He brought it on his platform. But he will never talk about Tinubu's case here in America, where he's being challenged and he's blocking article. I've never heard you guys talk about it on this platform. But
it's not blocking article now. We follow it also all over the world. We are following it now.
You just
why are you lying? I don't like it. Okay, I did not say any rumor. I told you.
You just say it's a rumor now.
Who said it's a rumor? Nobody said it's a rumor. I never said it's a rumor. Listen,
I was the one that said it's a rumor.
It's Adewale that said that. What transpired is very simple. Atiku went to one court before and he didn't get what he wanted. So he asked to Superneo, I don't know how to say the word, is a legal term. Yeah, thank you. And then he got it and he went to another court and then they asked Chicago University. Chicago University response was like, this guy went to our university and he has a diploma or bachelor degree of 1979, but there is a clerical error in it. Instead of January 27, they write January 22nd. And the university went ahead and said that they don't understand what is the usefulness of this diploma according to the tribunal. They're already done with it. So we don't know. And then Atiku prayer was that he needs it because he might need it when they go to the Supreme Court. That's what he said. So nobody said it's a rumor. There's no big deal about this thing.
He graduated from there. Why is Atiku putting Wahala on his head? What is?
I don't know. I don't understand. I don't know what he's looking for.
There's more to it than what
you. It was your obedience that motivated Atiku. Atiku already gave up.
Who says he graduated with honor from that school?
So
no, they said he did not go to university, but he went and hide and worked for one of the best oil companies in the world. Worked for one of the best chartered account. Come on, rational mind. You are an educated fellow. Come on. I want to talk objectively.
I don't know why you're yelling.
Rational mind. How did the Tinubu learn accounting? Did you learn it from the streets?
I'm not yelling to you, but I just want to talk to you as a learner. You are a learned person. I don't know your discipline.
I don't go by discipline.
More discipline, but I know you went to walls of higher education. Then maybe you're a professor. But Obani is a chartered, is a qualified accountant. And he worked several years for a company. Check Byroll and Jenny.
Rational mind. How did Tinubu learn how to perform accounting work for oil companies? Did he learn it from the streets?
He learned it from his mother. He learned it from his mother. You know, his mother is a trader.
Anywhere you are in Africa or even here in school, nobody will care about your certificate sometimes.
Going
National mind. Lẹ́yìn tribunal judgment tí ẹ bá tún lose tán má sá lọ, don't abscond.
No, hold on.
Don't abscond. No, promise you are not going to abscond.
I'm still answering Mike. I never even answered Mike.
You never answer now.
Yeah, because you never let me answer.
You don't have any answer.
You continue interjecting me. That's just, so let me answer your question. So it happens that Atiku is in the news. That's why it seems like it's loud. It's very loud now. We're all waiting for the
that text, that tweet at the
let me land now. All right, you can land because I don't know. I don't ever get a word in. So now we are waiting for the tribunal to pass their judgment as per what is in front of them. But now Atiku is in the news because of what is going on here in America. So it doesn't mean that we are now suddenly Atiku or we are hoping that Atiku will take the second place. We believe that Obi will be the one because he's the only person that has 25% in Abuja.
So talk about Abuja. Only
Hold on.
Stop talking this.
Abuja. Yes, you only know Abuja.
Stop
Hold on now.
Okay, I'm going.
Farabale now.
I'm off. No. Motila.
Okay, Odaro. So later. So 25% will be an issue, and then the issue of the certificate is another issue. So, and then the issue of the whatever was presented to show that 18,000 were blood. But then they do that subtraction. We're going to see how Tinubu number is going to shrink from there. I mean, there's a whole kind of tabulation that is going on. So we just hope that the issue of Atiku being second is not a matter to us. It's not a matter to the obedient. We believe that by the time they do the plus and minus, everything, Atiku will be displaced to maybe second or even third.
Really? Obi become first?
Yeah. So that's just...
How will Obi become first? They will start...
That's what I'm saying. Batified Agbado propagandas or the four going lori could get go on. Many other platforms and follow.
I remember when during election when they were tabulating and making assumption and they said, "Oh, Tinubu will get this." I remember Rational would say, for where is he going to get us this number? I remember you saying all this.
Why do you remember all this thing? I know who is talking. It's saying what? What did I say? Where's he going to get what number? What number are you talking about?
You said, "Oh,
that what?
How is Tinubu going to get this number?"
What number is that? What number are you talking about?
Winning number.
I've never. I know. I don't know where you people are getting all these things from.
No, you can't remember.
People are just saying this just to discredit me, make me look like
obedience. You guys have you guys have mental problem.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't come and blab.
You won't remember. Only
No, don't tell me I won't remember. No, forget that. Don't buy me. So
okay.
If I said something, I will hold up to it. Just like what this guy was saying. Mike was also saying a while ago. Mike was saying that I came here and I was like,
you remember always disputing all the stats that was brought forward by Kulata.
No, I say he's just making it up. We shall see. The election will play out. We shall see what's going
on. So, national mind. So when this judgment,
I never said that. No, I didn't say that. I said the election will tell us whether it's going to win or not.
So after the judgment, what will you guys do now? You guys finally move on, or are you see? Because we asked Pastor the question yesterday. Pastor said, they will fight war. And I said, yesterday, he said,
they will go back to Biafra. They will go back to Biafra.
Yeah, that's what Pastor said. He said they will fight war. I said, how are you going to win? He said we can't. He said we can't defeat them in war. Say Yoruba. I said, okay, how are you going to win? He said fist fight. I'm like, this guy, God, Lord have mercy.
He said, I was listening to that conversation when you guys were having that conversation. I was just laughing here.
You guys say we use fist fights in 2023. I said,
is that not dumb?
I thought they would learn lesson from the Biafra. Ujuku took out last to a gunfight. Now you want to bring fist fight to a gunfight or there.
Mike, is that not dumb? that question answer. So dumb.
These are the dumbest people in the world. I don't even know how. And they'll be these people will be running. I don't know how these propaganda to convince us. They convince so many Nigerians they are some of the smartest Nigerians. They begin to expose them. These guys are the dumbest Nigerians. I'm sorry. Like they will tell you that Fulanis are dumb. Fulanis are more intelligent than them.
Let's not go that route. Let's not go that.
No, Southeasterners are the dumbest Nigerians. I'm sorry.
Don't say that.
Like you guys, the internet has exposed you guys. I'm sorry. I don't know how they convince me that they are smart.
The only thing I agree with you is that
even Fulani people and all these Northerners have more brain than you. I'm sorry, than you guys. Man.
It's okay. It's okay. I just don't want to go that route.
So like, no matter how educated, the education is not really yardstick to measure intelligence. To be honest, as educated as pastors like this, you will say something like that. Fist fight. Are you kidding me? Fist fight. That's what you had.
I think it's just where your conversation went.
If you go on Dr. Damages and say these things, they will cut off your head.
They say worse things. Oh, you mean me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it to them. I won't lose you. Yeah, I
Mike, your friend Henry, my boy, you're gonna check your brain, my boy.
Henry.
Henry.
So many retarded human beings.
That's the dumbest human being I've ever seen in my life. This guy is so dumb.
Thomas, how would you feel somebody?
That one is one of those dude.
How would you feel somebody call you dumb?
Can I ask a question?
If they say I'm dumb, no problem. If I know I'm not dumb,
there you go.
No problem.
Can I ask a question?
The guy is the dumbest human being on earth. He will talk like he will just say, if this guy has brain.
Hold on, Thomas. Hold on. Hold on, Thomas. Hold on. I think Pat. Okay, somebody.
Can I ask a question?
No, it's Ola. Welcome, Ola. Yes. Ola.
Thank you. Yeah. I just want to ask a question because I don't know how we managed to get to this Tinubu certificate again. So the question I want to ask now. Yes, now, because the question I want to ask is this: why is it that we find it difficult to adapt ourselves to the truth or to the facts? That despite the facts and evidences, we are still going back on the route of this certificate or whatever. So I'm just trying to look at what we want to gain. Then again, assuming that Tinubu will be disqualified today, then to obedience, what type of victory are you looking for? Is it that you are just happy that Tinubu will no longer be the president, when the facts and evidences on ground shows that Obi never won that election? What exactly do you guys want, if I may ask?
Okay, your question is loaded because I don't even know where to start from, but let me just start from what we want. We want Obi to be declared as the winner because on the basis of the 25% that had made this guy to leave us, what's his name, Remy, that is one issue. And that is not an issue because it has been a precedent that everybody that has to win at least he doesn't have to win Abuja, but at least he must have 25%. But Tinubu, who was declared to be the winner, did not win. And again, all the results we're seeing on the IREF is different from what was declared. That they brought to Mahmoud and they declared that very name. I mean, Osokon just declared that Tinubu was the winner when even where result was still coming in. So that's to tell you that there's something more to it than we're talking about. So the issue of the result that was released that we saw.
No, before you proceed, if you don't mind. Now, can you please help me anywhere in the world that the law is made to benefit the minority? Because if 25% in Abuja, we automatically make Obi to become the president of the country, then why do we really need to waste money across the 36 states? Why do we have to waste taxpayers' money? So let's be doing elections in Abuja so that whosoever wins 25% in Abuja will become the president of the country.
Rational mind. If that's the law, does it make sense to you?
Let Mike Johnny reject Mike.
No, does it make sense to you? Answer that.
We trashed this topic many times here.
No. It's yes or no. If it's really the law, does it make sense to you?
It makes sense. Yeah, it does make
sense.
It's not even the law, Mike.
a place must win. You must win it because of what?
Hold on.
Because people that live there, they are
hold on. You want to ask? You ask a question. It's because of
even Dangote. All those people don't even live in Abuja. They live in Lagos.
Dude. Dangote is not the president. I don't
know. No, if you want to
say
say the most important people live in Abuja, so they have votes.
No, that's not what we're saying. The issue is not the importance of the people living there. The issue is that is where they call it federal capital territory.
Rational mind, sorry. Wait. I don't want to forget. You just answer all that question now, and it sounds so ridiculous.
Thank you.
Sorry for saying that.
No, it's okay.
Why do I say that?
Sorry.
Obi came third. Even if they sack Tinubu today, Atiku will be your president.
No, it's not going to be.
No, hold on, please. Hold on. Obedience, do you normally speak? I don't even know what to say. I'm not talking to you, Rational Man, though. I'm talking obedience generally. You guys, did you normally think at all?
No, we think.
Are you guys thinking at all?
We have brain.
Somebody from the third will be your president. If you declare will be president.
But hold on now.
On what ground?
Hold on now. But we saw the case in Imo State. Somebody who came fourth.
Hold on. This is not Imo now.
That's what you're banking on. Okay, Rational Man, let me tell you how. Okay.
No. Mike, John, this Mike.
No. This one is very important. No. You know, they have certain amount of days to do election. Wait. Do you know the time is already running now? Judgment must be made by September. They can't go beyond that for any presidential case, election case. Wait. Let me say this is very important. Now, you are banking on all these certificates and all these things. Let's say, by chance, they agree that, okay, because of that certificate, they will disqualify Tinubu, nothing else. Now, Tinubu now fall out. Now, they now have to give the presidency to Atiku. So now you now start another case against Atiku, which you within 2 days, 1 day, because after September now, you can't pull up any more case for Hold on.
It's too late. You see, you're not getting a full grasp of the whole thing. If Tinubu is disqualified, I know Tinubu will challenge it to the Supreme Court, right? And the judgment that the Supreme Court is going to pass is not going to be in isolation. It's not like you're going to treat this guy's case differently. They will look at the whole case together and they'll declare whoever they want to declare as the winner. That is.
It's going to be Atiku now.
Hold on. If Tinubu, hold on. That's what I'm saying to you. If Tinubu is disqualified on the basis of the certificate, just that alone, and then if he takes it to the Supreme Court, which I'm sure he will do, Obitu will go to the Supreme Court. That I'm the winner. Not even if they disqualify Tinubu and they give what's his name, Atiku or something, he will still go to court. She's challenging that he's the winner.
So he's going to take Atiku to court. He open another case against Atiku.
No, he will pursue the same case that he had.
But the law says after 180 days, you can no longer be pushing any electoral charges or any
No. I don't know.
I mean, is it 180 days? Which I know that whatever amount of time they have ends in this September.
No, Mike, you're not listening. You're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: he has a case. What's his name? Obi has a case that he won the election. He says, declare me as the winner. Tinubu did not meet 25%. He has this case. He has drug case. I submitted evidence of okay, this is the number of votes that I won, and based on this number of votes that I won, I should also be declared as winner based on this vote. And that number of vote is more than that of Atiku. If you tabulate everything, it's more than Atiku. It will propel him to number one in place of Tinubu. So now, if that fails, he will pursue that to the Supreme Court. That case alone on its own. That this same case, so that Tinubu, that I ask you, since he's already disqualified, now look at my case based on this merit of the 25%, and that I have the majority vote than even Atiku, who you people declare as second. So he will pursue that. That will be his case. That he cannot, like you said, maybe he might not be able to add any evidence. So maybe he has other evidence about articles, whatever, then he can bring it to the Supreme Court. Because you can still provide evidence when you go to Supreme Court. So that is how the case is going to go.
The court will ask the INEC. The court will ask INEC, is this candidate disqualified or qualified? INEC will say, you know what, it's overqualified. All right, case closed. Let's move on. That's how it's going to
Is
pan out.
that how they do
If
it?
you want to speak, you
That's
can go
that's
ahead and speak.
You will see. That's how it's going to
Go
pan
on,
out.
speak.
You will see.
Judy.
Oh,
Go on,
yes, sir. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
we
man.
can hear you.
Good
We can
morning,
hear you.
everybody. Nice talking to you guys. See you tonight.
Judy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just came to listen, sir. I had friends on the panel, so I just go on the chat and come in and listen to what Nigerians are talking about their country. And I'm very inquisitive and really want to learn more about what is happening in Nigeria. So I'm not gonna talk much. So, but I've been following Ajanin Koko and all these rational mind applaud you guys for what you guys keep talking. There are some people that want to be puppet in their own country, and then that's them. But if you can add up your mind and say what is right for your country, and then you know um I give you guys applause. So I'm not gonna talk much. I mean, you guys, I'm just listening. I'm on the chat. I'm on. That's it.
So Judy, your head is
Thanks.
empty.
No,
Huh?
So your head is empty, Judy.
No, Mike. I'm not gonna. This is not
I
the
just
time
played
to
with you.
call out Nigeria. To call out Nigeria. I mean, what pained me was that they were not part of BRICS. So that was a big failure on their part. So,
But there's nothing
and
in BRICS,
because
though, man.
oh come on, Mike. I mean,
What is in
you don't
BRICS? Tell me,
want
tell me.
to say what is in BRICS.
Yeah.
Man, BRICS is the biggest union that is gonna take away the West. What do you say? What is in BRICS? The
No,
biggest.
what's in BRICS
Because of
right now? Don't tell me what
what
they're
you mean?
gonna
What is
do.
in BRICS right now? You have Russia, China, and all these bigger economy coming in together to create a bloc that will stand
Okay.
the test of time to kick against the United States dollar, put it in the bottom. And you say what is in
Okay.
BRICS?
But,
If
but they
Nigeria
haven't
was
done
part
it.
of it, you
They
wouldn't be
haven't
saying the
done.
same thing.
They haven't done it.
But they just started. They are building things up.
Yeah.
That's why
Well,
they have
today,
come up with.
so there's nothing in BRICS right now. There.
No. Have you seen their
Jude,
what is it?
Jude.
Have you seen their light? Who's saying
So you
something?
want
Have you
us
seen?
to dump United States and go for BRICS when they have nothing to
Mike,
offer?
can I please
Of course,
interject?
Mike. Of course, you have to dumb. I mean, this is why I have a different view with you, because you are so acquainted with the way United States is there, or the what they give to Nigeria. They play the
Almighty
aircraft and
Jude,
all this stuff.
can I please interject you for a
Oh
minute?
man, I mean, can you please let me land my point a little bit, and then you can interject, sir. I'm
Yeah, please
sorry,
go
but
ahead.
Mike, this is. I mean, you are so acquainted. You so love the way United States treat Nigeria in such a way where you think
How do they treat Nigeria?
breaking away from Nigeria and joining BRICS is gonna be a failure. But you have to taste the other side to see maybe is a greener pasture on the
But we
other
don't
side.
see it. We can't
You
go
don't
there
see
to go and see. We have to
because you
see
are
it first.
so. That's why I say you are so into like Tinubu and all this stuff.
What are you
That's just the
talking
point.
about, Jude?
Mike, I'm gonna let the interjection guy to go on.
Yeah, I saw your
You
head
know,
was.
Okay, Jude. My question is this. Yeah, BRIC is good, no doubt. At least anything that is going to be like economic formation, I would say is good. But are you aware of? I'm sorry to say I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you aware of the fraud that even the Chinese guys, the helped Nigerian central bank perpetrated through this yuan and naira swap? Is it about 2.5 billion that were supposed to be like, okay, instead of running after USD, that okay, we are going to be running after the Chinese currency, so that it's going to be like currency swap. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, but what I'm aware of is that the BRICS, I mean, most of the currencies that they have right now, so it's going to be a one currency that will unite their economy. It's not going to be a Chinese yen that they're going to use. Maybe they might start doing it for now, but as time goes on, what I've seen most of their, I've gone through their website. I've seen what they are for. They want to create a currency that they will use as their main, they will put United States dollar behind the scene. So instead of you saying, oh, our currency is pegged to United States dollar, or United States dollar is the one that is giving us our petrol, instead that would be of less value. The BRICS currency, one BRIC currency will be equivalent to 55 USD. So you tell me which one you want to go with. So I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, you are correct, but who is still Nigeria's biggest trade partner as we speak today?
Exactly, it's United States. I mean, you are pegged. That's why I said most Nigerians they value United States. So your biggest trading partner is the West. That's what I'm saying. So it's
Exactly.
hard. It's hard for you to say, okay, the BRICS is a good thing. It's hard for you to do that because the person that is feeding you, the person that you still, the kind of administration that you are using in Nigeria is based on American system. So breaking away from America is gonna be hard. But you see countries like South Africa, they have nothing to lose. Another thing that I want to say is Nigerian oil is not controlled by Nigerians. It's controlled by Shell. And Shell is an
How do you know
American
that?
company.
On
So
what on what basis?
breaking away from Shell is going to be a
Wait,
bigger
Jude, you
problem
just made a
in
statement. Hold
Nigeria.
on. Oh, wait. You say Shell controls our oil. How? Tell me.
Mike, let me tell you. Okay, UFC, go ahead.
Jude, let me explain something to you. You see, one thing, most of us that come here, we don't pay attention. I always say it here. I say, follow the money. Pay attention to the money. Don't listen to the people that speak, because if you look at these white people, they don't care about words. They pay attention to action. Whatever you do that affects their pocket, that's when they respond badly. If you look at South Africa, for example, people are saying Nigerians are the okay, South Africa stock market is worth almost about 1 point something trillion dollars. The first company I pulled up there that is valued about $100 billion. That company, 49% of that company is owned by the Netherlands. If you look at it, there are a lot of European investment money in South Africa economy. So if we are going to really be speaking fact here, they are the one controlled by the Western country, because most of Western countries' investment, Australia, European, America, they are in their economy there. You understand
Yeah, I
me?
get your point. I get your point, UFC, but
So South African leaders can come on board and be speaking loud. It doesn't mean pay attention to their action, not to what they say on television.
exactly. Let me answer Mike's point. Say, how does Shell control Nigerian oil? Mike, are you aware that the pipeline that was supposed to be constructed? I don't know if it's already is being constructed between Chevron and Shell towards Niger, was based on American policy. Mike, are you aware of that? Okay, Mike might not be aware of it, but this is what I'm saying. See, most of the time, most of our resources that we have in Africa have been put on collateral. When I mean collateral, it means that most companies in Africa are not able, most resources in Africa are not able to transform into production or into manufacturing good, because we don't have the money to. So when we go to world banks and international trade organizations and borrow money, most of the time we don't have collateral to put down for them to give us this money to transform our natural resources. So what do? We give them put down our natural resources as collateral. And that is why most of the time Africans have these resources, but they don't own it, because these major United States companies or Europe have taken these resources as collateral. That's why most of the time we suffer. Most of the time the policies that is happening in our countries does not suit us Africans. It suit only the Europeans. So that is why when I say Nigerian oil is controlled by America, that is what it is, because Nigeria does not own it. It has been put as collateral for American shares and other companies. That is not a bad thing for an economy to develop, because if you cannot develop your resources, you're going to give it to someone to develop it. If you give it as collateral for probably 50 years, 20 years, if their tenure is not over with it, they are still going to control it. That's why most of these countries kick away against coup d'etat.
So Jude, you're saying someone else control our oil? In what sense? What are you talking about?
What, Mike? That's why I say when they say
No,
control,
Mike, hold
it
on,
means
no,
that
Judy.
okay,
I
you have to
understand
go
what
ahead.
you're trying to say. If you look
Right.
at
No. What did he say? I missed that part. I missed
Mike,
what he said.
Mike. In Nigeria, some of these our oil block, there are some percentage that are owned by the international companies like Share and the rest. So they own some.
No, they are not owned. No, that's not true. That's not true.
They control like 40%, maybe Nigeria 60%. It's like that. Even
No, they don't. No.
No, Mike. For instance, the gas that we currently export right now, the company that came in to develop it, they control 40% of the gas revenue there.
Which
then
gas?
Nigeria 60%. Nigeria
Which gas?
Now. Our gas.
No, we're not exporting gas now.
We export gas.
No. We just
export
crude
natural gas.
What we export now is crude oil.
No.
Let's leave the argument. Maybe do we export gas now? I don't know. Someone else.
They do. LNG, liquefied natural gas.
Thank you.
Liquefied natural.
Yeah.
We know what LNG means. Liquefied natural gas. But I'm saying, do we export? Where do we export it to?
Yeah, they export it by ship.
By who?
By ship.
Ship.
Oh.
Who does that? The NNPC.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whatever body. They export it to Europe. Yeah.
They are building gas pipelines to go to Europe. Is that the one you're talking about?
That one is a different project, but they are.
No. We're exporting crude right now. And the fact of the matter is,
you don't know. Say you don't.
You guys are confirming all this bullshit.
No. If you don't know,
okay, show me the. Oh, no. Okay.
Say you don't know.
Okay, show me the. No, show me the evidence. Where do I get this paperwork?
Google it. Does Nigeria export natural? Export.
Okay, let's say they export natural gas.
Mike. You see, NLNG is a form of partnership. I think NNPC is owing 49%, while Shell is owing about 26%. Then Total Energies and some other people, they are owing part of it. You see, the thing that
is there a document to prove this?
No, you can find it on their website directly.
Mike, come on. Mike, stop being dummy, man. You know all these things, man.
Mike, the best way to see this kind of thing is when you go to the website, you go to investment relations. So you will see the statement of account and some other things. So you will see those people that are stakeholder. So the thing is this: when people say those people control our economy.
No, wait. There's the difference between like the company ownership of a company that extracts, but now who owns the revenue? That's the question.
It's a joint partnership. It's a strategic alliance.
No, we sell our oil through OPEC, right? Right.
We sell but
okay. Now who receives the revenue
for us? See, it is shared. The revenue is shared. You see, we have joint venture.
The national revenue is shared with. Come on, man. You guys don't know.
No, look at it this way. Look at it this way.
Well, give me the documents that shows it because.
Or like saying the fact, yeah. I just post something on the so you can go through it.
Mike, I wanted to give you another heads up. Do you know why most of these Western countries they kick against coup d'etat in Africa? Because when there is a coup d'etat, it disrupts their economic, signees, like all these, economic reforms that they have done with these countries. Where there's that is why there's a problem. That's why when we say take over your country, take over your resources, it means you have to take it because if
Jude, let me explain to you. It doesn't mean if military take over, they won't pay whatever agreement the previous government.
No, they wouldn't. You see what is happening in Niger? And German ambassadors 48 hours.
Hold on, let me tell you something. If we don't do that, immediately our ship say to international water, they will seize it with crude oil or whatever, with gas. You will have to pay. They will seize it, and Nigeria will not do anything.
So no, but when you now you're talking about sailing in international water, right?
Hold on. What I'm trying to say is that you cannot escape. Right. They will find a way to collect their money back from you. So
okay, let me tell you how you can escape it. And this is what Africans have not been able to do. They just believe that the white man control the international scene. No, I'm not smarter, but this is the thing, right? We believe that there's a supernatural being which is a white man. If we break away from them, they're gonna confiscate this.
It's not about supernatural. Come on, Judy. If you sign an agreement, You have to abide to those agreements. They didn't force you
But
to
the
sign.
agreement does not suit. The thing about you don't understand is the agreement does not suit me and you. This is why
Then who are
countries are
hold
facing
on.
problems
Then
in
who has
Africa.
us who has
Almighty
us to
Jude,
sign those agreements?
Almighty Jude, can I say something?
Go ahead,
You
sir.
see, one thing is this: you have a product, you want to sell to someone, and the person you want to sell to, they have options, they have alternatives. So you are not the only source. So it simply means that they have their own bargaining power too. In a market where you are the absolute seller, you can do whatever you like. But
Exactly.
where you are not the absolute seller, there's nothing you can do. So whenever they say the West control or the price of this thing, they are correct because they are the industrialized countries. They are the ones that want to use products. If you fail to go along with these people, they can always find alternatives to your products. That's where the problem is.
And I
So
have a question. So, are we gonna be a slave to them, or that is my question. Are we going? Are we continue to be? Are we gonna be slave to them forever, or what? Or we cannot do without them?
then I will ask you a question. Do you have a leverage? If you don't want to become a slave to them forever, what exactly are you putting in place? For example, when we're talking of BRICS the other time, it's very easy for us to say. But don't forget, we are talking of Nigeria that we develop taste for foreign goods. Now, foreign goods is not even matches or this thing we are talking about. Do you know how much education Nigeria import in a year? You traveling overseas to go and have education in UK, in United States, in Germany, they are in form of kind of importation, something you should be producing locally. So the thing is this: you have to look at your situation. It's just like, oh, you are just a supplier now. You want to go and brag where Amazon and the Walmart day. Those people, they will put you aside because they have the power, they have the bargaining power, they have the platform, and they can control you. That is exactly where Nigeria is today. Because as mighty as China is, for example, they still have little this the extent to which they can even control America because America can still mess them up to some extent. So they have to tread cautiously. But then you are coming to Nigeria. You are talking of a country that has made itself a beggar country that will beg for aid everywhere. As the government is begging for aid, the citizens are begging for aid in form of one kind of a non-governmental organization. So we are deep in this mess for us to just say, oh, we want to do this. Why do you think our politicians, for example, will comply whenever they threaten them with visa? They've stolen our money, they kept with them. So when we are talking
Exactly.
of leverage, we don't have the leverage for now. The only
Yeah,
leverage we can have is to come gradually, maybe as a form of innovation. You know, when you are talking of a disruptive innovation, so you develop gradually, and suddenly you get to a stage whereby the work can no longer do about you. Can these guys do without Nigeria today? I'm telling you, Saudi Arabia will be willing to sell the quota of our oil if we mess up. Canada is
exactly. And
there
that's
to sell to the United States. They want to say so. We don't have that bargaining power as it may look like we have to us. That's just the reality.
UFC. You want to
No.
go ahead before I can say something?
No. I say what I want to say. Then I want to leave.
Oh, okay. Brother Olu, let me say, see, China and United States economy. China has, I mean, I live in the States, so I've seen what China has done in their economy several times. I mean, I don't think the same pedestal that China used to look at United States is still happening now because there was one point in time, even when Obama was in power, when China used to drop down their currency to buy products and then they would increase their currency, and it was a whole big issue in America how they were doing these things, but America could not do anything. That is to tell you how a superpower country can do whatever they want to at any point in time, and even America cannot. You see what is happening in Russia. They were able to attack Ukraine and no other European. So this is when I'm talking about Africa. There are certain things that you have to do to say, okay, time is over. You cannot. I mean, if your currency is pegged to United States or your whole resources is pegged to the super world market or whatever, you see how South Africa is cutting away. Say no, we are not gonna be the ones to keep sending our resources to the West. At one point in time, we have to start manufacturing those things in this country. and let the people that want to do business with us come here and buy. That's to tell you how people are taking away their country from the West, because most of the time, if you are a close ally to the West, especially African countries, you tend to depend more on them. You don't produce your own thing. They take advantage of the low IQ Africans that we are and take over our resources. While they are enriching themselves in their own countries, we are becoming more poorer in our own countries. And that's a big problem. It has not always been a win-win situation for both countries. It has always been a win and a lose. They gave us minority stuff and we think that, oh, we are doing great, but we are not taking advantage of our system. So it's high time, intelligent Nigerians comes in and they put things on the table and say, no, we have not been treated fairly by these people. We have not been doing this by these people. Our oil has not been, think of it. When you want to sell your oil, they drop the price. And when after selling your oil, the price goes up. It tells you that those who manipulate the market are in the West. So if you come to your right senses and say these are problems that we are facing, then people start talking about it. Maybe things are gonna change. Maybe they're gonna, come down to the table and say, okay, let's do this. But if not, and then it depends on you. But like I said, most countries are shifting away from the West and taking, going to somewhere where they can have 50-50, benefit from both sides. And that's it.
You see, Almighty Jude. See, let me give you an example. You see why we keep depending on these people. Number one, we are not enhancing our natural resources and our human resources. Let's look at it this way. Assuming Nigeria is spending like about 30 billion on foreign education every year. If we decide to say, okay, we want to develop our institution in Nigeria and we make our people stay within Nigeria, you understand? Then we have power. We are bringing something back instead of taking things away. Okay, if we say, okay, our industry within the country, we want to produce our own food, we want to produce our own leather, we want to produce our own fabrics to use locally, then we have power of something to give. So you have to develop the value chain within your country before you can say, okay, oh, I want to rub shoulder with someone. But we are in a situation whereby even at the average citizen, our orientation, although it's a consequence of mismanagement and the wrong policy from the government that is pushing us to that kind of orientation. So we've destroyed our local base already. And as Yoruba will say, charity begins at home. If you are not doing the right thing at home, you can't just go outside and say you want to go and negotiate. We don't have that bargaining power. That is exactly what we are saying. Before we can brag, then we can say, oh, we are self-sufficient at home. We don't want to depend. We are not going to be beggar to you, whether in education, whether in some kind of in the finished product. We can do everything within. Then that is where we can talk. But we are still talking about Nigerians that, okay, as we are speaking today now, maybe some people are thinking of how to order jollof rice from London to Nigeria. So it's not looking good on us. And unfortunately for the country, the product we so much depend on is being the price and how we are going to sell this thing is being determined by all these countries. So we don't have the basis. So the thing is just more than we coming out and fighting. No, we don't have to fight. We don't have to go Trump way. The way we have to go is let us grow our economy locally. When we grow our economy locally, they will come and negotiate with us, not we running after them. So we don't have the bargaining. We don't have the bargaining power. That's just it. And if you still go and ally with the Chinese too, those people, there are some kind of people that already the economy now has gone to a particular avalanche. It has plateaued and beginning to come down now just because they've already oversupplied everywhere. And the new virgin land is Africa. So if these people are trying to romance you, you have to be very careful. This kind of relationship, do you think is to your benefit? No. Look at it this way. We are talking of the Chinese that, I could be wrong, but the information that I think I have is that, for example, they are cutting our trees in Nigeria. Where they are planting billions of trees in their country. Now, when they finish deforestation in Nigeria, what do you think is going to happen to us in the future? We start importing wood from them too.
Exactly.
Now, these guys, they will come and do illegal mining in Nigeria, and they will not adopt the best practices that will make your environment safe. They will destroy your soil, they will destroy everything and make everywhere look toxic. Meanwhile, they will be preserving the environment. Will you be surprised if the Chinese start if Nigeria start importing cassava in the future? Those are the things we just have to do. We have to be very careful. We have to know who love us and those who not love us. So the thing is, it is not about even we trying to do shakara for these people. It is about us knowing where we are coming from. Are we doing the right thing? And we correct ourselves first of all. We don't have
But
to
let
trust
me even
anybody.
blow your mind. Gari that we consume in America is made in China. In America, yeah, Gari, you see Chinese logo on it. I'm talking about Gari. So that's a big
Exactly.
problem.
Exactly. For Chinese now to be making kuli for us. Exactly. Like for you know, I understand. So the thing is, nobody can love Nigeria like
It's
like
one
Nigerians.
thing I observe, most black people, most of us don't like to take risks. We see opportunity every day. People are scared. They are waiting for who to big problem within Africa circle. Then when you make that first step, you succeed. Then you see a lot of that's what we normally do. But at first, we always wait. Okay, who to go first? Who to go first? It's always the problem. People don't want to. The opportunities everywhere. Like in Nigeria now, let's use Nigeria for example. It is easy for you to become a billionaire. If you can solve one problem in Nigeria, you have become wealthy already. You
No,
understand me?
yes, now I agree with you, bro. You know, one thing I've noticed is like I will say repeat when Mike keeps saying, "Oh," when people say, "Oh, black are not innovative, they are not this," thing. I keep saying this thing. It's not as if we are not innovative because there are empirical proofs everywhere that whenever we get our policy right, our people are super innovative. For example, in Nigeria, we didn't import fintech from anywhere. Even if we import fintech, if you had imported fintech, that would be at the initial stage of it. Locally, we develop our they call it this project that leaves that time interbank settlement scheme within Nigeria. When people were saying this thing will fail, we did the NACS project, National Automated Clearing System. It's our own initiative. When the like of this guy that funded the InterSwitch, when we're looking at how to do some kind of interbank transactions, these guys, just common electrical engineers, they sat down, they use their brain, they build some kind of financial solution around. So when
Yeah,
you
you
look
are
at our
right.
financial industry today, you will see that where we got our policy right, we've been so innovative. Look at our
Yeah, you
entertainment
are right.
industry. What's liberating entertainment industry? Just a decree from Babangida, you deregulated broadcasting. If not, Sani Ade and obviously Sani Ade and co will still be listening to today. But immediately they deregulated broadcasting, Ray Power, True Ray Power, all those kind of music, they started promoting local artists. See where we are today. See where we are. All of a sudden, dramatic art or what do they call it? That people
Yeah,
would not
you are right.
normally go for
And it
before.
just happened about 30 years ago.
Exactly. Look at how many stars that even Obafemi Awolowo University has produced, even from the dramatic art department alone. So it's not as if we are not innovative, but when we have the government backing, if we have the government backing, the right policy. Now look at this education. Now it's just a matter of education. It's just a matter of time. Personally, do I encourage more public, more private universities and institutions in Nigeria? If is that the right way to go, let us go there. That's why
But Ola,
personally,
Ola, let me tell you something. See, I have witnessed the movie, the music, and the tech industry. If you pay attention, any industry in Nigeria government don't involve themselves. They always succeed. That's why I always tell our people, say, don't wait for the government. If you look at the tech sector, they recently proposed a bill and the bill passed and they signed into law that will protect their business. But you know what they did first? Those guys just first of all went to work first. Then when things became clear, they now seek for government protection. Sometimes we have to do like that. Even the music industry also. Understand me? Those sectors were singularly created by young Nigerians, like the tech, music, and the movie industry, without government support at all.
No, you know exactly. That's what I'm saying. Okay, look at it this way. When it used to be NTA and all those state television, okay, all these artists, they will produce a movie and they present. Oh, one guy that think was big, was larger than life, we just discard you. You cannot do this, you cannot do that, just because it is government. You have to know A and B, and they have to. But when private people enter, because all those private TV and private radio stations, they were existing, they have to compete, because already, it used to be maybe in entire Ekiti state, it was going to be one TV station, maybe Lagos, they will have like two. But when you now have a situation where you are like a 20 radio station, you have several TV stations. So it won't be like people will be going to them now for them to help them. No, it will be now them looking after talent. That is exactly what happened when you did. Now, that's another thing. Telecommunication. When assuming Nitel is still the one in control today, probably many Nigerians that have data to share today we don't have data.
Also, we won't have Michael $10.
Maybe you won't even have the like of Brother Shaggy and
you are right.
Daddy will be doing program online, because already they will be suffering from data. They will be looking for data like people are looking for electricity. We won't be there. So that is why it's my say government, when you remove hand of government, you do policy, you allow private people to run things, people will come, because before anybody can say you want to do innovation, you have to look at the reward. I can't just come now and say because I have computer knowledge now, I just wake up in the morning, I start designing program, I start writing program when I have bills to pay. So, but if I know that if I write my computer programs and I know that I can sell this, let's say for maybe if I have like 1,000 subscribers, I'll be making like maybe 10 million a year. So I have a reward for myself. I will sit down, I will spend all my life to make sure that thing works. But when we talk of innovation, but the government policy on grant will not even let you move at all. So you won't go there and do anything.
When it comes to the banking sector, I respect what the Nigeria intellectual did there, because you can send money into any account in Nigeria and receive that money instantly without any barrier. So they did a great job. I'm not going to lie here.
Exactly, my brother. If there's a reason that you see telecommunication industry now running fiber optic today, it's just because they want to service all those banks. If you see people selling ATMs today, it's still around financial system. If you see our network growing, where you have different type of broadband and different type of networking solution, it's because of bank. When you see people going to cloud technology, they are saying it's just because of the banking industry. So that's the way things develop. Now go and mark it now. Look at the deep sea, Lekki deep sea that they've done today. Now
Ola,
down the
line. Yes, see, Ola, but I want big partners to go into the agricultural sector, because we need to be food sufficient in Nigeria instead of still exporting all kinds of food items to Nigeria. They have to be big players.
You know why people are not so conversant about. Okay, let me tell you one thing. When a person like me was leaving the banking industry in 2012, that time, although I put in my application for Canada, but it was still not coming there. So I just left that bank because I didn't want to work for Access Bank that took over that time. So I just said, okay, let me just take my whatever my entitlement and go. I didn't want anybody to wake up suddenly and sack me because I was working for Intercontinental Bank. So I decided to leave. What was the first thing I thought about? Going to agriculture. Looking at some areas outside all those Okeogun or somewhere around there, southwest, where that I could farm. But now look at the challenge now. A colleague of mine that time had some corn farm. He was supposed to sell the products around December. And the guy said, okay, I will wait till January. By the time he went back there in January, cattle, all these Fulani cattle, they don't destroy. Now, what am I saying is this: agriculture, because when we speak of agriculture, one thing we don't look in agriculture is this: it's a very high risk. You know, it's an high risk investment. That is what we do not really appreciate about this agriculture, because, well, you say, even if it is not Fulani cattle, it can be some pest. It can be anything that you can
Yeah, you're
have
right.
like 60 million farm, and you can go home today and go back to that farm tomorrow, and everything gone.
Let's not, Judy, Judy, are you there?
Yes, Mike, what's up, man?
You see, I got to tell you, you Africans keep shouting, oh, let's kick the white man out
Oh,
and all
come
these
on,
things.
man. Come on, Mike. Why do you have to say you African? Come on, make your point, man.
No, I just say, like, a lot of you guys just shouting, the white man. There's some things you got to do. It's not by talking. This Kumbayashi, we have to get to a point where we are productive. We're able to manufacture things that we consume. You understand? We're able to stand on our own. Well, you don't need them that much, where for your consumption. But at this point, even all these francophone countries talking about kicking the French out in Niger, most of their equipment, medical equipment they need in the economy and their industries to function, they're importing it from France. You understand? So that's not where you start. You figure out how to make those things yourself, and then that's where you start from. Before you start doing this rebellion thing you guys are shouting about, saying we unite. Okay, we unite as Africans, and then we kick the white man away. Okay, which one of us will start producing everything we need? We're supplying everything we need, and the rest need. So I see them in all this. There was the African show. Oh, Nigeria should come lead you guys. We can't lead you, man. I mean, things you consume, we're not the ones supplying you. You understand? So we gotta use brain, man. It's not by just beating chest and shouting "Kumbaya, let's come together, hold hands." No, Africa, we're gonna get there. We're getting there, working on it. Where we, like India right now, they can easily break out, because India now they're producing everything they need. For a decade ago, 20 years ago, India was where we are. They don't produce anything. I mean, they didn't know how to produce stuff.
Mike,
So
let me interject for a minute. You know that back in the days, Nigeria used to feed Malaysia, right? Southeast Asia. You
you
know that
talking about
most of these.
agriculture now.
But what I'm saying is, you know that most of these Southeast Asia probably had independence the same time as African countries. But when it comes to dependability now, as we speak, African countries are more dependent on these Southeastern Asian countries. These Southeastern Asian countries have moved far ahead than African countries.
Exactly.
You know what the problem is, and they don't even have resources like we Africans do. You know where the problem is?
They figure out to manufacture.
Exactly, they are figuring it
We
out,
don't,
and
but
at the
we
same
don't
time,
manufacture. But we're gonna be beating our chest, standing up against
but
everybody.
ask yourself, why did it take a short time to figure out things and start manufacturing themselves?
Well, you need to figure it out too.
I mean, how long is it gonna take Africans to figure things out and start doing manufacturing?
That's what you need to be preaching to Africans then, instead of all this other bullshit.
But I'm not preaching bullshit, Mike. You know me. I mean, how long is it gonna take? You go ahead.
Your people ain't producing shit, and you're preaching all that crap. You're
No,
preaching
Mike.
kumbaya, Pan-Africanism.
We only preach stuff that we hear from your fellow Nigerians. Go ahead, Mike.
I always say we should pay attention to the economy. It's all about economic power. Let's use Black America for example. They fought for inclusiveness and independence, that they should, so they be living closer to the white people. But what most of their leaders back then failed to do is that they didn't include what they need most, which is the economic power. It's all about economy. Every other thing, see, I always say this, white man can pass me on the road and close his nose. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. You understand me? I will go back to my house and sleep well without bothering myself. We should pay attention to the economy activity of our country instead of these people, they hate us. Who cares? They can hate us all they want. After all, I don't like them too. You understand me? So it's a fair game. Let's pay attention to the economy. It's all about economy, finance. Instead of crying. All these 4 countries now that are okay, they want French to go. Talk to deep down, Judy. Be honest. Do you think these people can survive by themselves alone without trading with the foreign so-called people they hate? They cannot survive.
They'll go back to Stone Age.
Thank you. They cannot survive.
Are you just making assertions that they cannot survive, or is that your opinion, or they are actually doing
They don't manufacture their toothpick and toothbrush.
It's not our opinion. This is a fact. That country they are in a deep shit hole. Come on.
They don't manufacture their toothpaste and toothbrush. They won't be able to brush their teeth, man. Come on.
Mike, do you even know that the toothpick that you consume in Nigeria is being manufactured in China? I'm talking about toothpick, and you have all these things in Nigeria.
Exactly. So, and you're telling Nigeria to come lead you.
Hey, no, a Cameroonian is not calling Nigeria to come lead. Maybe the West African countries. Come on, Mike.
Like, I watch some of all these other African countries' YouTube content. I'm not going to lie. Some of those countries, they are still in 2009 with the quality of their production. Yes, they are still in 2009.
USC, where were you, man, when Afidemos was talking about BRICS? You missed that panel, man. Mike almost went off. Mike was Mike got confused, man. Lozzie was giving it to Mike back to back.
Yes, I was. Yes.
No, you weren't online, but you didn't.
No, see,
you came on.
Judy, let me tell you something. Whenever Lozzie come over to all these platforms, and the focus is on economy, really. If you observe, I normally do not have anything to say, because if you look at the economy,
you came on the second live when Afidemos did the second live, but the first live it was all about BRICS. He was not there on that. That one was crazy, man. Mike went off.
Yeah, I watched him. My reaction was okay, but a lot of people they didn't really want to listen to him.
Mike went gaga. Mike went like a madman. What?
Yeah, because it's okay. If you understand what most of them were saying, that our current president was this. This is what I would say, because most of these people got their information
from obedience.
Yes.
No. How can you say the information is not right? You know, most of these things have been put outside by Nigerians. When it comes on outside, we don't know who an Igbo person is. We don't know who a Yoruba person is. Babati is now on the panel.
Understand what they call opposition politics. That man has been a senator. He has been governor for
but as a president now, he's disgusting, man. You cannot compare him as a governor to a president of Nigeria. The way we see the president of Nigeria is not the way you see it. As a president of Nigeria, come on.
Hold on. Most of these people that are speaking, I don't think they are smarter than the Nigeria security agents.
Can you do me a favor? Can you deport Judy back to Cameroon?
No, I like Judy.
That's fine, man.
Babati came online just for me, man. Oh, Mike. No, Babati, Mike is my guy. UFC is my guy. I have a lot of respect for Nigerians, man. I like the way when they talk about their country, you know, they are so passionate about their country, you know. But when it comes to that's why I always tell Nigerians, go leave Nigerian platforms and go to other platforms that are not run by Nigerians. See the way other Africans talk about it, you know. Yeah, go ahead, UFC.
Let me explain something to you. But if you look at the perception that every of other Africans have against us, if you look at some of these people, they have never met any Nigeria. It is what we are saying that they are going with.
Yeah, so you might be right. Yeah.
We are the one personally destroying our own image. Sometimes it's not even the leader. I always say this, we can criticize the leaders, but please leave the country out of it. You can say you don't like Tinubu, fine. But trying to downgrade the country all the time is not good. Okay, look at, I was surprised. Kenzo was even defending Nigeria. We were checking the economic number. One guy just called me saying Nigeria is now the third. Is in Nigeria. Nigeria is now the third largest economy. It's no longer the first. We went to IMF. We went to World Bank data. We put them out. The guy said no. Okay, we said okay. Post your source here. Let's see. He didn't have the numbers. He didn't have the source. He said no. He believed your own source. I said that means we should believe an alternative fact more than what when we have the real data in our front here.
But UFC, I was on a panel where one of these Nigerian guy came on the panel and said Tinubu is the most intelligent president, is the most intelligent president Nigeria has ever gotten. I think he's a Yoruba person. So I mean, come on. Will you say that as a Nigerian on different platforms?
No.
Like,
Okay,
I mean,
if you understand,
come on,
okay, if you listen to what I'm saying now, I'm not talking about Tinubu. You can insult Tinubu all you want, fine. But when it comes to the country, but at least be fair in your assessment or in your judgment. Because if you look at it, most of us in Nigeria that are complaining, most of us, if you look at our tax to GDP ratio, you know most Nigerians are not paying tax. We are not doing it. Some of us are making money and keep the money.
Actually, all these Nigerian presidents, hold on, let me say this real quick. All these Nigerian presidents, it's only be Tinubu and Jonathan with the only one with actual college degree.
Oh, really, Mike?
But Obasanjo is the best president since 1999. I'm not going to lie.
No.
So, Mike, if Tinubu is like the yardstick of other presidents being intelligent, and then come on, man, it appalls other Africans.
I'm not talking about intelligence. I'm saying education.
I mean, if he has that educational degree, like you said, it means he is one of the most intelligent.
No, education doesn't make you most intelligent.
No. See, thank you.
Education doesn't make you the most intelligent. That's not the point I'm making.
But those are the criteria that you have to be a president in Nigeria, right?
No. The criteria to your educational qualification, I think it's just a secondary school. If you have a secondary school certificate, you can run for presidency.
To be president in Nigeria, a high school certificate.
Yep.
Oh, wow. So why are so many people talking about his degree, asking for his degree if it's just
That's why we are watching, because they themselves know they are just fooling themselves. All you need.
And that's what I'm trying to explain to all these other Africans. They don't know.
That's why Buhari had only high school diploma as well. It's crazy, man.
Can I say something? You know, it is unfortunate that we've destroyed our system of education. There was a time that standard 6 was enough for you to even become a teacher.
Yeah, you know? Standard 6, right.
So I remember. There was a time that we used to even have former principal of schools that used to be governor, and they perform better than even those people with the PhD. So sometimes if we look at that quality of school starts, sometimes if we have proper education, you will know that it may not necessarily be bad, provided you have some kind of leadership skill. I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying that should be standard, because I know what is obtainable here, because hardly will you find something like that. But I'm just saying it should not be as even terrible as we even speak, because we have some people with PhD that is still messed our economy up. In the past, we have some people with that particular level of school stats and they still perform better. So to me, it should not even be an issue. But when we have issue now that I even have experienced one with certificate that will even graduate. So you know, someone that happened to be the best graduating student in his in his program, was that even the school confirmed that people still looking for things around. Even I think, I'm not a lawyer, I could be wrong. I think what certificate even does in this situation is just to confirm your attendance in a situation whereby you cannot confirm directly from the school. I've looked at the constitution. I do not see where the constitution is explicitly asking for you to submit your SSC. Must have been educated, not must have written exam and pass WAEC. I could be wrong. I'm not a lawyer. So I want to assume that even if someone attended university assuming you did not even have that certificate, and if you have a way of confirming your attendance based on the current constitution, because I see lacuna there, then I think, I could be wrong. Don't take it as someone saying the authentic thing. Is this just a kind of hypothesis? I still believe that even attending a school, university, even if you don't have that certificate, but if your school can confirm, that should be sufficient. Now, we have a ridiculous situation now that even the school now confirm, and some people now started arguing whether, oh, it was a female that attended, it was a male. So that's the situation we have in that country now.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Okay, sir.
If somebody says, well, Ola, without that you didn't attend the university, and the school says, well, I can confirm that Ola was a student of our school. As a matter of fact, it was an honor student. And then I'll say, well, we don't know if it's female or male. And the school says, no, we can confirm Ola was our student. That tells you they know he's male. They've looked into their records. Because if he was female, the school would not come out to say, if there was any issue with gender or stuff like that, they would have said, okay, this person, they would have, done an investigation. But if they confirm that Tinubu was their was a student of that university, that should be enough. But this idea of, because I tell you what, Ola, do you know what will happen? Even if the school releases the record, do you know, we all know the next step, or the school connives with Tinubu they will move the goalpost again.
Yes, that's what they will do.
That's the next thing. It's not going to be enough. So when is enough? That's what I wanted to know. When is enough to say, you know what, F these people. You start climbing down. When is enough going to? Because now the university is wanting to go against Nigeria as a Nigerian. You're just labeling Nigerian people. But if it's not start going against an American university, slander online, they can go after you. They can actually go after you if you say, oh, Chicago State University, or they forged the record of Tinubu, blah blah. Because now you're not putting the school's integrity on the line now. They have to defend the integrity of the school.
Babati, they will say Tinubu used the power of the presidency to influence the US. That's what they were saying.
No.
You see, many guys are just throwing their mouth, their weight in this situation now. See what Babati just said now. Some people do not really understand the implication of mosquing they are getting involved in. We are talking of institution, and institution around this place, they don't joke with their reputation. Honestly, they will do every last thing to make sure that they protect their reputation.
You guys do something funny. I just saw just now, right? I was trying to check the education education level of the past president. I want to check Good Luck Jonathan education. This guy, they had a bachelor's degree in zoology.
It does not. No,
Mike, stop.
It does not even matter.
Maybe that's why Americans started calling Nigeria zoo.
Mike, come on now. Okay, Shawa no dog. He get a zoologist.
I started laughing. I'm like,
hey, Mike, Good Luck Jonathan was one of my hatest presidents as a Cameroonian, because during his time, that was when Boko Haram fluctuated the whole
thing. Guys, hold on. Mike, and they will say Good Luck is intelligent, he's educated. You can see
because they keep calling guy Dr. Good Luck. I'm like, let me even Google this guy's education.
Guys, wait.
Hold on, Judy. Did you know the current president work for multinational company? But see, this whole thing, they just crazy. See, if it was Atiku doing this, like those that came second that are doing this, I would have understand. I would have okay, I get it. But you that came distant third, I don't understand what is going on.
UFC.
No. Look, Babati, go ahead. Sorry.
Can you hold on? I was shocked this morning when I read a tweet from Atiku that he was also questioning the school record as well. I'm like, wait a minute.
No, it was quite, hold on. It was quite the primary school in Nigeria, not the Chicago University.
No. Go and read this morning. Yesterday morning. Article was joining the bandwagon of people questioning Chicago State University's record.
No, like, he finally joined the bandwagon.
When did Atiku become an obedient? What? No, I was shocked. Like, guy, what are you doing?
Because he has realized that Atiku and obedience are helping his cause. Because if he assuming the judiciary in Nigeria want to throw Tinubu away now, who will become the next president? Atiku. Or the obedient are just playing to gallery. They are just wasting their time. Or maybe they see this as entertainment to just relieve their stress. They have no case. Rational mind is not there, so I was unable to query him the other time whereby Abuja 25% is compulsory. I was telling him that no need, okay, 36 states you should not vote. Just go to Abuja and compete there, and don't waste resources trying to vote in the remaining 36 states of the country. Since Superwoman being in Abuja, this is after Supreme Court, San and Co. They've come out and said, okay, we have some kind of judicial precedent that said, okay, Abuja will be treated as a regular state in this type of matter. So it's not as if there's no judgment around this thing before. But do you know why these people behave the way they behave? Because even the lawyers.
Ola, we've clocked 10 hours. I have to shut down now. So just finish your thoughts, then we shut it down. Yeah.
So what we've been saying now is if they want superwoman in Abuja, then Nigeria should stop conducting an election across the 36 states. The next presidential election, just go to Abuja. Whosoever made 25% there becomes the president of the country. And every other citizen in every state in Nigeria should just comply because all animals are equal, but the animals in Abuja are more equal than the remaining animals in the 36 states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Ola, do you know what is much ridiculous is that if they start Tinubu because of 25%, so they do another, we conduct another election, and the next president doesn't get 25% again, they will sack him again. We will do another rerun. Does that even make sense?
It's not going to even happen.
That's what I asked Rational Mind. That's why I ran away. You know,
they will be disappointed. They don't have basis for this. I enjoyed the obedient now. At least you can see now I'm awake now. Yeah, and I'm not likely sleep for the next 3 hours. This is like 2 a.m. where I am. They've actually entertained me throughout the night. I was going through some stress of even completing some assignment. Thanks to obedient, they came with their entertainment. You know,
obedience is not the industry. Obedience is an industry. Everybody is making money there now, man. They're just deceiving the ones among them.
They are competing with Nollywood now, and Nollywood are their music industry. They are good entertainers. Seriously? So I don't know, because the question is this: if people like when we say education, this is exactly what we are saying. You know why I say, Mike, you not even question that zoology the other time. We know that undergraduates, or when you are doing associate degree, you will do some administrative courses.
But he has masters in fishery and then PhD in zoology.
Even associate degree with issue in economics. If you are exposed to the grade level school here in this, at least in my country here, you will see that all those boys that finish grade 12, they even know much about economics. They will tell you about the political situation about the country. They will tell you about the way the government run everything. So they have enough knowledge to even understand exactly what is going on. You know, the type of education, high school education can make you a billionaire in this country.
Ola, please, let's listen to this. Just let's listen to this. We use this for take home. I'm sorry, there's something that go on. I'll come back here.
You understand? So, like during my undergrad now, I did citizenship education, I did economics, I did a lot of things, engineering society. That is even enough to train me for leadership. So it doesn't matter what you do, your undergraduates.
What do you
let's hear this.
reason going to the US court over this matter?
I'm not to comment on that. What I would just say is that I went to Chicago personally. I went to Chicago State University personally. And I mean, I went there, I went to their registrar, and I can say for a fact, without a shadow of a doubt, that President Bola Tinubu did attend Chicago State University. Now, there are some people who are saying, the person who attended was a female. I mean, when you start to put some of all of these things that you see on social media, some of the so-called evidential things, obviously you're going to be misled. The person at Chicago State University was in male, and the photograph that they showed him is the same person as the current president of Nigeria. And if you look at the letter that they gave him, obviously we see the pronouns there. He said it there, you can read the pronouns that he, not she, he attended our school and he graduated with honors. So, I mean, even during the election, I told members of my party, I said, listen, I will fight Bola on certain points which I believe I do not agree with you, especially the case in Chicago, the White House and all of that. But on the issue of him going to Chicago State University, he did go to Chicago State University, and if you recall, I was on Arise television on Tuesday, November 22nd, and then one of their journalists actually tried to live on air that Bola not to Chicago State University, and that somebody, I think a group of people had sent a subpoena, a lawyer has sent a subpoena to Chicago State University, and that the academic records. And I said, look, that is that. First and foremost, I think the person who made that was Mr. Rufai saying, but he lied. I mean, it's been proven that he lied, because right now Chicago State University has proposed to a document, small documents, of course, saying that Bola Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, did attend Chicago State University.
Case closed. That's it.
No, that is so simple now. You know, only obedience.
Do you know who is speaking? Reno.
Of course, Reno. So only obedience talks something that does not align with logic, and they give themselves thumb up, and they think they are really making sense. Yeah, they are making sense in the sense that
about Ola, I did not make sense.
No, they are making sense in the fact that
no, they are making fool. I know you don't want to say that, but they are making fool of themselves.
They are making sense to themselves because they are telling people's lies, and they believe that their lies, their manipulation, they believe all those things are working on the people. You know.
Once again, when it gets to the point,
very prestigious pigeon. I can't please we don't mix up with
who is that?
Did they mute your mic? Ola, but when it gets to the point where, because at some point they are going to go after the university, right? With the way this is going, right? When it gets to that, yes. So, and you know the integrity of this school that has been around since the 30s or the 20s is on the line. And if you think you're going to be online just typing rubbish against a university, the question of integrity, then the way you
Babati, what can they not do?
No,
for them to go sleep so low, going to getting addresses of the judges, getting their daughters' addresses, putting it online. These ridiculous human beings.
Thomas is going to get to a stage if they try something foolish
my God.
outside Nigeria. The university system, they can just make good example out of one obedience, and they will know that universities in a university in the United States or Western world can be brutal too. And you know, when those people go after you legally, they will not spend like what an average person will spend. It could just be some of the alumni that will just gather and say, okay, let us teach these people bitter lessons because we are not going to allow you to rubbish us. So they don't know that this thing can degenerate to this kind of a legal war. It will take you take one of them to just be stupid enough to try anything around that university. And then we know that you can get away with so many in Nigeria.
Do you know what baffles me? The bad image they are painting the country. As I say this again, somebody walk up to me at the church, a Kenya guy, say this, you just elected a drug baron in your country. I was so embarrassed.
Why are you embarrassed, man? I mean, come on, man. I mean, you shouldn't be. If that's what you think he is, then why be embarrassed? You know, that is why I say Nigerians, when you elect president, you should be electing people that will be seen outside of Nigeria as a person that is capable of doing things. We, like most Africans, look up to Nigeria. I'm not saying they are looking, but when you talk of Nigeria, people say, oh, I mean, Africans really want to know who they elect. See, like in America right now, they have all this political debate going on with Republican. They're already talking about what is their foreign policy. What is America has to, they're asking these guys what are their foreign policies. Nigerians, I mean, what is the foreign policy of Nigeria when it comes to other African countries? You have a president that is not even making a speech about other African countries, even calling them out. It's just, I mean, come on, man. Babati, you have to agree with me that they are not bashing Nigeria. They are just saying their truth.
But their truth is I have to sit the person down as a friend in the church. We leave Bible aside. Now we talk politics. I said no. I said these are oppositions. They are just trying to pin the current president so that they can win in court. You can imagine we leave Bible study. We are not talking about Corinthians. We are not talking about Genesis. I have to explain. But how many people
No.
do I
It's
want
what
to explain
unfortunate
to?
that you are a Christian and you have to explain something that is not explainable. You cannot say they are all opposition. I've been on most Nigerian panels, and the way they talk, most of those guys are not opposition guys. I mean, they are Nigerians that wish well for their own country. I mean, just the fact that they go against their own point doesn't mean they are opposition people. Come on, it makes no sense, brother.
No, my brother, I am not for the current president. Though. So even if they are backing him,
let's say it as it is. They are opposition. Let me tell you something. You can criticize the president's shortcomings, fine. But as we currently speak right now, no court in Nigeria has ever convicted the man. No court in Nigeria, no law court. See, this guy has been in opposition since 1999 until 2015. He has never decamped to the party in power.
Other parties, no.
So he has been in opposition. If he has committed any crime, they have a lot of time to prosecute him, but it didn't happen. So I don't understand this constant.
In America, right?
Yeah.
In America, Bill Clinton was called on for raping his secretary, right? That was what went on when he was president. I mean, I don't think he got convicted, but they wanted to chase him out of power, impeach him out of power, right?
Hello. Sorry, make correction right there. It wasn't rape.
Okay.
It was not rape.
Okay. You can call it what you want to call it. But
guys, please don't use that word on YouTube. It's gonna
sorry, sir. I'm sorry, man. Sorry. But I mean, we know what happened, right? But I mean, there are certain things that people do, especially when you are in power. You just go underneath the table because I mean, it's rather unfortunate that instead of us sugarcoating or trying to make it, oh, if he's not convicted, it's not a crime. Yeah, I mean, but still, if these things happen and it's what it is, then why not just
What happened? What did you say happened?
Oh, come on, man. I mean, those are what your politician says, that things like that happen. But even if he was a drug and he is not convicted, if he is ruling the country good, that will have been a good thing. But
He was
the country is not going good, so people are now using all those things,
Judy, see, far back in the 80s or whatever, Tinubu had no power back then. Did you think the United States government will commit drug offense and they will just let you go? You think you live in the United States, you know the system. deep down, do you think they would just let him go if he really committed a drug offense?
A black foreigner, a black foreigner,
a black person.
Come on now, man. This guy.
Let's be reasonable.
And when I ask obedient, do you know what they tell? I say, man, you're damaging the Nigerian. They will say it's already bad anyway. So what's the difference? That's what they say. Like,
those guys, they want Biafra now. I don't even know understand.
They are Pobians now. They are Pobians. Just masculine as obedient.
Let me tell you,
like, you know, even before this Tinubu situation, they've always been like trying to destroy Nigeria. Like, I'm like, okay. The thing is, they've even economically, they're doing everything to just they don't wish Nigeria to well.
Okay, let me tell you something.
Or in the name of the one Biafra. And I'm like, okay, you're not getting Biafra. That's one thing. And if your wish comes to pass, like Nigeria destroy, you will be the one to pay the price. You suffer for it. These guys are so stupid. Oh my God.
Man, sometimes you guys cause this thing. I always tell you guys, if you want to shut these people down, match them with their same energy. Don't if they go racist, go racist.
It's Yoruba people now always nice and
see, you guys make them, you guys create this monster. You allow them to go away with many fake news. Like when man of prestige, he came to Kaiser's channel. You know what I did? I drag a brocos. I want him for brocos. You know why? He come back online. I make sure they not keep quiet. I said, provide the information. Provide the link now where you got your data from. Sometimes you guys should let these guys escape. Then
let me tell you, Mike in other panel is a toothless bulldog. Mike is scared of talking. He only backs in these Nigerian panels. You know, calling Biafrans and all this.
Mike, sometimes you have to go low also. Don't give this
Mike.
chance.
Are you hearing non-Nigerian talking to Nigeria? Mike.
Exactly. Mike only backs on Nigerian panels saying Biafra this. I mean, he doesn't say that on other panels. He stay quiet and let maybe he one or two.
You see what I did to Pansat and went down with him. I didn't give him chance. Well, he ended up running away and left me on the show because I went down with him.
You see, I even heard Babati on one panel out of Nigerian panel. He was a little bit softer. He wasn't talking about Tinubu anymore.
A lot of my Yoruba people, they will just allow them, and some of them we won't agree with them. I'm like, dude, this I deal with these people, man.
If they call you,
some of them, the funny thing is, the one always annoy me. Like when they come and start doing their arrogant shit, and I give it to them. It's always my Yoruba people that attack me. I'm like, oh my God.
Let me ask you a question.
Why the whole generation?
Why is it only Yoruba people that want to defend Tinubu or Nigeria? Why? I mean,
USC is not Yoruba.
No, Jude, I'm not Yoruba.
I know, okay. But you are close to, you are from Edo, so I mean,
you don't know what you're talking about.
Ocean and all these places.
No, Jude, don't know what you're talking about. Most of the people that even support obedient. Most of the obedient are even from Edo State, like outside of these Igbos.
I mean, the Oshemole, isn't Oshemole part of Tinubu? I mean, isn't him a Tinubu puppet or whatever you call it?
He's a political leader in APC.
But I mean, there you go. I mean, his whole, even though he is not the governor of Edo, but his whole state is they still listen to him, and he's
Jude, hold on, Jude. When these people say Tinubu ring the election, they forgot that Tinubu was not the president when this election took place. He was not in
but
power.
He wasn't the president, but the guy that was the president was part of his party, so he put the people in place that will wait for him.
Okay, fine. If that is the case, hold on,
FC, hold on, FCB, UFC, hold on. Mighty Judy, what are you talking about? Are you a Nigerian?
The guy is a fool now. He just like to put his nose in Nigeria. He doesn't even know. He just be talking. You know what he's talking about. That's what for them.
You know what you're talking about.
He just trick his head in Nigeria face as if he knows what he's.
God, my brother.
The guy is spend time in Radio Biafra and all those Hypovian space.
You can see Pastor him in the comment section. Passat hailing him.
Passat is hailing him. They will hail him
He's
now.
hailing him
See,
now.
Nigerians are instead is accepting what I'm saying, but because someone will say I'm not a Nigerian, so I don't have. You see why I don't fall? You see
No.
why
But my
other
brother,
Jude,
you
the
don't
people
know
that
anything about
brainwash you, they are
Nigeria.
hailing you already.
Mike, you see why
It's
other
what you hear
Africans don't
on
come on
Radio
Nigerian
Biafra.
panel. Because sometimes some
My
Nigerians
brother,
trying to,
my brother.
oh, you have to
It's
be
what you
Nigerian to know
hear
what it
in
is.
Nigeria Watch, Edo Watch, and Yusuf Dati channel. That's what you are telling us here.
No,
My brother.
Bakasi Abio, my guy. Let's not back. I'm from Ambazonian / Bakasi area, so I'm more
Come on,
familiar
my
with
brother.
Nigeria. I don't
You
have
are
to
not in
be.
Nigeria, yes. You are not in
Of
Nigeria.
course
You
now,
don't know
but I
anything
mean,
about
these are the
Nigeria.
things that see, brother. These are the things that I mean, you don't have to be a Niger to actually know what is happening. I know some Nigerians that talk about other countries. I mean,
But
you
my
talk
brother,
about
do you
America
know more
so
than
well.
me?
What do you mean?
I can educate you about Nigeria, isn't it?
Of course, you can educate me, but the problem is you had a president that left, and the president that came in power was in the same party, and the guy that left put people in place that will rig election for the other person. Isn't that
How do you know?
true or
What are you
not?
talking about?
You leave Jude alone, man. This is Jude. We all know Jude. I know Jude. Trust me. You're wasting your time with Jude, man. Jude is just.
God.
So
Jude
I'm
will
just
argue with
asking
you
you
from
that
now to
question. So you
tomorrow
answer it.
over something he knows nothing about. That's the way Jude is. Forget Jude.
We should be blaming Buhari for rigging the election. You understand me? If that's the case.
Jude's nickname is YouTube terrorist. He goes everywhere just to go and terrorize people. Forget Jude, man.
YouTube terrorist.
He goes to every planet to go and terrorize them. That's his job.
Jude is a good guy, but when they get to their 40-year-old president or 40-time president, I would take him off here. When you put beer from office, I would take him.
Come on. Yeah, no. You know nothing about Nigerian politics, my brother. I'm very
No,
sorry.
brother, I know nothing. Brother, that's true. I mean, my point is not to know much about Nigerian politics, but I've asked you a question. You still haven't answered yet. If you had a president that left, a guy that came in power is in the same party with the president that left.
So what happened?
So the things that he put in place before he left was to suit the other guy that is coming. And you say,
Judy,
I don't know about Nigerian politics.
Judy,
So you think he didn't put things in place?
You asked the question. Do you want to answer your question? Let me answer
Go ahead,
you.
sir. Go ahead.
8.5 million people that vote for Tinubu. So is it Buhari that put gun to their head to vote for Tinubu?
As an African, it's rather unfortunate to believe that what happened as vote in Nigeria is what you consider vote, because even us in my own country or other Africans do not believe.
My brother, you don't know
vote.
anything. I just asked you a question now.
How can 250 million population be talking about
I am not
8
here to
million
argue
votes?
with you.
No, but of course, how
8.5
can you
million.
say only 8 million Nigerians vote in Nigeria out of 200 and something
My brother,
population?
hold on. You are just talking, you are not listening.
Oh, okay, go
said
ahead.
8.5 million people that voted for Tinubu. Is it Buhari that put gun to their head? And 6.5 million that voted for Peter Obi? Is it Peter Obi that put gun to their head to vote?
Where did you get that facts from? From INEC, right?
Wait, Jude, let me ask you a question. Jude,
Where did you get that fact from INEC?
Wait,
is that where you had the fact from?
Thomas, leave me alone for now. Let me ask him this. Jude.
No, Mike, let him answer that question. Where did he get the fact from?
Don't worry about that. I just want you to answer this.
If you had the fact from INEC, and
No.
is something that
Let me
was
answer
put in
him
place by
now,
Buhari.
Mike. Let me answer him. Who is the umpire in the election?
No, instead of you asking me a question, I'm asking
please,
you, where
my
did
brother.
you get the fact
Who is the umpire in the election?
Mike, go ahead. I mean, if you can answer
Thomas,
me that question, then I will answer.
Jude. Okay, if me and you we are running against each other in an election, right? And you have the power to rig. And when you rig the election, what percentage of the vote will you give yourself?
I mean, if I have the position to win, then I'll make myself the winner.
No. What percentage of the vote will you give yourself to make sure you win?
I mean, it will be any percentage that will make me the winner.
You give yourself less than 50%?
I mean, higher than 50%.
Okay, you make sure for you to guarantee that you will win. You give yourself.
I mean,
Wait. For you to guarantee that you will win the election, you have to make sure you give yourself more than 50% of the votes, right?
I mean, it depends on what 50% is, but I mean, 51 fee. It depends. Yeah,
50%
to not make the
is
vote,
50% now.
to not make the vote more rigging. Like people, you know, sometimes they make rigging more something that people might accept that is not actually higher rigging. Like in certain countries. So I mean, you play by what you want to play with. Maybe he gave himself
So
51%, but still.
so you give yourself. So okay. So if you have power to rig election, you are running for election. So you give yourself less than 50%. You give yourself you will give yourself 45% and leave 55% hanging. Is that what you would do?
Mike, let me tell you,
No, it's
for an
simple,
opposition
man. Come
leader.
on, man. Stop that. Let me just focus on the question I'm asking you.
Okay, I'll give myself 51% and above. Go ahead.
You make sure you do that so that way you guarantee you win. Now,
Why?
would you give yourself 33% and leave
33%? Yeah, 33%.
And leave 60. That the rest will be
60 something,
67% hanging.
67%. Yeah.
Would you do that?
I mean, it depends on. I mean, if you
It
have
doesn't
that
depend.
percentage,
No. Stop
let
saying
me
it
answer.
depends.
Let me answer. It depends on which percentage is winning. Now, because maybe now you are telling me that if 37% or whatever you call it is not winning or is winning, then that is a problem in Nigeria. I don't know what kind of criteria of elections you guys go with, but in America, as you know, I mean, if you have that percentage, it's not winning because it is the electoral college that consider who is going to be the president or not.
No. Forget the electoral college. You are taking us to the area. It has nothing to do with what I'm asking you, man.
Yeah, but if you ask me
I'm
that
asking
question,
you election. Wait, chill out, dude. I'm asking forget America. We're not talking America. In Nigeria, whoever get the highest, we are talking about votes. Where whoever get the highest votes wins. You saying someone rigged. Now, if I have power to go rig, will I give myself because you don't know the final result until the end of it.
Mike,
So if I'm in a
one of
position
your
to
brothers
rig,
just say 8.5 million voted for Tinubu. So it tells me he had a higher percentage than the other person that came
but
second.
what percentage of the total vote did he get?
That's what I'm saying. So if he had 35% and that was the highest percentage, higher than the person that came second, and I mean, it tells you
So
he
why will
won.
he rig? Why will he rig and give himself 33% and leave all the rest of the vote out there?
So how many percentage was the second person? How many percentage did the second person have?
No. It don't matter. The thing is, if he had the rest of the votes, I'm saying the rest is 67%. You understand?
Why?
So
So why are you taking it lower than 30? Why are you calling it 33 instead of saying he won? He had 70 something percent or 60 instead
no.
of saying
No.
You're not listening.
It was a close election, very close election.
It was a very close election. Tinubu
So
only
how
had
many
33%.
percentage did he have?
Jude, let me tell you something. Do you know that 6 months before the election, the second, third, and fourth place guys, they were all in the same party, PDP.
Of course, now Kwankwa saw Atiku
Obi,
and Obi.
exactly.
Yeah.
So they split, and also, do you know the election before this, the last election in 2019 between Atiku and Buhari? Do you know that where what's his name is from? Peter Obi is from. It was Atiku that won that.
He was a running mate for Atiku.
No. The election before this one, the last election between Buhari and Atiku, right?
Yeah, Obi was the running mate for Atiku.
He was the running mate, exactly. And even where Obi is from, they historically, traditionally vote PDP. They are PDP area. You understand? So Atiku won that whole area, that southeast, the Igbo southeastern part of Nigeria, right? So now, this election, Atiku and Obi now split. Now, where the area where Atiku won the last time, and the area where all the area where Atiku won the last time, now Obi took it from him. So doesn't that make sense to you that they run against each other? People of the same party decide to split and run against each other.
And the area that should have won, where it should have been one vote for the PDP or for whatever one of them, they split it among themselves. That's why I'm telling you that Tinubu only scored 33%, and that rest of the vote should have gone to one of those guys if they're all on the same party like they were before. And you coming, doesn't that make sense?
Mike, it doesn't make sense because when we see the general elections that happen in Nigeria, when we see the general election that happen,
you can't get nowhere with Jude, man. Jude is just one.
When we see the general, let me just explain something, Mike. Mike, let me just explain. UFC, hold on now. Mike, when we saw the general election,
hold on. Let me give you the real.
You know, I have power to mute you here. We are not supposed to be talking on each other. We're supposed to have been shut down now. It's 10 hours. We don't pass 10 hours. Yeah, UFC, come in, please.
Judy, look, if the opposition did not split, with the vote they get and the state they won, election by landslide. Because they have, if you put the two together, they have 24 states. They won 24, 12. Let me just add Abuja as a state. They won 12. All the parties, all the contestants, they won 12 states. So if you look at it,
you mean the three major ones? The three major ones, yeah.
Yes, they won 12 states. So it was the division within the opposition that gave the incumbent the election. So people should not come online and blame
my question that I want to ask you, UFC, if they all won 12 states, and one person is claiming that he won Abuja and all these things, right?
My brother, I'm sorry. You don't understand, please. We have to shut up. I can't be going back and forth.
Thank you for having me on the panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you, FC. This guy is not going to understand. FC.
Jude is a YouTube terrorist now. He's not coming to understand anything. He's just come to argue. That's all.
It's just something like a dumb somebody. If they won 12, how did the Tinubu won the election? What of the majority votes? This guy is just something else. Just something else. Yeah. UFC, thank you. Mike, thank you. Look at this ridiculous argument I'm having with this guy. Oh my goodness. Yeah. BT, thank you. Mike, are you listening to this guy? Really? Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Thank you, everyone. We come to the end of the section again. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. See you guys tomorrow. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. No. I can't let this go on. It's just Bula Balu all the way. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I'll preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Good morning, Daddy. Praise the Lord. How are you, sir? Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy. Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result. Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret his support. Amen. Amen. You know, we look forward to God's intervention. Thank you, Daddy. We look forward to God's intervention. Thank you, Daddy. We look forward to God's intervention. Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara. Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people. The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war. I believe that.
Country people, make una come here to say Dino carry money, give talk, say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk, say make them go to prepare for 2019. Olo Maje. They say meet them for Airport Road, Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ?